A very good morning to everybody here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints for the 29th running of the sprints at the glorious, gorgeous little town of Leyburn. And we've got cars on track to start our second day of sprinting. Fiat X19 chasing MGB out onto the circuit to kick off the day's running. We got very deep into the third run yesterday. Didn't quite get to the end. I say didn't quite, you know, we've got 239 cars here and we got into up to car number 195. Kate Rain is in the Fiat X19 that's out on the circuit with Stephen Jones ahead of her in the MG Midget. And now here's the Choc Wedge. I love that. Andrew Ansell has painted on the side of his Triumph TR7 in that beautiful mission brown. I mean, there's not much more 1970s. And he's got painted on the car, Choc Wedge. 199 chasing him, another one of the TR7s. We've got almost half a dozen TR7s in the entry list this year. There's Diane Fuller in the yellow number 199. They're both 4 cylinders. We've got at least one of the TR7s is a V8. Back into Fiat territory. All the Fiats have gathered together at one point of the circuit. And here's Earl Murray. He's chasing time early. First run of the day, and he's into it. The glorious Fiat 124 Spider. (1800cc) and as standard as they come. Porsche 914, the forgotten Porsche, I think. Unjustly so. It doesn't look like most of the other Porsches. This was the original sort of entry-level Porsche to sell alongside the Porsche 911. Dennis Cotton racing his 914 here. This is a... Oh, and here's another of the TR7s. Now, you might want to call this one a TR8 because it has the Rover V8 engine on board and a big one too, a 4.6 litre V8. So that's not the standard V8 that the TR8 came with. And speaking of Rover V8s, here's another one, an MGB GT. GT's got the big aluminium V8 that went into almost everything in British motoring. Bob Bear in the MGB GT Sebring. And another MGB GT, Barry Evans. Oh, bogged it down a bit, or maybe just picked too high gear for that one. On the run down to turn 1, to see the TR8 coming back through the finish line and coming back in the other direction. Now, more MGB. This one's a 4-cylinder. Generally, you don't often get the V8 MGBs in the soft tops. Just seems to be, I don't know, a personal choice for all of our... and here we go. Here's another MGB, and this one is one of the V8s. Flavia Paggiero. Great British MG name, that one. With the Stealth. I mean, I don't get at all how an MGB GT V8 is stealthy. Maybe it's just down to the black paintwork. As the other of our TR8's launches. Oh, well, yeah. Okay, this car missed the end of the day running yesterday. Yeah, Bradley Searle, of course, in the Triumph TR8. 3.9, so the smaller version of the Rover V8 as Lotus Exige launches, the only modern Lotus in the field here this year. We've got some older classic Lotuses. There's Jeff Burgess and Ruth Croft sharing this Lotus Exige. 1.8 litre Toyota supercharged engine aboard these Exiges. Oh, just went a little bit deep into turn 1. That's right, I don't remember seeing the RX-7 here yesterday. Michael Dare RX-7 Turbo. At least I thought I could hear a little bit of turbo whistle there. As I'm joined alongside, I'm Mark Jones, just by the way, and joining us on commentary throughout the weekend is David Patterson, committee member of the Heritage Touring Car Racing Championship for Group C and Group A touring cars. And on cue, here's your boys, David.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, as you said, one of the regular runners in the Heritage Touring Car Series, Don Demetriadis, in the Group C Mazda RX-7, just disappears out of our view through turn 2. And getting back to your point about the Series 4 RX-7 Turbo, that I didn't see that car run yesterday either. So obviously he's had problems, which means he missed out on yesterday's running, but it's great to see he's got it running today and hasn't given up and gone home. Well done.
Dougie Swan here in the Mark 1 Toyota MR2, one of our committee members here at Leyburn. When we first went running here at the Leyburn Sprints, Doug had a Pontiac Firebird. And you've seen a Pontiac Firebird. There's a couple of Pontiac Firebirds in the entry here today, so you see how big and how long they are. And on about the third or fourth running of the event, Dougie had something go a little bit wrong going through the chicane on the long straight when we used to run the course straight from turn 1 all the way down to the school. And Doug got a bit wrong going out of the chicane and landed in front garden.
Yeah, we take motorsport to the people here at Leyburn. Sometimes we deliver it.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Motorsport to your door. Who needs internet? Yes, and so Doug has since then acquired a car that is almost exactly half the size of the Pontiac Firebird in that Mark 1
Probably somewhat
MR2.
more nimble. Yeah. Speaking of nimble, have a look at this McLaren.
Oh my goodness. Car 215. McLaren 540C. And this is Roger Garcia. And this car, top 10 fastest cars of the weekend, was 9th overnight. And there's an opportunity here that maybe, because he didn't get a third run in yesterday, this is Roger's third run today, as we see one of our clubmans, Bruce and Tracy Combe, sharing this Westfield clubman. But yeah, the McLaren 540C, 3.8 litre turbocharged. And believe it or not, the Ferrari 540C is the entry-level McLaren.
Yeah, well, you've got to start somewhere, haven't you? You get one of those and then you work your way up.
Yeah.
Very attractive car. Yesterday we saw him come into turn 1 way too hot. I'm thinking, oh, he's never going to make that. But the electronics and the computer stepped in and said, it's okay, mate, I've got this. Yeah. Gathered everything up and then fired him down the road at a great rate of knots. No harm done.
I mean, is that a drone or is it a race car? I don't know. John Warner was just going past there in the Type 3 Elfin. And following through, we've got one of our juniors, Erica Ferdinand. We've got around 8 to 9 juniors. Now, the junior class here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints doesn't work on fastest time. Works on regularity. What the kids did yesterday, they opened proceedings and they went around, did a lap of the course to make a guess at what kind of a lap time they can do reliably time after time. And points are allocated as to how close they get to their nominated lap time each time they go out. So, like if you're a tenth of a second faster, you get 2 points added. And if you're a tenth of a second slower, I think it's half a point. I can't remember whether it's faster or slower. You get more
Generally,
points.
in a regularity, going faster will get you a bigger penalty than going slow.
Thank you, David.
Regularity is, of course,
spinner.
a big part of historic competition. Yep, I think that's Lachlan Harris, one of our junior competitors in the Hyundai Excel.
Yeah, we've got four of the juniors here are running in XLs.
But anyway, he's gathered it up and he'll complete his run. But yeah, he's obviously blown his times out of the water.
Yeah, and that's probably going to put him out of the running.
Yep, absolutely. That's the problem with these regularities. Is one bad run and the whole thing's ruined. So you've got to, if you have a dud, you've got to hope that everyone else has a dud or you're not getting a trophy.
Yeah, no, it's very much precision, and that's the whole thing about regularity. It's the precision of your timing. So you don't want to be pushing, selecting a lap time that is 10 tenths for you. You want to do it at around 8 tenths because you know you can do that speed reliably.
Another junior lined up on the line, the Subaru Impreza. Now, despite the hood scoop, that is not a WRX. It's an atmospheric car because the junior competitors are limited to 2-litre naturally aspirated, or equivalent.
Yeah, but the air intake looks good.
It does look cool, yeah.
It makes it think it's a turbo. This car being shared this weekend by Bevan and, owned by Bevan Michelle, and it's his two kids at the wheel. Hannah and Owen are sharing the car. Owen has aged out; is no longer a junior. Hannah is 16 years old.
So she's still eligible.
I've got that backwards. Hannah is 16, and Owen is 14.
So they're both eligible for the juniors competition for a little while yet.
There's a couple of brother-sister combinations going in the juniors, and it's throwing me out. I've just got them slightly mixed up. Well, not slightly, actually mixed up. But yes, car number 221 is Hannah, 222 is Owen. Two numbers on the same race car. Suzuki Swift coming up right now.
And that's Lawrence Murphy at the wheel.
And Lawrence is not a junior.
No. He's been running this car here he's been running this event for 15 years now, and he says he's always taken a straight car home, so he feels he's just not trying hard enough.
No. I suppose that's the measure of a racing driver, is when you've had a spin or an off or a big, or I don't know.
Sam Niven is next in the Mitsubishi Lancer, another one of our junior competitors.
Yes, Sam is sharing this car with older brother Alex. Alex is not a junior.
But Sam looked good there on the way into turn one, fast and confident on the way in, neat and tidy on the way out.
Yeah, Alex was actually supposed to run a Toyota Corolla. But unfortunately, the Corollas are not working as advertised, so Alex is sharing Sam's Lancer.
Jim Prian is next in the Citroen C4.
Car's dressed up in a replica colour scheme of Sebastian Loeb, who's won more World Rally Championships, I think,
than anyone.
Yeah.
Quite possibly the GOAT of World Rally.
I don't think possibly is a qualifier for that. Lily Schofield out here in the Toyota Celica. We had a chat to her on the screens yesterday, and how much she's enjoying running her Celica around here. And it's great to have a Celica here. We have, most years we have a Celica, but I thought when none of the regular Celicas nominated, I thought we were missing out. But then Lily Schofield's arrived. Stephen Siegfried now. No, that's not Stephen. We're into Porsche 911 territory now, of course. That IROC.
That's Steve Cooper, actually, yeah.
Of course it is.
Yeah, I think he had an issue yesterday, so they've given him a rerun.
Yeah. The Cooper family are across the board Porsche nuts. Husband, wife, and daughter all go Porsche racing or sprinting or regularities. Now we've got MGB V8. Oh, this is Lightning McQueen, or at least it was on Friday. They've pulled the Lightning McQueen stickers off the car for the run here. Those are Dave Roberts. I don't know why you'd take the Lightning McQueen stickers off the car.
Absolutely,
the kids love it.
Yeah.
I guess this would be retirement Lightning McQueen. As you see, the hairline on Lightning's gotten a bit thin.
Okay, we've got a bit of a delay, so...
Oh, look at Dave. He's dancing in the car almost. I want to get going.
Yeah, they're saying, oh, can't connect to number 3. That's very
we've had some oil dropped on the finish line. The very good people running our timing system this year have added a little message description to the timing screens for us, and so that's extremely handy. And okay, that's quite a large oil slick, it turns out, from turn 4 all the way to the finish line. So there will be a little bit of a delay while we get the quick dry out. Traditionally cement dust, but I think they've got something more fit for purpose these days for oil cleanups. But a very good morning to you, David, just by the by.
And good morning, Mark. What a glorious day here at Leyburn. We had a beautiful day yesterday.
We did.
Absolutely magic day up here in the Darling Downs. And good morning to all of you ladies and gentlemen who are out there on the fences bright and early. We had a really good turnout yesterday. I saw all the bleachers were full, all the fences were lined. So I hope you had a great day yesterday, and I hope you even have a better one today.
Absolutely looking forward to everything with the Historic Leyburn Sprints. We've got a bunch of other events on today here as well, like just behind us here in the commentary box. So our box is located on the outside of Turn 1, and immediately behind us is the vintage van display. Caravans, that is. And that's also, there's a competition involved for the best or prettiest or well-presented caravan. And that will be adjudged during the course of the day today. Thanks, of course, to all of our sponsors here at the Leyburn Sprints: Collins Hay, the Southern Downs Regional Council, Queensland State Government, Speed Cafe, who is doing our live stream over the internet. So for those of you who want to catch us on your mobile phones or on your screens at home, Speed Cafe is where you will find the Historic Leyburn Sprints, along with all of the very best of national and international motor racing news. And shout out to the Speed Cafe's representatives that here at the track this weekend in Gary O'Brien, long-standing motor noter. You know, I think Gary O'Brien was just born to be a motor racing rider. He grew up at Bathurst. I think he had an injection when they came out of the womb at the Bathurst Hospital, and yeah, he's been around the tracks. He was a veteran of the sport when I started, and I've been doing this for 30 years. And also Richard Gresham, who's doing the photography work for Speed Cafe here this weekend, and magnificent to have them all here. Boral, of course, JMC Performance, Pipeline Testing Services, Loaders Are Us, Tate Freight, Next Up Digital, John Connolly and Partners, Bowden's Own, Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, and Shannon's Share the Passion. Oh, and the Work Credit Union. I didn't mean to forget you. It's just the way the logos come up on the screen. But thank you, all of you, for all of your assistance. Also, Motorsport Australia, Warwick Tourism and Events, and Trapnell Creations. Yeah. We'll go to one of our pre-recorded interviews. We've got a social media team that is working around the Historic Leyburn Sprints, bringing us content like this.
I'm here with Kim today. Are you able to tell me a little bit more about your car?
Yeah, I bought it about 12 months ago, and it was a complete car going, but it needed a lot of loving. I'm a mechanic, just a vehicle mechanic, and yeah, spent some hours putting it together and that. But the car actually won races back in the day, like it's what they call an FA Formula Ford, the first ones. You know, back in this is a 1973 car, but the Formula Fords, the first ones, were from about 68, 69 and things like that. And John Joyce, the builder of this, and he built about 50 of them under the branch of Bowen. That's what this is, a Bowen P6. And really cool story with John. He was a pretty young guy. And he built a race car. Anyway, Colin Chapman from Lotus, he was over here in Australia with his cars, and he liked this koala that was called the Koala. And apparently on the day, Colin Chapman offered this guy a job. And back in 1960, and for a young guy, and he anyway, Colin Chapman said, come to England with me and I want you to build the Lotuses with me. And within 2 years or something, he was his lead, engineer and, building F1 cars and all that, back in the day, and living the life. And sort of a bit of a sad story with it in about 67. John's brother died here in Australia. They were living at Manly on the Northern Beaches. And, John died, and I think his mother, their mother was crook too. And John came back for the funeral of his brother. And I guess just was homesick and all that sort of thing. And he thought, hey, I've been building these Lotuses and I've learned a lot. And I'm smarter than when I left Australia a couple of years ago. And anyway, so we built 50 of these things over about 8 years. And and some of them still survive today. And my son was racing XLs for a few years and that. And I used to race EH Holdens back in 1980 or something like that. Yeah. And my son sort of poo-pooed me when I bought this little car, and because he was racing XLs and he's raced at Bathurst with it and things like that. And he's got a Golf R as a road car and with a modified turbo, and it goes. The first time he got in the car at Lakeside, he got out of it and he went, wow. Yeah. They're surprisingly fast. Yeah. It's only about 105 horsepower or something, but 400 kilograms. So it's a third to a quarter of the weight of a normal car. Yeah, and it's pretty exhilarating.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, and if you're racing today, I wish you luck. But
had a couple of runs and went well.
Looks good, and hopefully you got the times you're wanting. But thanks so much for the interview, and
thank you.
Hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
I'm here with Paul and Tom, the father-son duo. And Paul, tell us about your car.
Well, I've got the green Mark 1 Ford Escort. It's, I think, the 4th or 5th car that I've actually run at Leyburn. So we just keep building new cars and showing up with something different every year. So, I'm just out there seeing how sideways I can get it.
And how long have you been coming to the Leyburn Sprints?
Well, the Brailsford family, we've actually come to every single sprint. I used to come with my dad, sitting there having a few beers, watching the cars go around, and then we thought, nah, we're not going to watch, we're going to start building cars and racing. So I've now raced here for 22 years in a row.
Now, Tom, how long have you been coming to the Leyburn Sprints?
I've been here every year of my life, except for the year where COVID shut it down. And then I started racing here when I was 14, so I think it'll be 22 now, so like 7th run here I think now, so yeah, pretty much my whole life really.
And tell us about your car and what makes it so special to you to race.
Makes it really special that I don't have to pay for it, so but yeah, no, it's a brand new build, so this is the first event it's been run in, and yeah, no, it's pretty cool, like figuring out a new car and just sort of finding where the limit is, and yeah, it's awesome.
And you've been racing since you were 14. Has it changed, I guess, your life in a way to just keep racing?
Yeah, absolutely. It keeps me pretty poor as well, because I've got another car that I own and run. So, yeah, no, pretty much just breaks the bank, but it's worth it. It's a lot of fun. So I'll buy a house one day, but yeah, in the future. So yeah, it's good.
No, thank you guys so much, and have a good day, guys.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Now, what do we do with these sheets?
Uh,
They've got to return them.
Yes, the Brailsford family father-son team, and they've both been part of Leyburn for a long, long time. Fantastic to see that Capri Piranha that Tom is driving here this weekend. Capri Piranha, for those of you unfamiliar, is a South African version of the Ford Capri. As the Ford Capris, when they came out, they had the 1600cc Ford engine that went into everything that Ford made, from Escorts to transit vans. And the high-performance version was the V6, the Cologne V6 from Ford Europe. But South Africa, the Ford dealers of South Africa were a little bit bored by a V6, so they put a 5-litre Windsor V8 into it. And made the Capri just that bit more aggressive. So we see, and it's been a very popular conversion for other model Capris all around the, or Mark 1 Capris all around Australia. There's one running in Touring Car Masters, as well as several running around sprints all over the country. And yes, and as Tom was explaining just then, a brand new build, that Mark 1 Capri V8. The other car that Tom was referring to that he owns and runs is a Super Mini Challenge car. It runs in the National Series that runs up and down the eastern seaboard of Australia. We saw him racing in the midst of it, running top 5 across the weekend at Queensland Raceway back in around April. Pardon me. So yeah, we're not far away from, we've had, unfortunately we've had a significant oil down over the from turns 4 back to turn 6. I didn't get to see which car it was that created the issue. Car 225 is going to get a rerun out of all of that, because that was the car that would have been immediately behind the oil down car. 225 is the Niven Mitsubishi Lancer. So the car that was immediately in front of them, oh, I hope that wasn't Lawrence Murphy. Just looking at the times, and actually, oh, it looks like it might. No, that's not Lily Schofield. No, that's about her average time. No, the timing, unfortunately, isn't really giving me an. Oh, maybe it was. Oh no, Combe had a spin. The timing screen isn't really giving me any suggestive, helpful suggestions as to who our oil down car might have been, by a car being unexpectedly slow. So I guess they went full speed all the way to the finish line, dragging oil. Yeah, as David said in the background, just had enough oil to get to the finish line. Just a little surprising treat for the following car. So we will see the Subaru. No, not the Subaru, sorry. The Mitsubishi Lancer of Sam Niven we'll see back running again. Now, something we haven't made any mention of so far this morning is how things went yesterday. Dean Amos set the fastest time of the weekend in the Gould GR55 of a 41.8, and that was his second run, not his third run in the evening. There was the open wheeler guys was telling us yesterday that the temperature just went out of the racetrack at the back end of the day, and that, or rather, sorry, other way around, I should say. The track temperature was a little bit too warm, and it was overheating things just a little bit, and that took the heat out of the run. With a 1 kilometre racetrack with no warm-up laps, it's not really, you can't really get heat into the tyres. It's something that you can only really do if you get, I guess that's one of the advantages of getting a rerun, because you do have some heat in your tyres Although with this length of delay, I think that heat will have dissipated by the time Sam Nevin comes back to the line again in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Dean Amos, as mentioned, fastest with a 41.8 second lap time. The record here is 39.8, and that belongs to Dean, of course. Warwick Hutchinson, two-time winner here, as opposed to Dean Amos's 9 victories. Hutchinson in the OMS powered by Master Rotary, 43.5. Then we go to Ross Mackay's new Max Spec on a 45.4. Reed Hinton in the the Formula 1000 store on a 46.3. If you're not familiar with the Formula 1000 as a class, you might hear terms like Formula 3000, Formula 5000 related to the engine capacity of the racing cars. Formula 1000, just the same. They all run a 1000cc motorcycle engine, of which they can choose from several options. So there's a lot of superbike engines in particular in the class of open wheel racing. Yeah, Reed Hinton, 4th fastest on a 46.3. Then we go to Brett Bull, who's debuting his new race car, the BBM, which stands for Brett Bull Motorsport. A BBM HC, so Brett Bull Motorsport Hill Climb. Brett didn't really put a lot of imagination into naming the car. And he's on a 47.4. He only got one clean run in yesterday. They're still figuring out the new car. And he set an almost identical time to Steve Woodbridge, who's running a Formula 3 Dallara with the HWA Mercedes 4-cylinder engine. Both of them on a 47.4, 47.43 for Brett and a 47.49 for Steve. Luke Weeks is 7th fastest in the Empire 1 of 48.2. Matt Reed in the Reedstar, which is a remarkable race car. And we will see shortly, because Matt's down the end of the running order. It looks like an angry shopping trolley. It's but Matt's a tremendous guy to be around. He's always smiling, always happy, always having fun. A succession of Yamaha motorcycle engines power the Reedstar, and the one he's got in this weekend is a 140 horsepower turbocharged Yamaha FZ. So Matt was telling us, Dave, yesterday about how he doesn't have a lot of high hopes for his lap times here this weekend, because the clutch is a little bit towards one end of its life, and not the good end. So yeah, and they've had to swap engines back. He's got 3 different spec engines for the Reedstar, and it looks like we're not far from a restart now. Dave Roberts has got the MGB V8 fired up. See some very nice cars. Oh, I can see Mark Cressman's Cobra not too far behind Dave, and there's Porky Edwards in the John Bow Tribute Falcon. But here's Dave Roberts, car 208.
Oh, I'd say he missed the gear there on the up change. It just went quiet for a moment, then came back on. That'll cost him a little bit. Halfway down that straight. I named it yesterday Canning Straight because it's on Canning Street.
Now, that's an MGB GT, but it's not the Rover V8. Dave Roberts has put a 6-litre Ford Windsor. I don't know if that's calling that cheating or not. Here's Sam Nevin in the Mitsubishi Lancer.
Looks good through turn 1. I noticed a tiny little bump on the back corner of the car where he just gently brushed a hay bale yesterday. Doesn't scare him off.
And here's Mark Crespin, one of the most violently powerful cars in the running order here this weekend, the Cobra. You'd say it's the fastest car in a straight line, but we've got some really rapid open wheel hill climbers here this weekend. The Alfetta GDV launches.
Stefan Siegfried at the wheel. He, as well as Old Spice livery on the car, he's also now got sponsorship from Tom's Warehouse. Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, and he's introduced them to the event organisers, and they're sponsoring the juniors competition, which seems quite appropriate, doesn't it? A bag of lollies for every child. It's like going to a birthday party. I still expect lolly bags when I go to family birthdays.
Oh, okay.
Jordan Spateri just passes our position in that very nicely presented and quite rapid Suzuki Swift GTI.
Yeah, Jordan's chasing in the junior prize in this Suzuki Swift. But as we mentioned earlier in the running, it's not about speed in the junior competition. And here's another of our juniors, and Madhava Sternbeck. I do need to apologise from yesterday. I got Madhava confused with his older sister, Yamuna, who's raced here at the Sprints before. Yamuna's actually moved into Formula Ford, although she's in a bit of a period of downtime after an accident early in the year, and on their shoestring budget, it's taking them a little bit of time to get the Formula Ford repaired.
Is the Michelle Sevru coming back again? And who's at the wheel this time?
That will be Owen with 222. Hannah is 221, Owen 222. Sharing the family Subaru Impreza, not WRX wagon. Oh my goodness, have a look, and more importantly, have a listen to this.
The big block Galaxy. I've lived in houses smaller than that car.
You could land a helicopter on the rear boot lid of that Ford Galaxy.
He's pumped the brakes well before he gets to turn 2, just to make sure that they're still going to be interested when he gets there.
You know what's called the Ford Galaxy? Because Ford couldn't think of anything larger than a Galaxy to name it after. Cartoon 19, another one of our juniors screaming by in one of the mighty Suzuki Swifts. Sorry, Hyundai Excels.
Yep, that's Lachlan Harris at the wheel of the car owned by Stephen Kirby. Stephen Kirby.
Oh, we could call him Stephen Kirby and give him a bit of continental flair. Another one of our juniors lining up now, and the next two cars is a brother and sister combination. And this is Jai Wickham, who was third car out yesterday morning, and you can see from the back end of the car that that first run yesterday morning didn't go well. He swiped the hay bales here at turn 1, right in front of us here in commentary.
Yeah, certainly an interesting, exciting start to the day. Bit of bodywork damage there, but certainly no mechanical damage. There's nothing back there to damage. It's just tin and plastic. So it's good to see him going again. You've got to get back on the horse after it throws you off. And his sister Pepper Wickham has just passed us now in a similar car. She hasn't put a mark on hers, so I'm sure she'll be ribbing him about that over the dinner table.
Oh, you know what? I reckon the most embarrassing thing about Jai's accident here at turn 1 yesterday, that was on the nomination lap, where they went and they do a lap time and they figure out what lap time they can do competitively. Jai would have had to go to Pepper and ask her what her lap time was.
Yeah, because he didn't get a time to complete.
Yeah.
John Connolly's just heading down into turn 2 now in the BMW 325i. That car running a 2.7 litre Alpina engine, so it should be quite rapid in a straight line.
Sharing the car with Michael McMichael this weekend, and here comes Sophia Davitt, a former junior champion. Sophia's putting some effort in this morning. Wags the tail.
She's hit the limiter there on the up change, heading down Canning Straight.
Another daughter racing with father this weekend. Dad's running one of our historic vehicles towards the top of the running order. And we'll see Matt Devitt out a little bit later. As here comes the Monteifel family.
He came in hot for turn 1, but he made it around, and that's what matters.
A pair of CTM cabinet-supported 6-cylinder Holden Commodores. They're HQ races as well from time to time. But they've been concentrating more on the two Commodores running at the Morgan Park Sprints Championship. And here's Jaden Monteifel chasing Craig.
That car actually started life as a VB Commodore, but they've changed the nose and tail to make it look like a VK. And they had me fooled until I actually read the program. Speaking of programs, folks, make sure you've got yourself a souvenir program. There's tremendous reading and great pictures. Next car off the line, one of the Heritage Touring Car Series competitors. It's Tony Alford in the Gibson Motorsport Nissan Skyline. That's the car in which Mark Scaife made his debut in the outright class of the Australian Touring Car Championship, having previously driven a Supra, a Celica Supra and a Nissan Gazelle, but this was his first outright car in 1989 when he took Glenn Seaton's spot after Glenn Seaton left to form his own team.
Here's Porky, Keith Edwards, affectionately known as Porky, and he's running this John Bow Tribute AU Ford Falcon. He's one of the committee members. Who you'll hear his voice on the microphones in the mornings and the evenings as our non-competition host.
I've actually got a model of this car, the car that this car is a tribute to, on the shelf at home. I bought it as a gift from my dad many years ago. He was a huge John Bow fan and a Caterpillar fan. And when he passed, it came back into my collection. So that's something I'll never sell. Great livery,
I think it just has good taste to be a John Bow fan. Wouldn't you believe John's still racing and pushing as hard as he always has? He's been over in Germany just recently, racing his old Volvo 242, the Mark Petsch Volvo, in turbo at the Nürburgring. The little Nürburgring, not the big one, the Grand Prix version of the Nürburgring, in historic German touring car racing. And if you've ever seen that, that's on YouTube, it's tremendous. They get grids of around 70-odd race cars. It's full of things like Porsche 935s and DTM Mercedes-Benzes and Opels and BMWs. And yeah, John was in one of 4 Volvos in the field, and he was the quickest of them until a rainstorm came across the racetrack and they didn't have wets for the car. Or at least they didn't have them fitted.
Porky heads by a very nicely turned out car. Looks great. Safe, steady run through turn 1. He's not going to put a mark on it. Hard on the brakes for the very tight turn 2. I don't know which corner is the tightest on the track because there's a few to choose from. Next car on the line is another Heritage Touring Car Series competitor. This is a genuine Group A Commodore. This car did multiple starts at Bathurst, initially with Trevor Ashby and Steve Reed in the Lansvale Smash Repairs team. Later went through a number of privateer hands. Glenn Gerstle on the wheel this weekend. Glenn prepares the car for its owner, Don Demetriadis. And they've beautifully restored that car, not that long ago actually. They've restored it to exactly how it was at Bathurst in 1988.
Yeah, this was the team's first VL. They actually built a Walkinshaw VL, the Lansvale Smash Repairs team, and then went back to a carburettor car. They couldn't quite get their heads around the fuel-injected car straight away. Now this car, brilliant little bit of gear here, a Ford Sierra Sapphire. It's got the same running gear out of the RS500 touring cars that Dick Johnson co-made famous. Now I need to pause because we need to go to the Chicotolai. Adam Kaplan racing this car this weekend, former Formula Holden racer and owner of a Pagani Zonda at the time. I think he was the first man to bring a Pagani to Australia.
Not sparing the horses, actually a very enthusiastic departure from turn 1.
Yeah, the Jacques Group B, to give it its full name, was a supercar built in Australia. Vanishingly rare. There were about 70-odd of them built originally. Barry Locke, the man behind Kaditcha sports cars and open wheel of fame, designed and created the Jacques Codelos, and they were made on the Sunshine Coast. Started with an Alfa Romeo Sprint car, and then they stuck a 5-litre Holden fuel-injected V8 into it, which was, at the time, the debut for a fuel-injected V8 Holden 5-litre. It hadn't even made it into the Commodore at that point.
Big smoky burnout there off the start line for the next car on the field.
This Wayne Bell in a Larry Perkins Tribute Commodore. One of a small flotilla of Tribute supercars that regularly run here at the Leyburn Sprints. They have their own little class amongst each other. As here we go, the Kirby Hyundai XL having a rerun, or not a rerun because it's a shared car.
Yeah, so it forces them to run out of turn.
Yeah, that's... If you see one of our cars in the entry with 2 race numbers on it, that's because there are 2 drivers sharing the car. Now, this is Daniel Kirby driving the car at the moment, and he's the junior in the team.
Simon Boss Walker heading towards us now in the ex-Andrew Fisher Jesus Racing V8 Falcon Ute.
Simon's been around the sprints for years. For those of you who've been here for a while, you might remember a powder blue coloured XP Falcon. That was Simon's original race car here at the Sprints. Had the opportunity to upgrade to Andrew Fisher's V8 Ute when Andrew moved into Touring Car Masters. And there's Michael McMichael in that Alpina engined BMW, and you've got to emphasise the A, because Alpine is French. Alpina is German. Alpine is Renault, basically, whereas Alpina belongs to BMW.
Matthew Gormley just heading by now in Tim Linnon's VX Commodore. That car's done up in a tribute to the Bathurst Spider-Man livery that the Gibson Motorsport team ran one year.
No, Kelly Racing.
Oh, Kelly Racing
team. Yeah, owned by, well, by that time it was owned by the Kelly brothers, rather than their parents who owned the original version of the. You remember it started as the HSV dealer team before becoming Kelly Racing. BMW M4 out on the circuit. They're currently 5 years old. This is we're going to see a pretty vivid demonstration of the variety of race cars here over the next quarter of an hour or so. Some cars in the entry that are only 1 year old, and then coming up very shortly, we've got 3 cars that are over 100 years old.
Roger Vickery just went by in the VK Commodore. That car running an LS1 alloy V8, so not the 304 Holden V8 that they came with.
And here is a Ginetta G4. 2-litre Ford engine aboard the little Ginettas. They have been making Ginetta G4s consistently, ongoing since 1964. Ginetta makes a whole lot of other models as well, but the G4 has been in almost continuous, I mean, it's depended on orders, of course, for the car, but it's been in continuous production since 1964. They're a fabulous little sports racing car, and in the wet, according to Malcolm Douglas, who's driving that Ginetta G4, in the wet, they can match times with a D-type Jaguar, as he explained to us that his early model G4 he raced in the 1960s, raced against a Jaguar D-type in the wet and almost beat him for the race win. Another one of our MGs was out on the circuit just then, but it was disguised as a C-type Jaguar. He's called it the MG Jaguar Special.
Stevie Chant just heading down into turn 2 now in the little Aussie racing car with the scaled down AU Falcon body.
Niece of our club president, Trish Chant, who we'll see a little bit later in the day in her Mustang. Here's the MacTac. It's not unlike the Aussie. There's a couple of Aussie racing cars here in the running order, and it's kind of the same principle where you take a 3/4 or maybe even 2/3 size race car. Oh, hang on, I need to pause. Here's Matt Reed. See what I mean when I say angry shopping trolley? I think he's taken the angry shopping trolley to heart here because he's painted a smiley face on the radiator.
It's not angry, it's happy.
No, yeah, he's absolutely...
It's a cheery shopping trolley on steroids. And you shouldn't be buying steroids when you go to the shopping centre.
No,
but this little trolley has them.
Yeah.
Matt Reed, of course, is the Matt Reed's the proprietor of Reed Speed, a business that specialises in minis and combis.
Yes. And there is a Reed Speed Mini in the entry list here this weekend. We'll see that later on when the touring cars, the historic touring cars, come through the running order. But yeah, Matt's Reedster, again another name with very little imagination to the name. But yeah, this car this weekend has a turbocharged Yamaha FZ engine, motorcycle engine. 140 horsepower in this version of the car. And he's got some other engine options. He's battled to try and find... None of his 3 racing engines are running properly right at the moment, but the older turbo car is they're running the best of them, but the clutch isn't in good condition either, so they've just run out of time to fix everything ahead of the event. But look at that. It's got a huge rear wing. It's got an under tray and diffuser.
And he's doing a slalom down Canning Straight. Just trying to get the traction down. But he was worried about clutch slip yesterday.
Rear tyres smaller than the fronts, which kind of emphasises that this is the kind of car that doesn't race on long race tracks. Smaller the smaller rear tyres to try and get the temperature into the car, into the tyres quicker. And Matt yesterday was a top 10 fastest car runner. He was 8th fastest overnight. See how he goes this morning as the Subaru WRX. Memories of Colin McRae and Richard Burns. No, it's not Richard Burns, is it?
It was indeed Richard Burns.
Oh, it was Richard Burns, yeah. Colin McRae,
yeah, the cars
Richard
done up
Burns.
as a tribute to those two cars.
Yeah.
In the World Rally Championship. Absolutely iconic livery.
Unfortunately, neither of them still with us. But yeah, Tommy Mackinnon also ran the Subaru in those sort of colours. And briefly,
big sideways there from Chris Cheng. He's only just missed headbutting the hail bales on the exit of turn 1. I was just about to say what a magnificent car these Evo Lancers are.
Oh, you know what that slip though, that little slide there was all about? He's laying oil on the ground for Scott Dean to hit when he comes around. There's an intense rivalry between Chris Cheng and Scott Dean. And a couple of years ago, Scott moved into this GR Yaris, which is quite a bit faster than Chris Ching's Evo 6 Mitsubishi. So the only way that Chris can beat Scott now is through sabotage. And sure enough, there was Scott Dean going off at turn 2.
Yep.
I think that Chris did that. I kid.
And that's the end of run number 3. Of course, we were here, those who were here yesterday saw runs 1 and 2 run through their completion. We've just completed run 3. So we go right back to the beginning of the program now and our vintage cars.
Now, there's some of the cars that have just gone through, some of our faster cars in the field. Matt Reid, we made mention of before, of course, was half a second off his best time of yesterday, 50.8 compared to a 50.3. Stays 8th fastest. Now, Scott Dean and Chris Ching are also, they're both in the top 20, and they are currently 17th and 18th fastest. That goes to underline the rivalry between these two. Really good mates, but they're kind of good mates where you just talk rubbish about each other constantly, and if you don't pay attention to the winks when they talk, you'd think that they were, you know, I don't know, political rivals the way they talk about each other. But no, they are good mates. And 17th and 18th, they're going to be staring at each other across the pit base. So now this is the back of turn 6, where we've got some pop-up displays and pop-up stores, market stores. And I say market stores, some of them are they're a bit more professional than...
Yeah, well, I saw a semi-trailer that turned into the biggest pop-up tool store I've ever seen. I thought, I better hide my wallet, otherwise I'm just going to fill the back of my ute up with tools I don't need but still want.
So please, do not stay in the same position when you're here at Leyburn Historic Sprints. And I say that to both you and I, David, as well, that we need to get out and about a little bit more to take in everything that we see here. Here is Justin McCarthy in the 100-year-old Austin 7. Justin decided, Justin's owned Austin 7s all his life, and at the ripe old age of 75 decided he wanted to go motor racing. And that was 10 years ago, and his then 90-year-old Austin 7 is now 100 years old, and Justin is 85 years old, and there's still just as much a part of the fun here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. And for the first time, just about ever, Justin's got some competition in this effectively Group J historic vintage cars in the field. On the line here is Brian Chisholm in the Amilcar C4.
Yep, we've never had a 100-year-old car here before, as you were saying yesterday, Mark, but this year we have 3 of them. We've got, this one's actually 101 years old, but the ones running before and after are both 100 years old. So we've got 3 centenarians here this weekend.
Oh, and aren't they magnificent? Look at the Amilcar. That just looks... That just looks like it's climbed off of out of silent movies. Amilcar's French, and they were quite well known for their sports and sports. Look at how skinny those tyres are.
900cc engine, 6 horsepower.
They're not even motorcycle tyres, they're bicycle tyres. He's stolen those tyres off of a Tour de France bike.
And he's got a cruising speed of 40 miles per hour.
Oh, it's amazing. How do you get 40 miles per hour out of 6 horsepower?
I don't know.
That thing must weigh only just more than a box of tissues. And here's our other centenarian.
David Chisholm driving the Crossley. This is the big banger of the centenarians. This is the 2.5 litre car with 19 horsepower. So brace yourself, folks. This is going to be much quicker. But it has a top speed of 60 miles per hour. And I tell you what, if they were building cars 100 years ago, like ordinary road cars, not racing cars, that you get to 100 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour, and that's 100 kilometres an hour for the young people, that is not hanging around.
That's, for 1920, oh no, I'm just thinking, no, by the 1920s, the world land speed record had moved on quite a bit.
But David Chisholm gets underway now. 19 horsepower, 3-speed crash box. They didn't know what synchromesh gears were back in those days. Lines it up, wait till you're straight, and then floor it.
Doesn't corner as hard as the Amilcar.
No, significantly bigger and heavier car than the other two centenarians.
But like all good pre-war British cars, has a Union Jack painted onto the. Well, actually, that's a badge rather than painted on.
And British Racing Green, of course.
And British Racing Green, of course.
Now we're getting quite modern. We've got Belinda Schiller now at the wheel of Colin Schiller's MGTB. It's a 1939 model car.
But more importantly, this was one of the 1949 Australian Grand Prix cars here at Leyburn.
And it's wonderful to have cars that competed in the original Australian Grand Prix at Leyburn. We've got 3 of them here this weekend. There's a couple more of them out there next year. It'd be wonderful to get them back here next year for the 30th anniversary of this event.
Oh, and when you're out and about here at Leyburn, away from the spectator positions, go to the, there's a shed just across from the officials' tents, around the corner from the Royal Hotel, and on display there is the winning trophy from the Australian Grand Prix in 1949. We've not seen that trophy for 20 years here at Leyburn, but that was the trophy that was awarded to John Crouch when he won the 1949 Grand Prix here at Leyburn in the Delahaye. There was a number of firsts around the 1949 Australian Grand Prix. Like, for example, the 49 Grand Prix was the first time they had a mass grid start. The Grand Prix had been a handicap race prior to that, but no handicaps for the 1949 race, and everybody started together on, and it was a, would you believe, a 5x4 grid? Because one of the advantages of running a Grand Prix on a converted airstrip, World War II bomber airstrip no less, it was a very, very wide front straight, so they could fit them 5 abreast for the race start. Here's Al Bishop in one of the side valve Ford V8 specials. Just a small delay at the moment, as we see one of the other Ford V8 specials coming around to the finish line. And that was Barry Smith's Ford V8 special. We've got 3 of these side valve V8 1930s style open wheel racing cars. They're all recreations, but all the tech and the mechanicals are from period. Side valve Ford V8 was the first V8 style of race engine that got into mass production, and you've told a story yesterday about a particular fan.
Yep, Al Capone used a Ford V8 for his personal car and some of his people, and he actually wrote a letter to Henry Ford congratulating him on just how good the Ford V8 was, and they were able to outrun all the Chicago Police Department cars. I'm not sure how much Henry Ford cherished that correspondence.
Oh, I think he would have enjoyed it thoroughly. Henry Ford was a compulsive racer himself.
Oh, Bishop just heading down through turn 2 now in the Ford V8 Special.
That car used to be raced here at Leyburn by Mike Collins, the long-time president of the committee. Oh, look at this car. This is absolutely glorious. Jaguar XK120 Special, Jack Robinson Special, driven here this weekend by Ian Beedman, owned by Tony Beedman, and this Monoposto Special racing car has Jaguar XK120 running gear, so the 3.8 litre XK Jaguar engine that went into almost everything in period, and it's a beautiful race car. Won the New South Wales Grand Prix, competed in the Australian Grand Prix, and when we were looking at the car yesterday, one of the things that I was amazed to discover was that the gear stick is centrally mounted in the XK120 Special, so the gear stick sits between your legs.
Directly beneath the steering wheel, which I can't imagine is great for ergonomics.
Well, no, you feel like you're crouched over all the time while racing to get all the gear changes, or maybe you've just got really long arms.
Brian Barbie is next in the Jaguar D-Type remake.
And again, that glorious Jaguar inline 6-cylinder sound. This got the 4.2 litre version of the Jaguar inline 6, and it was something that Jaguar did believe could be achieved. They'd gotten up to a 3.8 litre out of the factory as used in the Mark II Jaguar, and were used to win the Australian Touring Car Championship in the hands of Bob Jane in 1962 and 1963. But Bob Jane's crew, and Bob himself, they were firm believers that they could get a bit more capacity out of the Jaguar XK engine. They got out to 4.2 litres, and Jaguar refused to believe that they could do it. And it had to be demonstrated to them, and once it was demonstrated to them, Jaguar implemented that on their own cars, and the XK engine got a little bit more out of it. Now, we made mention before of Sophia Devitt. Here's Matt Devitt, Sophia's father, and it's not running quite well this morning, the Holden Special, 1957 Holden Special, which was a car that was built by Glyn Scott, a legend of Queensland motor racing. And he was one of the great open-wheel racing drivers of the 1950s and 1960s. Unfortunately, was killed in an accident at the lakeside, but Glyn Scott's contribution to motorsport didn't end there. His two sons, Gary Scott and Tony Scott, went on to be racing drivers as well, and they raced at the very top end of the sport. Gary Scott took pole position at Bathurst one year in the Nissan Skyline Turbo.
He actually had a couple of podium finishes in the race as well as a pole position.
And Tony Scott, we perhaps more associate with Volvo. He ran the Volvo wagon in the Australian Super Touring Championship.
Peter Turnbull just passing us here at turn 1, heading down towards turn 2.
That's a beautiful car. You look at the engineering of that car up close. Peter Turnbull's built over a dozen of these IndyCar style roadsters. Say IndyCar style because they've got Holden 6-cylinder engines, which is something that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway would have never seen. But they look and sound exactly like it, and they're brilliant. Here's John Barham. Talking of legends of Queensland motorsport, John Barham has been one of sports car racing's greatest servants here in Queensland. Won multiple championships in sports 1300s, and then came back to the successor class, Super Sports, a year, almost a decade after his first national title win, and won the Australian Prototype Series in a Honda-powered Chiron.
On track now, we've got Neville Birtwistle driving Bevan Batham's Centaur Wagget GT. And this car is the car that won the Australian GT Championship in 1962, driven by the late, great John French, once again another legend of Queensland motorsport, and also very successful on the national stage too.
Oh, absolutely. Second at Bathurst in 1972 in a GTHO Ford Falcon, and then won it alongside his great mate Dick Johnson in 1981 in True Blue. much missed John. He's unfortunately, John passed only about 3 or 4 months ago.
Mike Goswell just leaving the line now in the Osper 1100cc Formula Junior engine, aluminium bodywork. Formula Junior is a class that appeared in the early 60s. It was designed as entry-level open-wheeler racing, and the cars ran highly developed production-based engines of up to 1100cc. In the late 60s, Formula Ford and Formula V come on the scene, and people just lost interest in Formula Junior because the highly developed engines were just too expensive compared to the stock standard engines of the newer classes.
Yeah, people moved on from Formula Junior to Formula 3 because it was which was the next step up on the rung, but Formula 3 was actually cheaper because of those screamer 1.1 litre Formula Junior engines were just too expensive.
Brian Aldred on track now, just exiting turn 2 in the Centaur.
Oh, and have a look at this. This is one of the most attractive race cars here this weekend. Greg Ross driving the Jaguar XJ13 replica. Now, we do have to underline replica. Only one was ever built by Jaguar. They were intending to take it racing at Le Mans, V12 engine, and you can hear that in this replica here that Greg's driving. The glorious Jaguar V12 sound. Unfortunately, Jaguar decided not to race it in the end. They only built the one, and unfortunately there was a change of direction, and Jaguar mothballed the car after only about a year or so of occasional racing and mostly testing. Brad Stratton out on the circuit now, former Bathurst 1000 competitor in Toyota Corollas, and Brad racing the Elfin Mallala this weekend. One of the prettiest race cars ever designed and built in this country. Elfin out of South Australia.
Shane Murphy heading towards us at turn 1 now in the Lotus 7.
One of a couple of genuine Lotus 7s in the field here this weekend. John Barron we saw going around before was in the other genuine Lotus 7.
And that was, of course, the car that started the whole clubman craze. And every clubman, even the Cathams and Westfields you see today, are basically an evolution of Colin Chapman's design from the 60s.
And in Caterham's instance, it's the official successor, because the Caterham bought the rights to produce Lotus 7s, and they've since gone on to develop them in their own rights, and they've acquired since then Vauxhall and then Ford engines up to about 2.3 litres. The VW Wasp there of Trevor Purvis. Here's our Formula 5000 in the field. We've got a number of veterans of the Formula 5000 competition here this weekend at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Kevin Bartlett is here, who won so many Formula 5000 races. He was so good at Formula 5000, he went over to America to race against the American Formula 5000 races. Of course, Bathurst winner as well, Kevin Bartlett. We've also got Warwick Brown here, who won the Australian Grand Prix during the Formula 5000 era. Bruce Allison is here as well, another Formula 5000 competitor. And joining on circuit right now, the other Bowen P6. We've got a pair of Bowen P6s out on the racetrack right now, and to demonstrate the variety of the versatility of the Bowen P4, we've got both a Formula Ford version of the Bowen P6 and a Formula 5000 version of the
Chris
Bowen
Hassman
P6.
just heading down the Canning Straight now in the Mofoco Sports 2000. What is Mofoco? That is a company.
Oh,
Motors for
big
competition.
lock-up.
Oh, huge lock-up. He's just kept it on the road at turn 2. Very nearly went straight ahead, so that's completely ruined his run and possibly ruined a tyre as well.
That was a huge lock-up. There was no steering being done at all by that car.
Keith Carling just passing through turn 1 now in the Mazda RX-7 Sports Sedan, that car that he competed in the Australian Championships with in the 1980s, recently restored, and they've done a superb job. It looks as good as it ever did.
Keith Cartling was one of the, and yeah, he raced it in period, and that was during I guess one of the second peak of sports sedan racing in Australia was late 80s into early 90s, and there are a number of superb sports sedans built then that are still being raced today. And Keith Carling was one of them, both at Mazda RX-7, then his next car, which debuted in 1991, was a Nissan 300 ZX Turbo. Combined a Group A touring car 6-cylinder engine with some turbochargers. Oh, the venom is all completely wrong through turn 1.
Kip McIntyre did exactly the same thing yesterday. Very enthusiastic through turn 1. The little 1200cc Formula V.
Kip's quite the character. spends the evenings here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints dressed up in like a full-length faux fur coat with matching faux fur hat.
Ross Rundle on track now in the Reynard Formula Ford, heading down in towards turn 2.
This is Ross Rundle's first run at Leyburn this year in the Formula Ford. He's been here before in a Minetti sports car, but he's only recently acquired that Formula Ford. That's an American Formula Ford, even though it's a Reynard, British Reynard design, and certainly plenty of Reynards were run in Australia in period, and guys like Thomas Mazzera came up through Mazzera, the 1988 Bathurst 1000 victor. Yeah, he came up through Reynard Formula 4s.
And Paul Ritchie just heading through turn 2 now in the Sunbeam Alpine. And leaving the line next, we've got Peter Everett in the Triumph TR2. Plenty of Triumphs here this weekend, and this has got to be the oldest of them all. 1954 model, beautifully presented.
Go the Trumpy.
Peter's been competing in hill climbs and sprints for the last 15 years. He's been to Speed on Tweed, Warwick, Grafton and Noosa.
And I think that's the only TR here this weekend. Normally there'd be like a TR4 or TR5. We have there's a GT6 in the entry and quite a few TR7s. Okay. If you include TR7s, then yeah, we've got some other TRs here. But generally, you sort of put a dotted line between the TR6 and the TR7. They're completely different designs.
Brian Cather just heading through turn 2 now in his MGB. That car was built by Jeff Herbert for the SB Racing Series in 1975, so it's been racing for 40 years. Stephen Callahan just passing through turn 1 now, and another MGB. Stephen's a regular competitor at hill climbs and speed events, and also does circuit racing. He's been coming here for 15 years now.
You know, the hard top on his car is acquired a Union Jack. So I'm pretending to be a Mini Cooper. Speaking of British sports cars, here comes a Lotus Europa. Now, Europas were actually built as kits and sent around to whomever purchased them. And Australian Lotus Europas were assembled by the Gagan brothers, Ian and Leo Gagan, winners of just about everything in Australian motorsport, from Bathurst to Grand Prix to championships in open wheels and sports cars and touring cars. Ian and Leo Gagan are legends of the sport, as was their father, Tom Gagan, who ran the team in the early 1950s when they were both driving Humpies. But yeah, the Lotus Europa is assembled by the Gagan brothers in Sydney in their workshops. That particular Lotus Europa was Renault powered.
Barry Campbell just heading towards us in turn 1. Very enthusiastic departure from the line. He got it sideways off the strike there, but heading down towards turn 2 at the moment. Holden 6-powered fiberglass spotting special. He's running in Group T, and Group T is basically, there's an alphabet soup of historic racing classes. Group T is production sports cars with a period racing history, not a new build or a recreation. And looks like we've got a rerun.
Barry Smith's having a rerun because, of course, we had that oil down very early in the run.
Aha. Yeah, Barry Smith's driving one of the Ford V8 specials.
There's 3 of them in the entry, although we're only going to see 2 of them for most of the day. But we might come back to that explanation because a crowd favourite has come to the line. It's Thomas Magnum. No, it isn't. It's Stephen Clements.
His father, Charlie, raced his car for many years. Sadly, Charlie passed a few years ago, but Stephen has picked up the mantle and run with it, and certainly has indeed. Very, very enthusiastically driving the Ferrari 308 GTB, and as Mark Jones said, for a generation of people, that will always be the Magnum PI car.
And in fact, Stephen's got a co-driver in the car with him throughout the weekend, and it's a cardboard cutout of Thomas Magnum.
Roy Davis just heads through turn 1. That was possibly the quickest I've seen him go through there, but it was actually the least enthusiastic.
Roy's a fabulous competitor, and that's one of the meanest, the meanest Triumph in Australia, that GT6. Very enthusiastically driven, and it's a cult car for Triumph owners around the world. There's quite Roy's found there's been quite a lot of interest from the UK in his GT6.
Alan Greenbury heading down Canning Straight now in the Morris Minor, 1953 model, 1500cc. That's the big block. I don't think they ever had an engine that big in them.
Roy Davis, just by the way, in the Triumph GT6, is in the top 30 fastest cars. He's currently 29th. And for a car of that age, whoa, the Mitsubishi Lancer is being punted very, very hard here. The non-junior version of the team is at the wheel at the moment. This is one of the examples of where there are 2 race numbers on the car, indicating that there are 2 drivers sharing the same car, and that's Alex Niven at the wheel of the car that he's sharing this weekend with his younger sibling, Sam. Kim Hewitt coming by in the first of 2 Ford Anglias in the field. Let's see the number plate, ALS 105. The 105 was the Ford UK model number for the Anglia. Alfa Romeo underway now.
Philip Kay at the wheel of this car, 1964 model. Previously run here in a Ford Escort RS 2000.
And his Tom Kay is driving that Escort RS 2000 here this weekend. That car's got a Honda S2000 engine. So it's, yes, it's a Ford RS 2000 on the outside, not so much on the inside, but yeah, Alfa Romeo GTVs are a fabulous bit of Australian motorsporting history, as is, believe it or not, Peugeot 403. There was 403s in the original version of the Bathurst 1000. The race started as the Armstrong 500 run at Phillip Island in 1960. Now, the reason it started at Phillip Island, well, the reason why it moved from Phillip Island to Bathurst was the races were so successful, and the circuit preparation was that the bridge that connected Phillip Island to the mainland was a little bit flimsy in the early 1960s, and the equipment to make hot mix bitumen was too heavy for the bridge. So they had cold mix bitumen on the original Phillip Island racetrack, and the stresses and strains of a 500-mile race around Phillip Island tore the circuit to bits. So they couldn't run the race there anymore. They moved to Bathurst and for 1963, and it never looked back.
Greg Menzies just heading up Canning Straight now in the Mark II Jag, the bright yellow machine, the legendary Jaguar straight 6 engine.
And Mark II Jaguars, Mark I and Mark II looked identical almost. They dominated the earliest years of the Australian Touring Car Championship. For the first 4 years of the Touring Car Championship, it was won by Mark I and Mark II Jaguars. Here's the Ford Anglia, as you can see from the number plate. It's not an Anglia, it's Angria.
That car running a turbocharged 1.3 litre engine.
Hence the Angry.
And we've got another Peugeot here. It's a Peugeot 203.
There's always a little bit of an argument going on between Peugeot and Porsche over vehicle numbers. Porsche wanted to name the Porsche 911 the Porsche 901. And then Peugeot said, no, we've got the rights to that, because all Peugeots are number 0 and then another number.
Yeah, somehow they managed to register every combination of 3 numbers that had a 0 in the middle.
So the Porsche was forced to rename the 901 to the 911.
Michael Rosa heading towards us now in one of the plethora of Mark I Cortinas that we have here this weekend. They're a very, very popular car in Australian motorsport in the mid-1960s, and there is still plenty of them out there racing in historic events nowadays.
Cortina GTs and the later Cortina GT 500 won the Bathurst 500-mile race in 1963, 64 and 65. Bob Jane, Harry Firth, Barry Seaton, who is, of course, father of Glenn and grandfather of Aaron, won the race in 1965 in a GT 500 with Midge Bosworth.
And we've just seen the safety car has been dispatched. So something has happened. And
that's happened early in the race, because we can see the yellow flag is out on ahead of turn 1. So that's something. So there's been an incident happen between turns 1 and turn 2. Oh, there's a, okay. Someone's crashed at the finish line actually. Now just looking to see who that might be. There's nothing on the timesheets themselves to suggest whose runs a substantially slower lap time. So it looks like whoever has had the hit on our turn 6 wall has been able to finish the lap. Well, we've got cars still coming through, completing their lap, so it doesn't appear to have blocked the finish line in any way. So this looks like, this is my speculation, that someone's hit the wall on the run to the finish, but able to continue on. Greg Schilt in Neil Lewis's Cortina GT sits on the start line at the moment, and you can see he's wagging the door back and forth to try and get some of the hot air out of the cabin. Even on a cold Darling Downs morning, it still gets warm inside the cabin of a race car. And I suppose the art of ventilation wasn't well known in the 1960s compact sedan by Australian standards, but a Cortina was an executive car in the United Kingdom. But yes, once the Bathurst 1000 moved to, once the Armstrong 500 touring car race moved from Phillip Island to Bathurst, it was dominated by the Ford Cortina, which hadn't appeared in the race to that point. And a factory Ford team had been put together. It had actually been put together for the 1962 race, running XL Falcons. And but for the Bathurst 500 race, they moved into Cortina GTs, and in 1963, the race was won by a pair of absolute legends of Australian motor racing, Bob Jane and Harry Firth, both four-time winners of the Armstrong Bathurst 1000 history of the 500-1000 race. And of course, Bob Jane went on to become the man behind Bob Jane Team Arts and a host of other business enterprises over the years. Harry Firth went on to become the manager of the Ford touring car team in Australia, and then was invited to create the Holden dealer team in 1969. And certainly Australian motor racing was never the same again once the Holden dealer team appeared. Created legends of the sport like Colin Bond and Peter Brock. Charlie O'Brien, who's here this weekend, was an early star of the Holden dealer team. And we made mention yesterday that Charlie O'Brien was for a decade or so afterwards. He was the youngest racing driver to ever win a round of the Australian Touring Car Championship. That was during his tenure at the Holden dealer team. John Harvey, of course, raced for the Holden dealer team for many years. David Parsons, the great Tasmanian driver, was another. Well, I guess he was a Peter Jansen find originally.
Yeah, Peter Jansen certainly spotted a few talents, didn't he, along the way? And of course, he was the first person to give Larry Perkins a touring car drive. That worked out well.
Yeah, that seemed to be something that worked out quite well for a lot of people. Of course, Larry had been over to Europe for most of a decade prior to that. He was European Formula 3 champion and raced in Formula 1 for about 3 different Formula 1 teams, including BRM. And he then became the mechanical genius behind the Holden dealer team's dominance of the early 1980s. That three-peat of victories with Brock and Perkins from 1982 to 1984. Larry was in charge of the mechanical side of the Holden dealer team. He moved to Dick Johnson's team for 1985.
He doesn't want to talk about that. It was a year of getting Ford germs, but he reckons he washed them off since.
And then, yes, after when 1986 came around, Larry started racing his own race team, and
that, of course, led to Australian Touring Car Championship victories for the team and 3 Bathurst 1000 victories for Larry.
Yeah, with Greg Hansford in 1993, the late, great Greg Hansford, and Russell Ingall in 1995, and then again in 1997. And Larry tells, the story is told about how when Larry Perkins was having a chat to a bunch of young Formula Ford racers, and they said, oh, yeah, who reckons they could beat me in the Commodore? And the only one of them who said, yeah, I'll take you on was Russell Ingall. Russell then subsequently went on to race in Europe and raced Formula Opel and Formula Ford in the UK, won quite a lot of races over there, but couldn't quite make the step up to the professional open wheel ranks in Europe. Came back to Australia. Larry remembers that aggression and, of course, the enforcer. So that was typical of his attitude, and they linked up once again.
So Murray Rowland in the Angria is now on the end of a rope.
Ah, that's what's the reason for
We can see Rocket Rod in the Recovery Navara towing the Angria back.
There, and it looks like the hit's actually been on the left rear.
It does look like there's some body damage on the left rear of the car.
So he hasn't hit the wall of death, the turn 6 concrete wall, because would have been the right-hand side of the car. I'm thinking maybe that's happened in the chicane. That runs. We do have a fast chicane in between turns 5 and 6. Turn 5 is a school corner, and 6, of course, a big sweeping finish corner.
Yeah, bit of battle scarring there on the left rear of the car. Hopefully they can fix it up enough to get him out again for another run later today.
It's popped the rear window. The left side rear window of the car's popped and all of that. So there's and that's a shame to lose one of our Ford Anglias. Hopefully it's an easy fix, but if the car is had to be towed to the line, maybe I guess that's a bit likely that it's not going to be that easy a fix.
Mm-hmm. So Greg Schilt is sitting on the starting line now at the wheel of Neil Lewis's Ford Cortina. Now, this is a car that's been to every Leyburn, one of the number of cars that's been to every Leyburn Sprints. 21 years the car was driven by Ken Freeburn, but Greg Schilt running the car now. Flag goes up and he's away.
Ken's a legend of the Historic Leyburn Sprints. He is here this weekend as well. Not quite. And the Cortina races away towards turn 2.
Yep, it's a 1500cc engine, but he's got the classic Lotus Cortina colour scheme on it.
Yes, it's slightly off-white and that matte middle green.
Rodney Hanson's Mini heading towards us now. This is always good to watch. Carries plenty of speed through turn 1. And Rodney always drives that car with great enthusiasm. Regular competitor in Group N Historic Touring Car Racing.
Thumb plates dangling on the back of the car a little bit.
Mel Kaysen leaving the line now in the Alpha 2000 Veloce.
The second of our 2 105 Series Alfa Romeos in the running order here this weekend. Brilliant race cars, the Alfa 105s, sporting one of the all-time great engines, that 4-cylinder Alfa Romeo engine. They were a fantastic part of the history of the Bathurst 1000, just for example. They were outright race-winning threats from 1967, and they were fierce rivals for the V8s for the 3 years of the first 3 years of V8s on the mountain, and they were harried by the Alfa Romeos, are absolute pests. And the Alfas supported some of the best drivers in the country, the factory team, the semi-factory team, or dealer teams really, that ran the Alfa Romeos. They were very selective in their race drivers. They picked guys like Fred Gibson and Kevin Bartlett.
Phil Haskell had half a moment there at turn 1. He's come a little bit hot, braked hard, gathered it up. So he's lost a little bit of time, but he hasn't lost any paint. In the Mark 1 Cortina 1600, heading down into turn 2 now. Hard on the brakes through this very tight little corner, which has caught a few people out over the weekend. Another Mark 1 Cortina. This is Glenn Potter at the wheel. Now, Glenn's been here for many years running in a Holden EH, but he's changed sides. He's turned. He's now at the wheel of a Ford Cortina. He reckons Ken Freeburn talked him into buying one. Nice neat run there through turn 2. He'll disappear out of our shot as he just approaches turn 3. The next car off the line. It's the Peugeot 203. Peter Dobe driving this car. 1956 model, 1.6 litre engine. And that car was built for Grand Prix rallies in the early 90s. It's also done hill climbs and a Red X Rally rerun. Next car on the grid is number 57. That's Michael Rosa. He's lining up for a rerun. Because we start these cars half a lap apart, if the guy behind you, in front of you gets into difficulty, it'll ruin your run. So you just simply line up and we'll give you another one. Because, yeah, we don't want cars arriving at full speed on the scene of an incident. Here comes Matt Clift, the proprietor of Morgan Park Performance, always having a red-hot go in this little Mazda R100 Group N historic touring car. Matt was running in the top 20 yesterday in this little 10A Mazda rotary engine car. It's only a 1 litre engine officially, but super quick and driven very, very hard. Steve Ether is next in the big Jaguar XJ6. One of the biggest cars here this weekend. A luxury saloon being thrashed around the streets of Leyburn. And that glorious 4.2 litre Jaguar 6-cylinder engine. Former Targa Tasmania and Classic Adelaide competitor in this car. He's also raced in the Commodore Cup and the Production Car Series. Bob Hegarty is next. This is another Mazda RX-2 historic touring car. Another car that's prepared by Morgan Park Performance. I was chatting with Matt last night at the Royal Hotel, and he's lost count. He thinks he's got about a dozen cars here that he's prepared this weekend. So they've been flat out at Morgan Park Performance, getting cars ready for this event. David Malone is next, another Group N historic touring car, the XU1 Tirana. Dave's been running Tiranas for, well, as long as I've been involved in the sport, which is around 30 years now. Unmistakable sound of a triple carbide Holden 6 as he heads down the straight into turn 2. Here's another Morgan Park Performance car owned by Matthew Clift. Brand new car. They took it out to Morgan Park Raceway on Thursday for its first ever run. It went just fine, so they brought it here and put Casey Springate at the wheel. Casey had never sat in the car until yesterday morning. His laps got quicker and quicker as he ran yesterday, so he'll probably go quicker again today. Another Group N historic touring car leaves the line. It's Norm Foister and the HQ Monaro with a 350 small block Chev V8 engine. Norm had a few dramas yesterday with the car, some mechanical maladies and some over-enthusiastic driving, but it's good to see he's still running and lines up for another start. Nice safe run there. Peter McConnell is next in the XY Falcon GT. Very nicely presented car and very keenly driven too. Peter's raced this car at Leyburn, Mount Cootha, Speed on Tweed, Maryborough, Wandai, Pittsworth and Morgan Park. Anywhere they'll have a sprint, he'll be there. Ken Oliver, local driver and a member of the organising committee for this event, lining up next in the HK Monaro 327 Chevy V8 engine. Yellow flag comes out. Norm buttons it off, so somebody in front of him's had a moment.
Yellow flag.
So yeah, that's taken the fire out of Ken's run, so he'll line up for another go. Ken's previously raced at Monaro in historic touring car events at Morgan Park and also at Bathurst. Dennis Brown sitting on the grid now in the Mark 1 Escort with the 2-litre Duratec engine. We saw yesterday that there was a delay immediately in front of him. He was left there for quite a while, so once again he's got another long wait. The recovery crew getting ready to go out. And while we're waiting for the recovery crew to attend to the incident, I can't see where it is. Unfortunately, our camera coverage doesn't cover the entire track. But somebody has failed to proceed. But we'll say a big thank you and a big cheerio to all of the volunteer officials. I've no idea how many there are, but there are dozens upon dozens of volunteer officials spread all around the circuit. They've got a lot of jobs to do. Of course, the flaggies are the most visible ones out there watching the circuit and giving the drivers the signals, but we've got the recovery crew who've been very busy picking up broken cars. Fortunately, not too many bent cars this weekend. We've got the timing crew who give us our results. We're just looking at the timing sheet now. And of course, we've got the Fire and Rescue Club. They're looking for new members. So if you'd like to consider becoming a member of the Queensland Fire and Rescue Club, check out qfrc.org.au. But of course, all of the volunteer officials, they're always looking for numbers. And Dennis Brown leaves the line, so it's been a quick clean-up. Well done to our volunteer officials. Dennis Brown heading down through turn 2 now. Formerly worked for Dick Johnson Racing, and then when they built the Queensland Raceway, he was the man in charge of leading the project under Dennis's stewardship. It went from an idea to an operational racetrack. There's been 2 regime changes since then, so Dennis is no longer involved with the circuit, but he's very much the man who led to it through creation. Tyson Cowie is next, one of the quickest production cars here this weekend, the little 2-litre Ford Escort. Very nicely presented car, but quite unassuming, but very, very quick when you look at the lap times. Reese Endicott Davies is next in the little 2-litre Toyota Corolla. Reese originally raced drag bikes for 20 years and thought he'd try car racing for something different. I imagine his family were probably happy that, yeah, he's got to get from a drag bike to a Corolla. Robin Manning is next. Little Mini Cooper. Mini Clubman, I should say. It's a 1293cc engine. Carries the throttle a long way into turn 2. You can do that when your car weighs less than 700 kilos. Darren Mellon is next in the Mitsubishi Lancer. This car running a 4G63 turbo engine out of a Mitsubishi Evo. Previously raced in the Improved Production Racing Association in South Australia, where the small turbo engines seem to be super popular around the Mallala circuit. But that little car well suited to this track as well. Tom Brailsford is next. Now, we saw Tom being interviewed earlier with his dad. This is their new car, a Ford Capri Piranha. Beautifully presented car. It sounds great too. 302 wins a V8, stretching its legs down Canning Straight. Into turn 2 he goes. Blake Curran sitting on the line now in the Ford. Nope, I'm looking at the wrong page. Sorry about that, folks. It's Alex Daniels is on the grid line up now, driving Jeff Daniels' Ford Escort Mark 1. This car's got a Toyota 1JZ turbocharged engine, mid-mounted. Car built up by father and sons, and there are so many father and son builds here this weekend. It's wonderful. You know, dads and their boys getting out there in the shed on the spanners. The family that races together stays together. Very quick run down into turn 1. Very quick one through turn 1. The turbocharged Toyota 1JZ motor making plenty of power for the little Mark 1 Escort. Leaving the line now is car number 80, Mick Doyle in the Holden Gemini with Holden 3.8 litre V6 power. Ample power there for the little car. Very quick run. Bruce Garland is next in the Mark 1 Escort. Of course, Bruce Garland is an iconic name in Australian off-road racing and rallying events. 5 times winner of the Australian Safari. Also won the 1998 Around Australia trial. First in class and 11th outright in the Dakar Rally. Peter McConnell heading through in the GT Falcon. He's getting a rerun. Very, very quick through turn 1. Giving it a red-hot go in that beautiful XY GT Falcon. And here's Ken Oliver getting his rerun. Enthusiastic takeoff there. Ken must be 100 years old by now, but is absolutely not slowed down. Having a great run down the back straight. Scott Gawley is next in the Holden. Officially it's a 48-215, but us Aussies always call it the FX. But he's got the later model 202 red motor in it, and that is why it is so rapid down the straight. Very nicely presented too in its grey livery. I have to say I really like this car too. Bob Hamilton in the FJ Holden. Another 202 red motor engine. But look at that beautiful original paint job. It's what a sleeper. It just looks like a classic car. And then you'll see how quickly it gets down the straight. My granddad had one exactly the same colour. But of course he had the old grey motor, so it wasn't as quick as Bob. Doug Scoose is next in the FJ Holden. That car is painted up with a replica of the 1997 Holden Racing Team livery that was shared by Peter Brock and Craig Lowndes. It looks a little different when you apply it to an FJ. Ben McGrath approaching now in the Nissan Silvia with a LS1 V8 engine. Very stout performer, that car. Tremec fixed 6-speed manual, Skyline brakes, diff and axles. And once again, a father and son project build. Dwayne Taylor, very, very quick entry into turn 1 in the V8 LH Tirana. Only just managed to pull it up in time to make the corner. 5.7 litre V8 engine. And the Peugeot 203 coming out for another rerun. Chris Bean leaves the line in another Formula V. This is a later model car. This is a 1990 build running the 1600cc engine. Of course, when Formula V was created, the cars all used the mechanicals from an original Type 1 Volkswagen, so 1200cc and drum brakes. But now they use the 1600cc Superbug engine and disc brake front end. Another 1600cc is next. That's Jeff Robinson, just heading very, very quickly through turn 1. Next car on the grid is one of the quickest cars here at this event. It's Reed Hitton in the store F1000. That car's been uprated to a 1300cc engine. I'm just looking at the top 10 countdown to work out where Reid is currently at the moment. He's actually outside the top 10, so we'll be looking for a really good run through this. Beautifully presented car. Very quick, and rather squirrely out of turn 1, rushing down towards turn 2. We've seen that the open wheeler hill climb specials have absolutely dominated this event in the outright competition over the years. And we're in amongst the really quick open wheelers right now. Neil Lewis on the line in the Fly, another 1300cc car, self-built 10 years ago. He's been competing here for over 20 years. Current president of the MG Car Club of Queensland. Still loves competing and still loves socialising with everyone involved. That's one thing that must be said, is the camaraderie and the friendship in club level motorsport is absolutely tremendous. It's a huge attraction for most of us. And Mark Jones returning to our commentary position. How you going, Mark?
Oh, thank you, David Patterson. Yeah, I was just inspecting some of our food options up here at Turn 1. We've got quite a few food trucks just in the immediate region of Turn 1. There's German sausages, cow in a box burgers, and ice cream shop, and also Spuds, filled Spuds.
I can personally vouch for the ice cream truck and the German sausages.
Yes. I did have a spicy bratwurst yesterday. That was quite tasty indeed, and I really enjoyed that. Couldn't try the cow in the box burgers today.
Got the course car heading out onto the track now, so we're not quite sure what happened to Reid Hinton, if he's completed his run, but we're just amongst the really quick open wheeler cars now. So you've come back on duty just in time, Mark.
Yes, and that's why I'm a little bit out of breath, because I've not timed it well, and I wanted to be back here in time for the open wheelers. I've only missed the one, and it says here that Reid Hinton's completed his
okay, so maybe it was
time.
someone in front of him that's had an issue. Or maybe they've just simply identified something on the circuit that shouldn't be there.
46.4 for Reid Hinton in the store Formula 1000. And that compares to his best time that he set yesterday of 46.3. So he's certainly got the consistency down.
Yeah, so he's currently third or fourth fastest? Fourth.
Currently, yeah, fourth fastest, third in class.
Oh, yes, I see. I'm looking at the wrong column. He's fourth outright, yes. Third in class.
Yeah, that's been an overnight addition to our timing screens here. We now have class positions.
Excellent.
So if you have access to the NatSoft timing, the correct version of the NatSoft timing system on your phones, you can look up some of the live class positions as well as outright positions.
And that's one thing about historic racing, because there's so many different era covered and so many different tyre styles and specifications of cars. There's many, many different classes that people are competing in, whether those classes are determined by the era of the car or the style of the car or the engine size. But even if you're not in, you've got no shot at all of the outright runners, everybody's still got something to aim towards. You know, everyone's got a chance of winning something if they can be the quickest in their class.
Now, we do have over 50 classes here in the Historic Leyburn Sprints. We have so much variety of race cars. It's not really fair to bunch widely disparate cars in the same class. So it's all based on age or engine capacity or level of modification to the cars as to how they're all grouped together, whether they're a historic logbook car or not. And of course, the more obvious definition changes, like an open wheeler or a sports car or a touring car. Now, just looking to see where how some of our classes are going. The classes run in number order, like class number 1 are our 3 centenarians. And Justin McCarthy is actually leading the class at the moment on a 96.2 second lap time. And it's surprisingly surprisingly close. The Crossley of David. I don't have, my Bible doesn't have car number 3 in it, unfortunately. So I've got to lean on you a little bit there, David. But here's Neil Lewis in the fly underway. Very angular, aluminium-looking race car.
Red hot go through turn 1, it must be said. Very quick through turn 2 there. Just enough bitumen there. There's not a lot of room on the exit there.
Well, Neil's been racing this car, it seems like, for forever. One of these cars that's a bit of a Grand Pass axle, he just keeps replacing bits with faster and faster bits.
Ross Mackay leaves the line now in the max spec, another 1300cc car. Previously it was a Spectrum Formula Ford before it was turned into a hill climb special with that enormous wing and a Suzuki Hayabusa engine and paddle shift.
Yeah, if you look at the engine capacity, see a lot of these open wheelers are around 1.4, 1.3 or 1 litre. That's because they're all motorcycle powered. Not all of them, mind you.
Edward McCain just takes a very wide line on the exit there of turn 1. Once again, he had just enough bitumen. Another 1.3 litre motorcycle engine special.
Now, Ross Mackay is currently 3rd fastest, so I'm very interested to see what Ross's lap time will be when he comes around to the finish line. He's quite close to Reed Hinton. I'm wondering if Hinton's been able to jump over the top of him on that run. Great run there by Ross Mackay, 44.5, and he stays in 3rd. That wasn't enough to get to Warwick Hutchinson, who's 2nd fastest, but stays 3rd fastest for the moment. Ed McCain in the OMS will be the next car to come around. Neil Lewis set a 46.9. That's his fastest in the fly, and that puts him up into 5th place, and that's shifted the timesheets a little bit. Brett Bull was 5th fastest overnight, but Neil's jumped over the top of Brett. Brett yet to come this morning.
Steve Woodbridge just heading through our position now in the Dallara F3. 2005 model 2-litre Mercedes powered car. And that's a factory Dallara Formula 3 racing car.
That's the exact same Formula 3 engine, the HRB Mercedes that Chris Gilmore, Queensland racer, set the all-time Bathurst Mount Panorama lap record in when Formula 3 was racing at Bathurst around 10 years ago. Of course, lining up now moved on a little bit since then.
Sorry, Mark, but lining up is Dean Amos. He's on the start line now. We'd have to call him, he's the GOAT of the Leyburn Sprints. He's won, he's been undefeated in the last 11 runnings of this event.
Undefeated over the last 11 years, I think we need to specify, because one of those was COVID. Well, 2 of those were COVID, and but we did run one of the COVID years, and that was. And here's Brett Bull just right now. Yeah, Amos was not New South Wales-based competitor, couldn't cross the border. Now, the other open wheelers that have been through, Ash Neuendorf in the speeds has had a 57.0, so he's currently well down the order. Ed McCain has jumped into the top 10 in his OMS with a 49.6. So he's now 9th fastest. Luke Weeks, 8th fastest in the Empire 1, and he's gone faster on a 47.8. Steve Woodbridge has reclaimed 5th place from Neil Lewis with a 46.4.
Brett Bull leaves the line now in the BBMHC.
Yeah, BBMHC stands for Brett Bull Motorsport Hill Climb. Sometimes you don't really need to put a lot of thought into naming your car when the most obvious description is right there on hand. So Brett was 5th fastest overnight. He only got one good run in yesterday, and that was good enough for 5th. Brett Bull's quite well known in the Queensland motorsport community. He's assists in the preparation of a lot of our Trans Am Series cars from the Queensland-based Historic Trans Am Series. Also works on a few GT3 and GT4 cars in national level motorsport.
Warwick Hutchinson leaves the line now in the OMS. 4-litre engine in this one.
Now, Dean Amos has moved the goalposts. He was a 41.8 overnight, but he's taken almost 2 seconds off the time, 40.1. He is knocking on the door of the outright Leyburn lap record that he holds.
So huge improvement there from Dean Amos, and we haven't seen a lot of improvement from a lot of other competitors.
Well, it seems like everyone's moving a little bit, but Dean's moved it a lot. Brett Bull's come around 46.6. That's his fastest time. So he's moved into 6th place. Warwick Hutchinson is waiting. We're waiting for Warwick to come around to the finish. He's the last of the open wheelers in the running order before we get to Matt Reed much later in the running order. And a 44.5, that's actually slow for Warwick. It's a second off his best from yesterday.
Mark Cunningham leaves the line now in the Toucan Removals minivan. I love the fact that they're using a minivan to promote their removals and storage business. It's great. Their slogan is no move too small, and clearly that's not the case. But I'll tell you what, they'll get the stuff there quickly. Beautifully presented little mini. That car engine, the car was restored and the engine was built by Reed Speed. And it is a real head turner at car shows.
I actually had a chat to Mark at the Dutch Pancake van this morning. And he said to, he was describing, the Mini has a full 1 cubic metre of cargo capacity.
Excellent. That's about 1/20th of your average shipping container.
Goodness me, the E.H. Holden here of Glen Allingham is looking very purposeful with the steam that's coming off the car at the front end. You know, I'm actually thinking that maybe that's a little too much.
Yeah, the officials have come to push the car away.
He's hoping it hasn't done a radiator or something like that. Or is a water line leaking or something?
Yep, you'll probably want to get out and inspect that.
Or maybe the Holden, the E.H. Holden is just angry and it's got steam coming out of its ears.
They're having a look at the track. Has he dropped anything on the surface? They've got the broom out.
There's Dale Hurd in the Plymouth Valiant who's next up. It'd be a huge shame if the Holden has unfortunately dropped its guts on the start line. But mind you, the stuff that was being swept away from the start line actually looks solid rather than
It did look very dry, didn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't see any liquid on the start line. So Ken North, sorry.
Dale Hurd now in the Plymouth Valiant.
Yeah, Ken Northrup came through earlier. Dale Hurd lining up now. This is the Plymouth Valiant. And of course, these are the cars that were exported to Australia and then rebadged as the Chrysler Valiant. 225 slant 6 powered, torque flight push button automatic.
Go the Mopar. We're actually a little bit light on Mopar this year at the Historic Leyburn Sprints, but we do have 2 very nice Valiants with Jim Hodgson nestled in between them in this very smoky Shelby GT350. It's not a Mustang, it's a Shelby GT350. It's an important disclaimer, although Jim spoils it a little bit because he's put a 6-litre V8 into the car compared to the 5-litre, the 4.7-litre that it would come with when it was new.
Jim's been running here at Leyburn for 20 years, and look at the smoke he's left behind.
The second of our 2 Valiants, this one wearing Chrysler badges.
One of the 1,000 cars that were exported by Mopar to Australia, a toe in the water. They sold out within a few weeks. So they thought, all right, we'll put these into production now. And next we got the what we call the S-Series. Technically it was the SV1, which was basically an R-Series with a bit of a cosmetic update.
This is Mal Troll in the second of our Valiants in the running order. This one has Chrysler badges as opposed to Dale's Plymouth.
But very much the same car.
And has that typical Chrysler slant 6-cylinder sound that went into so many of the Chrysler branded products.
Next on the line is Dan O'Mara, the little Datsun 1200. Very enthusiastically driven car and very well presented too. It looks great.
The first of 2 Datsun 1200s entered by the O'Mara family. As aggressive and well driven as
Dan's been racing for 50 years, mostly at Warwick Sporting District Car Club events at Morgan Park.
And here's Greg Bull now on the Mark 1 Ford Escort.
Very big tail slide out of turn 1. He's having a red hot go. Little 1600cc Mark 1 Escort. And these things have been a staple of club motorsport for decades.
Now, just having a look at the timesheets after the open wheelers have come through, as the second of the Reed Speed entered cars comes through. This one a little bit slower than the Reedster. Mini Cooper S.
Yeah, Ricky Dewsnap at the wheel of the Mark II Cooper S. Unfortunately, he crashed that car in November at Carnell Park and Raceway, but it's great to see they fixed it. And he's out there again, and the car looks as good as ever.
Now, top 3 overall is unchanged. Dean Amos, 40.1. Warwick Hutchinson, 43.5 from yesterday, so the gap is now 3.5 seconds first to second. Ross McKay, 44.5. He's gone a little bit faster today. Reed Hinton, 46.4. Steve Woodbridge is now 5th fastest, ahead of Brett Bull on a 46.4 and a 46.6 for Brett. My goodness, it's close for 4th place. 46.3, 46.4, 46.6, and then 46.9 for Neil Lewis in the Fly. It's going to be amazingly close for just off of the podium. 48.2 is Luke Weeks next, then Ed McCain in the red OMS of 49.6, and Matt Reed in the Reedster completes the top 10 with a 50.3, and that was from his run yesterday.
Braden Lawrence on track now in one of our junior competitors in the little 1600cc Mark 1 Escort, and leaving the line now we've got Seamus Murray driving Earl Murray's Fiat 125S. Sharing that car with Kerry Snyders. I think they both had a turn yesterday, but I'm not sure who's at the wheel today.
Seamus Murray, as you mentioned yesterday, a very Italian name for a Fiat driver.
Yeah, you're right.
It's pausing all of that banter because we've got Paul Stokel on the line now in the Brabham BT11, a Tasman Series Formula One style race car. The Brabham BT11 was designed as a Formula One car during the 1.5 litre era of Formula One in the early 1960s, but here in Australia at the time we ran to a different formula, the 2.5 litre Tasman cars, and that was one of the reasons why a lot of the Formula One World Championship drivers of the era came to Australia, because we had the bigger, more powerful race cars than what was racing in Formula One, even though they were effectively the same cars, we just had the bigger engines. And that is, that car was used by Kevin Bartlett, and a shout out to Kev, who's here today. Big Rev Kev, KB. Kev Bartlett was the first man to set a 100-mile-an-hour average lap at Mount Panorama in that Brabham BT11A.
Jason Amara on track now, had just pitched a breakdown on his way into turn 2. Only just had enough room on the exit, but he's kept it going. Leaving the line now is Rod Robertson in another one of these Mark 1 Cortinas 1600s. We have so many of this weekend. There's one for everybody.
At least one of the Cortinas here this weekend is actually a 240. I'm not quite sure why the trim levels of the Cortinas were referred to as like a 220 or a 240 and then went to GT.
Yeah, the GT was the sports model. The 220 was the smaller engine base model, and the 240 was the small engine base model with 4 doors.
Okay, and that makes sense now. It's a very Volvo.
Yeah, the 440 was your up-spec model. And then, of course, on top of that, they had the GT, and then the GT500 and the Lotus.
Yeah, the Volvo used to, if the Volvo 242 was the 2-door version of that car, and then the Volvo 244 for the 4-door version.
Rhett Stone just went by in the Mini Cooper S, and now we've got Donna Trustham on track in the Mark II GT Cortina. We've got a million Mark 1 Cortinas here, but not a lot of Mark 2s. Mechanically an identical car, but slightly bigger, slightly heavier, more modern body.
And a bit more bluff mounted.
Yeah, perhaps not the same aero.
Yeah.
Matt Wyburn just leaving the line now in the A15 powered Datsun 1200.
We've got around 4 or 5. Oh, Matt Wyburn coasted through turn 1.
Yeah, fishing for gears there, I think he was. Found one on the exit, so that's sort of going to impede his time a little bit.
Yeah, we've got around 4 or 5 Datsun 1200s in the field, and it seems that each one is more aggressively driven than the last.
Mark Wood approaching us now in another Mark II Cortina. Wow, very, very enthusiastic run there through turn 1. He's punting that quickly. 12 consecutive years he's done this event.
Goodness me.
And another Mark II Cortina coming towards us now. This is Mark Archer with his Jim McEwen Shell Tribute livery. But this car running a Toyota 3 SGE Beams engine, so it should get down the street much quicker than it would have in the era.
Now, just looking up to see where the class positions are, we've just moved from class 35 to class 36. And class 36 is currently being led by Colin Mayman in the Volkswagen Beetle. In a class filled with Datsun Coupes and Ford Escorts and Triumph Dolomites, we've got a Volkswagen Beetle at the top of the class.
Paul Brailsford just went past us in the Mark I Escort BDA, absolutely fanging it through turn 1, really having a red-hot go there.
He's got time to find. He's 7th at the moment in a very tightly contested class.
Steve Bridie is next in the SR20 powered Datsun 1200.
And he's second fastest in this class. He's at the moment 0.8 of a second behind Colin Mayman's Volkswagen Beetle. So Bridie's got some time to chase. Yeah, it's almost 0.9 of a second. Now here comes Chris Chant, who's towards the back of the class, currently 10th. There are 12 cars in this class, so this is one of the larger classes in the field.
Yeah, Chris Chant's Escort wasn't running very cleanly yesterday, just keeping an ear out there. It's still got that little bit of a misfire. So Chris's times are being impeded somewhat in the 2-litre Mark I Escort.
And the BMW Tilux, I mean, specifically, I guess we should call it TI Lux.
Ross Cuff at the wheel, 2-litre engine, mechanically identical to the BMW 2002, which is much more well known in Australia. But this is the larger executive saloon body.
Shout out to Richard Gresham from Speed Cafe, who used to race a BMW in 2002. I mean, it had a BMW M3 drivetrain, so it was a little bit quicker.
Gordon Thomas just passing our position now. Sorry, Tracy Thomas. Tracy Harris, I should say. I've got to work on my reading. In the Volkswagen Beetle, 1.9 litre engine. Her husband Gordon built this car. And leaving the line now, Wayne Mason in the Mark I Escort, running the Hannu Mikkola Tribute livery.
He's currently 4th in this very competitive Class 36. Steve Bridie, just by the way, in the Datsun 1200, who's in second place, stays second. Faster on a 54.2, so he's reduced that gap from almost 0.9 to almost 0.6 to Colin Mayman's Volkswagen, who is one of the last cars in the field. As Troy Maven gets underway, currently 3rd fastest in class. Mason in the Hannu Mikkola Escort Mexico is immediately behind him in the running in this class, but there's actually quite a large gap between them. Troy is right on the tail in this 2-litre Ford Escort of Mayman and Bridie. And speaking of Mayman, here he is, the class leader. That black Volkswagen Beetle doesn't sound like a Volkswagen Beetle, doesn't go like a Volkswagen Beetle.
Yeah, Herbie would be impressed by the pace of this thing. It's a rocket. 6-time New South Wales Hill Climb champion in class, running a Volkswagen 2-litre engine and gearbox.
Well, that's more Golf. In fact, I'm more Scirocco.
No, but I believe it's still air-cooled.
Oh.
Not water-cooled like the Golfs.
Ah. Triumph Dolomite on the road right now, Don Milner.
Oh, big lock up there into turn 2. He pinched the inside front all the way into the corner, but he still made it.
Now, Troy Maven did not go faster. In fact, he was quite slow on that run. 3 seconds off his pace. Mason in the Escort Mexico has taken a second off his best, so he's moved closer to the top 3, but there's still a gap of around 2 seconds.
Brian Munn on track now in the Mark I Escort.
And Colin Mayman was slow as well, 2 seconds off his pace at 55.2, so...
Oh, big spin, and around he goes at turn 2. Brian Munn, he came in hot, actually turned in a little early. Looked like he was kind of trying to do a Scandinavian flick, but the tail come out because that track is just not very wide. He's had a big spin at turn 2, gathered it up. No damage, but yeah, he's ruined his lap.
And this competitive up to 2-litre touring car class comes to an end here with Neil Penboss in the Volkswagen Beetle, the other Beetle in the class. Munn is, that we saw spinning there in the orange Ford Escort, he's being attacked here by Don Milner's Triumph Dolomite for 5th in class. But Don was slower, and of course Munn quite a bit slower with that spin and abandoned the oh, he's coming around to the finish line now, but he's added sort of 20 seconds to his lap time.
The flag drops. Neil Penboss leaves the line in the little Volkswagen Beetle, 1.8 litre engine.
Now, for those of you with access to either the big screens or the live stream through Speed Cafe, and big shout out and thank you to Speed Cafe, you can see our top 10 runners in a little box on the top left of screen, and those with the green lap times are drivers who've gone faster in their run they've had just most recently. And Dean Amos, of course, our fastest driver of the weekend thus far, purple at the top.
Sean Rooney on the line now in the Fiat 124 BC, 1.8 litre engine, 1972 model. Another father and son pair who've put this car together.
Yeah, Sean's taking it quite a little bit more sedate. He's currently last in the class. Not pushing as hard. He's 6 seconds off Ross Cuff's BMW. But he's having an absolute ball.
And that's what it's all about.
Now we move on to class 37, which is, I think, is 2-litre sports sedans, if memory serves. I see the Lawrence family Escort on the line. Father and son sharing the car this weekend.
Yep, Craig Lawrence is about to do this run. His son Braden running in the juniors competition. Obviously Craig is not.
So with all due respect to Braden, Craig's quite a bit quicker in the same car. Just flicked up a little bit of debris on the run from turn 1 to turn 2. I don't think it came off the car. Looks sort of paperish as the 2.5 litre Triumph.
Toby Barker at the wheel, heading down into turn 1 now.
Not the smoothest of getaways. I think just the shift to second gear just wasn't quite as clean.
He's been spectating at Leyburn over a few years, and that gave him the interest and the motivation to find a car and get out. He found this one sitting under a tree and took 4 years to restore it. It looks great now.
And he's currently second fastest in class, actually, is Toby. Shares a class with the Triumph Vitesse that we saw. That's the first time I think I've seen a Triumph Vitesse in a long time.
Tracy Kirby's on the line now in the 3-litre V6 Capri.
But our class leader is Flaxman and the Datsun 1600 that we'll see shortly. And by around 7 seconds, Flaxman is extremely quick in class 37.
Tracy leaving the line now in this nice little orange Capri. The only Capri here we've got the V6 engine this weekend. The other ones are running the Piranha V8 engine.
Yeah, they're all pretending to be South African.
Do they have diplomatic immunity? You're just going to let that one pass, aren't you?
I am. I'm resisting to try and say anything about Mel Gibson these days, because the Australian actor.
Brian Young heading down into turn 1 now in the Triumph Vitesse.
The proportions of that car look...
Yeah, you're right. From the roof to the window line seems a lot bigger than usual. Oh, he's come in very hot, pinched a brake and only just made it through turn 2.
And we're moving into V8 territory now as Mustang unleashes. This is Darryl Busby.
Beautiful 68 Mustang.
We didn't see Brendan Flaxman come to the line in the mighty Datsun.
No, we missed him, so unfortunately...
turbocharged Datsun.
Yeah, it would have been good to get him out there in the early morning cool. Darren Hansford waiting on the line now in the XR Fairmont, 289 V8 powered. 5-speed gearbox in this car. They've done a few road trips in this car to Victoria and South Australia. I'm assuming that's what the 5-speed's for. It'd be a lot more pleasant at highway speed. A lot cheaper too.
4 cars in this class. This is actually Darryl Busby's first run for the weekend. He didn't come out yesterday, so yet to set a competitive time. So of course his split is his fastest for the weekend thus far.
Oh, we've got Tracy Kirby's Capri has come to a stop on the circuit.
Crossed up and stalled, and here comes the Vitesse. So yeah, there'll be some reruns here. So unfortunately for Darryl Busby coming around in the Mustang, he still hasn't set a lap time.
And Rocket Rod in the Recovery Navara has been dispatched to the scene. So Tracy's sitting there. The car appears to be sitting at, I don't know if it's got a suspension damage or if it's just on the lie of the road, but it does seem to have a bit of a lean on it, like it's down on the back left corner. Tracy's got the door open. She's signalling to the officials that she's okay, she's fine. That's good. But maybe the car isn't. So Darryl Busby just goes by in the 68 Mustang.
And that's the sticker on the windscreen there, JMC Performance. Jamie Chant, who is the burnout champion of the Historic Leyburn Sprints. We'll see Jamie actually very shortly in his XY GT Falcon. And it'll take a good half an hour for the smoke to clear afterwards. Particularly today where we've got not so much of the breeze that we had yesterday. But still a stunningly beautiful day here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Oh my goodness, it's perfect weather for spectating motorsport.
Absolutely, what a glorious day to be here at the races. And what else would you rather be doing than enjoying Southern Queensland hospitality? A glorious day. It's a really great motorsport with such tremendous variety of cars. The recovery crew on actually we can see where Tracy is. She's on the
it's in the chicane.
In the chicane, yeah, between turns 5 and 6.
And here's a Hyundai Elantra safety car. Looks very TCR. Not quite with all the extra wide panels on board for the... there's a long camera view picking out the Mark 1 Ford Capri. The Mark 1 was the only model Capri that was sold here in Australia.
That's right, yeah. The 2 and 3 didn't come here. But of course, many of them were imported for Group C touring car racing. Rod's put a rope onto the Capri, so Tracy will be towed off the track shortly.
She's facing the wrong direction.
So they're going to have to do a U-turn, which is not easy to do when you're on the end of a rope. Okay, yeah, once they cut the car up on the level ground, she is setting level, so there's no suspension damage. I'd say the fire's simply gone out.
Just doing a little bit of track inspection where the Capri was parked.
We've got a number of old V8 touring cars coming up soon, so this will be great.
You said there's a pair of Mustangs sitting on there. Now, I think we've got something extra special sitting behind the Fairmont there. You see to the left of the Fairmont, camera left. I think that's Ian Gagan's Ford Mustang Australian Touring Car Championship winning Mustang. Car's recently changed hands. It was owned by Des Wall, and Des passed a couple of years ago. His son David has owned the car for a little bit, but the car has been sold quite recently. And it looks as though it's one of a pair of Ford Mustangs that was raced by Ian Gagan in the 1960s, winning 4 of his 5 Australian Touring Car Championships. His first was in a Cortina GT. But this is the later of the 2 Ford Mustangs that Ian Gagan raced. Tell the difference because the green stripes on the later model. And that's green stripes because they couldn't paint the cars up in commercial colours back then, so they would just hint at it with green for Castrol. It was. But Hollywood Ross is going to come up first, I think. But here's the Fairmont.
Darren Hansford in the 289 V8 Fairmont. Beautifully presented car. It looks lovely. Even got the original Venetian blinds on it, so a little bit of a sleeper there because it's rather a quick car. And keenly driven too.
Phil Ross from Shannon's, the man from Shannon's, launches. Shannon's has always had a presence here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints and a supporter, one of the senior sponsors of the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Go and have a chat to Phil and the crew from Shannon's Queensland over in the tent, just over near the start-finish line, just off the intersection. And Stephen Woodbridge's Dallara Formula 3 based out of the same tent as Phil Ross. Here is that Mustang. This is Ian Gagan's 19...
It's actually a replica
built
a
by
replica. Billy Marsh. He says he's tried to build it as close as possible to a replica of Pete Gagan's championship-winning Mustang. Billy's a former Gemini Series competitor, but we didn't see this car come out yesterday, so he's had an issue.
And I think we see why, because the car's very smoky.
Very smoky indeed.
Speaking of smoky, it's Jamie Chant, and no, he's bogged it down.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, it's a false start from Chant in the Falcon GT.
Oh, here we go.
No, he's setting up another burnout. No, it's cried enough. I hope he hasn't broken the drive line. Such an enthusiastic burnout competitor. Oh, yeah, oh, now it's all right. Just not running cleanly in the lower revs, perhaps.
Yeah. That's unfortunate because he was the absolute burnout king yesterday. Although, notice there's some very minor body damage on the front left corner of the car. So he might have biffed something yesterday.
Oh, here we go. Big block Ford-powered Mercury Cougar, 7-litre V8 in this thing.
Absolute beast. Just have a listen to this thing.
Lawrence Densley.
I am a big fan of Cougars, and it's great to see that car out there.
And it sounds fantastic. That 7-litre V8, that's the same engine that went into the Ford GT40 that won the Le Mans 24-hour and was featured in the movie Ford versus Le Mans, Ford versus Ferrari.
David Dunn just heading through turn 2 now in that beautiful XW GT Falcon. Another very nicely presented car.
And here's the Vitesse back for a rerun. Yeah, the cabin of the roof line cabin area looks like it belongs to a much larger car.
It does indeed, yes. There's plenty of glass in that thing.
The view would be spectacular.
Yeah, it'd be nice and warm in England too, getting all that sunlight inside.
So Darryl Busby...
Oh, he's done it again. He's pinched a brake and run very wide at turn 2. He's made the corner, but only just.
And here's Darryl Busby off the line in his Ford Mustang. Didn't get to run yesterday, but is here with us today in that dark, very, very dark green Ford Mustang. And looking forward to a time from Darryl. Now looking at the times for Class 38 that he's competing in. Top of the class at the moment is our president, Trish Chant, in her Trans Am Mustang race car. Darren Hansford second, and there's 0.2 of a second between them.
And the Galaxy is shifting. The big block Ford Galaxy making smoke and making noise. I tell you what, making smiles too. Oh, what a beast.
I mean, it's sacrilegious for me to suggest it, but that car looks and sounds like the Chevy Nova from Supernatural TV series.
Paul Hewitt next in another XW GT Falcon.
And Darryl Busby goes to top of the class. Trish Chant had been leading Class 38 on a 60.2 compared to Darren Hansford on a 60.4. Busby's gone round in a 58.3. So that's shifting times a little bit.
Luke Stitz is next in the XR Falcon with a 427 cubic inch big block V8. And what an absolute beast of a car.
Doesn't corner all that well.
Yeah, I think he's set up for some straight line performance. Paul Tilley is next. This is an XW GT Falcon. Now, Paul's owned and competed in this car for many, many, many years. But nowadays, he's running a 393 cubic inch Stroker Windsor V8.
Looks almost exactly the same as Paul Hewitt's car. Both silver with the orange stripe, both XW. peel the numbers off and you might be challenged to tell them apart.
Phil Walters is next in another Capri Piranha.
Now, Brian Wood is the leader of the class as we move into class 39 for bigger engine cars. Lawrence Densley in the Mercury Cougar, third in class in that 7-litre NASCAR 4GT40 powered Mercury Cougar.
Brian Wood leaving the line now, heading down in towards turn 1 in that beautiful red XY GT Falcon.
Factory colours, that what do they call it, Vermilion Fire?
Vermilion Fire was more of an orange. I think actually that could be Vermilion Fire because track red was the darker red that they used on the factory race cars.
Right. That's Moffat and McPhee and Fred Gibson.
But Vermilion Fire was the most iconic livery, but it was not one that the factory team ever used.
And here's one of the Garland brothers.
Yeah, Nash Garland at the wheel of this one. David Garland owns the car.
Yeah. David and Bruce are the brothers, and Nash is David's son.
Yeah, Nash has been doing go-kart racing for a number of years. This is his second time at Leyburn.
Now waiting for Brian Wood to come around and finish the lap to see what's happening in class 39.
Chris Woodhouse on track now in the 1.6-litre Mark II Escort Classic Rally car.
Okay, Brian Wood's crossed the line. His previous time was a 55.985, and now he's set a 55.988.
Oh, that is awfully close. Is he trying to win a regularity trophy?
And he's over a second ahead of Dunn's XW Falcon, who's second in class, then Densley in the Mercury Cougar.
Steve Brazier pushing hard through turn 1 in the 2-litre Mark II Escort.
Now this is competitive class coming up there, class 40. I'm using the class numbers. I've got to have, with over 50 cars, I don't have the names of the classes memorised. Woodhouse, Garland and Licht fighting over class 40. So we've already moved into class 41. Woodhouse is the class leader on a 62.6 compared to a 62.8. So Woodhouse and Nash Garland are mighty close. There's just 1.5 tenths of a second between them.
David Garland approaching us at turn 1 now in the Mitsubishi Galant rally car. 1800cc. This is things, they've set it up for tarmac rally and gravel rallies.
Steve Brazier is the class leader here. The Escort has just come through in a 55.28. So he's, class leader. Lawler in the Mark II Ford Escort is on a 55.4, and he's yet to come. Then Sauer in the RS2000 is third fastest on 56.8. There's a bit of a gap there before we get to Lawrence's Triumph Dolomite on a 60.6. And Chris Collins is out for his first run of the weekend, and he's just come over the line with a 66.3. So, yeah, Chris has got time to find at the moment, because he didn't get a run in yesterday because being one of the hard-working members of the committee, he's been racing around with the telehandler, repositioning the hay bales. The drivers are being much more polite to the hay bales today.
Yep, yeah, the hay bales will bite you if you try and hit them too hard.
They're a bit like the like magpies, I guess. You get too close to them this time of year and they will go you.
Thomas Kay leaving the line now in the little Honda S2000 powered Ford RS2000. This car owned by his father, Philip. Thomas just 18 years of age, but he's been coming to this event for 15 years.
And I must say, he's driving it like he's an 18-year-old.
And Thomas has just recently started racing in Formula Ford.
His father, Phil, was a Formula Ford racer as well. And ran out of Greg Fay's race team. Queensland Formula Ford preparer.
Bernie Keaston, the another Escort rally car, just heading through turn 1 now, heading down Canning Street.
David Garland in the Mitsubishi Galant has dropped his lap time to a 59.4, so there are now 4 cars in this class on sub-minute.
Anthony Lawler on track now, heading down in towards turn 1 in this beautifully presented car from Toowoomba Performance and Mechanical. 2-litre single cam Pinto engine. Twin Webbers.
For a town its size, Toowoomba is just full of speed shops.
It is, isn't it? Paul Lawrence approaching us now at turn 1 in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint.
And it's quite appropriate that Toowoomba would be as busy for motorsport as it is. Darling Downs has been such a breeding ground for talent. Will Brown, the reigning Supercars champion, comes from Toowoomba. And he's arguably the only the third most famous export from the Darling Downs. Will Power, of course, best known, IndyCar two-time IndyCar champion and Indianapolis 500 winner. And short of Formula One, I think that's as good a credential as you might find. Mind you, Warwick's Matt Campbell is pushing the envelope there and running in the World Endurance Championship and the IMSA GTP Championship in the United States in the factory Porsche 963. He and Kevin Estray and Lawrence Vantor lost the Le Mans 24-hour this year by just 15 seconds. Heading into the final hour of the race, Matt's Porsche was in 4th place with the three Ferrari 499Ps ahead of them to hunt down in the last hour of the race. They got 2 of them, didn't get to the 3rd one. Robert Kubica put in a giant final stint of this year's Le Mans 24-hour to keep Kevin Estray at bay and stop our favourite young racer, Matt Campbell, from getting a win in Le Mans 24-hour. But Matt's doing brilliant work.
Adam Avery just passes us now in the Mazda Capella, which basically a later model Mazda RX-2. This is another Morgan Park Performance prepared car.
Now Lawler's just come through. Now, we're not too far away from the driver autograph sessions, which will be over at the Shannon's tent. If Chris is listening, if he can send us a message as to when the driver signing will be. And to remind us when that's, we will tell you when it's coming up. But yeah, Dick Johnson, Kevin Bartlett, Charlie O'Brien, Bruce Allison, Warwick Brown, Bat Romano. So the giants of touring car racing, Bathurst winners, Australian Grand Prix winners, Formula 5000 winners, Australian Sports Car Championship winners in Bat Romano's case. So a fabulous collection of some of Australia's racing legends here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints to get stuff autographed over at the Shannon's tent. That will be a little bit later. Not, yeah, in about half an hour to 3/4 of an hour or so, I think that is.
Paul Spateri heading very, very keenly through turn 1. I had a long chat with Paul last night at the Royal Hotel Leyburn. This is a genuine Group C car. It was raced in the Bathurst 1000 by Peter Dane. Paul's in the process of getting this car restored to original specification and hoping to compete in the Heritage Touring Car Series next year, which awesome. Is a national series for genuine Group C and Group A touring cars, commonly found at historic race meetings up and down the East Coast.
It's been a while since we've had an RX-3 in the class.
It is indeed, so it'd be great to see one out there. They're basically not much more to do. They've got to get all the paperwork finalised. They've got to build the period correct 12A engine, and they've got to restore the original Peter Dane livery.
Peter Dane? Oh,
yep,
wow.
So it'll be great to see that car out again.
Peter Dane raced forever in Australian motorsport. He was he was a HQ champion in the early years of HQ racing, as well as his.
And speaking of Group C touring cars that race in the Heritage Touring Car Series, on track now we've got Anthony Tenkate in the Gary Wilmington XD Falcon. Now this car did 5 Bathurst 1000s in Gary Wilmington's hands.
Which is all of them that this car could have done.
It was the first XD Falcon to race in Australia. And that car was restored to exactly how it was at Bathurst in 1984. Mark Respin just leaves turn 1 now, and he leaves it in an absolute hurry. A 5-litre V8 in that AC Cobra, and that is a very, very fast car.
Now we've had a lead change in class 41, the Ford Escort Mitsubishi Land class. Lawler coming through has taken the lead away from Steve Brazier. 54.7 compared to 55.2, so half a second between those two Ford Escorts at the top of the class. Anthony Tenkate just coming through as the tail end of class 42, and it's Paul Spiteri who's the top of that class in the RX3. Second fastest in the class is the UC Tirana of Ledgerwood. 52.7 for Spiteri, absolutely flying this morning, pushing out to a 2-second class lead over Ledgerwood. 10K from the Wilmington Falconers, third fastest on the 54.9.
Gina Siddons leaving the line now, heading down towards turn 1.
Chasing a husband?
Literally, actually, because he was the previous runner. I don't know how many Datsun 240Zs John owns, but he's got a few, and they're all very, very quick.
It's at least 3. I know that because the orange Datsun is not the usual one that John races here. He's got a 3-litre green car that is his normal mount here at the Leyburn Sprints, but he's brought the Targa car here instead. Anthony Vanderdrift heading down Canning Street now in the Porsche 9146. Very, very rapid car. It's one of this would be the fastest Porsche 914 I've ever seen. It's running a 3.6-litre flat 6 engine. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Much later model, almost 3.6-litre would make it a very late 964 engine, I want to say. Mark Barth in the Selby Cobra heading down Canning Street now. 302 V8 power in that machine. Class changing thick and fast at the moment as we're moving through some of the smaller populated classes. We're now in class 44, and that is Mark Sports over 2 litres. And there's a lot of fascinating cars. The Siddons are in this class, John, second fastest, but it's the Ultima GTR that is our class leader. Aaron Lewis is next in the Ferrari P4 replica. Oh my goodness. It's a very good replica. It has a proper Ferrari 4.8-litre V12 engine. Listen to that engine note. It sounds like it stepped straight off the Ford versus Ferrari film set. It's a car that, it's a replica of the car that Lorenzo Bandini was driving when the engine went boom, and that ended all resistance to the Ford GT40s winning Le Mans in 1965. I'm sure I've got that wrong, actually. Craig Matthew just heading through turn 2 now in the 6.3-litre Ultima. Yes, class leader. Not surprisingly, too, that is a rapid car. It's close, though. 50.8 for Matthew. 51.2 for, of all things, John Siddons. I mean, how's that, the comparison there? The Ultimate GT4, 6.3-litre V8, looking like a Le Mans sports car from the 1980s compared to John Siddons' 1970s Datsun 240Z. John Siddons has a long history of taking a knife to a gunfight and coming away victorious. Yellow flag being waved. Oh, hello. So Chris Nylon in the Porsche 911 IROC replica, he's had to button off because someone in front of him has come to grief. That might be the Ultima. The 2 cars ahead of him were the Ultima GTR 33 and Aaron Lewis in the Ferrari P4. Aaron is so tall and the Ferrari so small that his head sticks out the top of the car. Oh, on the line here is Ian Palmer. Legend of Queensland motor racing. Ian was racing Geminis in the 1980s and has never stopped. I first got to know Ian Palmer when I started racing in the Club Car Series. He had a VK Commodore and I had a Valiant Charger. But yeah, he was a lot quicker than I was back in those days and still is. Ian then moved on to a VN Commodore in the Australian Production Car Championship where he was upper midfield. And then decided to go Touring Car Championship racing and moved into a VP Commodore originally, which was then later updated to VR and VS. He had Dean Canto for a co-driver 1 year and spent 3 or 4 years racing in his Commodore. And oh, we have the incidents over at post 4, turn 4. Generally, nowadays, flag posts are numbered after the corner that they're at. Yeah. And they used to be numbered sequentially, but they decided that it'd be smarter to name them after the corner. And if there's more than one at a corner... Well, we might throw to one of our interviews while we've got a bit of a delay now.
I'm here with Keith today, who's racing today. Can you tell me a little bit more about yourself and your car?
Well, we started building the car in about 1982, and we originally started with it as a GT car, which was very, very fast cars with big mudguards and what have you. But then the CAMs decided in their wisdom that they didn't want to go ahead with that. So we changed the car back into sport sedan regulations in about 84, 85, and very, very successful at Amaroo Park because it's such a tight circuit. And it was good because it was a very light car, a little rotary, and it was sort of the first full chassis car that was available in that time. And we used to race against, Brian Thompson and Mark Trouth and the leading lights, and we used to beat him a bit too, which was great. So I love the car. I sold it in '88. Ended up getting it back again in 2018, and did a 4-year restoration. And so the car's been up and running again since about 2000 and well, now.
You have a really impressive racing history, it seems. What has been your favourite race to do?
Oh, Amaroo Park always. It was wonderful. We ended up with when Amaroo closed, we ended up. I had the under 3 litre lap record there, and that was quite an achievement because I think the over 3 litre cars were only about a third of a second difference. So yeah, it was a great track. I loved Amaroo.
Fair enough. And you are racing today, or have you raced today so far?
I just came out of the car then, so this is the second run, and hopefully we'll get 3 or 4 more.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you so much. It's a beautiful car, and hopefully you got the time you're wanting, and hopefully the rest of the races are really good. So thank you so much.
Good on you. Thank you.
Thanks.
So yes, we've had a very smoky car stop over in the second half of the course. And now we've got a bit of an oil clean-up at turn 4. So that's the entry into the school, the right-hander at the... well, it's the furthest corner for us here at turn 1 in the commentary box. We do have spectator stands all along the back straight now from turns 4 to turn 5. The steel rod towing tilt tray has been sent out onto the course to retrieve our wounded race car. Big thank you, of course, to all of our supporters, corporate supporters here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Collins Hay, Southern Downs Regional Council, Queensland Government, State Speed Cafe, Boral, JMC Performance. Loaders are up. Next up, Digital, Tate Freight, Work Credit Union, TCP Designs, Pipeline Testing Services, John Connolly and Partners, Bowden's Own, Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, Shannon's Share the Passion.
first day of week, so I can't be playing this whole problem. I wanted that album. I wanted that album. CD. How much on the CD? 35? That's not that bad for a whole album.
And David Patterson returning to commentary position. We've got a special guest here. We've got an official guest, the clerk of the course, Mr. Ian Maybury from Motorsport Australia. You've joined us in commentary. Good morning, Ian. And what's happening in officialdom of this weekend? And what are your thoughts on so far?
It's been a very good weekend so far. The event just evolves year to year.
Hang on, we'll just try that again. Ian's going to be mic'd up. So, yeah, we've been joined by the clerk of the course, Mr. Ian Maybury from Motorsport Australia. And good morning, Ian.
Morning, David. Yeah, long time no see, actually.
Yeah, you've been involved in motorsport for decades. You've seen a lot of different events over the years.
Try 56 years next month.
Yep, so that is 5 decades, 5.5. And how long have you been coming to Leyburn?
I was clerk of course from 96 to 99, which went up to the 50th anniversary celebration, and they got me back about 6 or 7 years ago when they sort of rejigged the way the event ran, and most of the key officials were changed over at that point in time. So yeah, I've been back here. I think it's either 6 or 7. I don't really remember. And
twice in recent years, this event has won the Motorsport Event of the Year title in Queensland.
Absolutely. Well, in motorsport world, take the supercar events in Queensland out of the equation. This is the biggest event on crowd numbers, and it's the most entries in any event in Queensland. They had 259 entries this year. And they sent back nearly 100.
That's quite amazing, isn't it? The tremendous support for this. And a lot of people just coming back year after year after year, loving the event and the atmosphere.
Well, the main attraction, I think, is the social interaction. The motorsport's just an excuse to come and have fun.
Yeah, it is true, yeah. I mean, there are some guys here who are taking it very, very seriously. But like you say, a lot of the guys are basically just here to have fun, catch up with mates, enjoy a weekend in the country, and loving the Darling Downs hospitality.
Yeah, well, there was a number of competitors who came in on Tuesday. Yeah, Chris Ching, I know, is one, because I saw it on his Facebook page. He was camped up before lunch on Tuesday.
Yeah, camping's a huge part of it. Leyburn's a very small town. There's not a lot of accommodation, and people bring their accommodation with them.
That's right. Tents, caravans, backseat of the car, whatever.
And we'd like to thank Motorsport Australia for their tremendous support of this event. They are a sponsor of the event, but also all the volunteer officials that Motorsport Australia brings with them. And we can't run motorsport without volunteer officials.
No, we've got roughly 60 officials here this weekend, and roughly 50% of those are females, and about 50% of those are new to the sport in the last 12 months.
That's wonderful that we're getting so many people, so many ladies, because let's face it, it's a job that men and women can do equally. It's great to see the numbers in equal as well.
Yeah, last year Leyburn got a government grant to train female officials, but it was only about a week before the event. But we ended up with about a dozen here last year, and most of those have returned. We did in-depth training a couple of weeks ago on the Gold Coast with 16 or 17 of them, and most, I think 12 or 13 of those people are here. So it's the quality of the young officials we've got is amazing.
That's terrific. It is good to see young people getting exposed to volunteering, because we can't run the motorsport without them. And there are a lot of older grey-haired people like us involved in motorsport official, so it's great to see a new generation coming through.
Yeah, well, Paul Overall is my deputy this weekend, and we're mates. We've worked together for years. We're both scaling back. Yeah, we've both been doing it for the same sort of period of time. A number of events we go to, we're generally in a mentoring role rather than running the event, because you can read the instructions, you'll be told what to do, but until you really do it, you can't work out how to do it.
Exactly, yeah. You're never going to learn how to swim standing beside a pool.
No, absolutely.
And of course, if people want to get involved in motorsport, they don't want to run a car. Obviously, being a volunteer official is the way to do it. So what's the best way to get involved?
There's a couple of officials clubs. Queensland Motor Racing Officials Association, or QMROA as it's called, is probably the main one in Queensland. If you're having trouble finding it, Motorsport Australia website will point you to it, and if you ring them and ask them for the contact details, and you can probably Google it. They've got a Facebook page and everything.
And of course, Motorsport Australia provides the licensing and the training for all the volunteer officials.
Yes, there's no cost for training. These days, with technology, it can be delivered online in Teams formats and so on, so you don't have to spend hours travelling if you live remotely. Pretty well everything can be done online.
That's terrific. Yeah, so if you're thinking about it, folks, you're leaning on your fence, you're thinking, hey, I really enjoy spectating, but I'd rather get closer to the action and be more involved. You don't have to run a car to be a part of the sport. So really, please do consider becoming a volunteer motorsport official.
Yep, we get 1 or 2 officials every year from the Gold Coast Supercar event who have been standing on the fence for years and so I want to get involved. And if you're at an event, just ask one of the officials for contact details of what you need to do or how to get in touch with someone, or give them your contact details. It'll almost certainly be passed on. So
that's wonderful. Well, I better let you get going because the competition is back on. So yeah, I'm sure you've got a lot of work to do. Thank you very much, Ian Mabry, clerk of the course. Yep, they've cleared the track now from, we're not sure who it was that came to grief, in a smoky grief. It was either the Ultima or the Ferrari, but competition has resumed. Back on the circuit now, we've got car number 200 just passing our position.
Clear. Back control is 2. Set 2. This code was knocked down on driver's right. Okay, copy that.
Bob Baird just passing the turn 2 at the moment in the MGB GT, running the 3.5 litre V8 engine. This is Bob's 10th year at Leyburn. Road registered car, but he's raced it at tracks like Bathurst and Phillip Island, as well as Lakeside and Morgan Park here in Queensland. Warming up outside. It was 7 degrees when I woke up in town here this morning, but turning into an absolutely glorious day, just like we had yesterday. Just waiting for our next runner to come through. Another one of the MGBs on the grid. And just a reminder, folks, the autograph signings, the Legends of Motorsport are here. They're at the Shannon's Insurance Tent. Now, that's opposite the Royal Hotel in the corner of Warwick Street and McIntyre Street. So right at just behind the marshalling area at the start line, look for the Shannon's Tent. That's where the Legends of Motorsport. We've got Dick Johnson, Bruce Allison, Charlie O'Brien and Bap Romano. They're doing an autograph signing. That starts at 11:20, so that's 26 minutes from now. So if you want to get the autographs from the Legends of Motorsport, be at the Shannon's Tent at 11:20 to see Dick Johnson, Bruce Allison, Charlie O'Brien and Bap Romano. We've got another delay here with a bit of a clean-up going on. Just looking at our timing monitor, and it appears that it was Chris Matthew in the Ultima that failed to complete his run. We're told the car had a drivetrain failure, but he's still currently fastest in his class. We've got over 50 classes here this weekend. We've actually numbered them because there are so many. If you read in your program, it'll tell you what the numbers mean. But they're running in class 44, which as far as I can tell, is for sports cars over 2 litres. Chris Matthew in the Ultima leading from John Siddons in the Datsun 240Z. Chris Nylon in the Porsche 911 currently third in class, ahead of Brad Searle in the TR8, and then Aaron Lewis in the Ferrari. Fastest time for the class is Chris Matthew in the Ultima. He did a 50.8 yesterday, but John Siddons went quicker this morning with a 51.2, and then Chris Nylon a 52.1. And I can see the Ultima is now on the back of a tilt tray, thanks to Steel Rudd 24-hour towing for providing the tilt tray services. So the Ultima, with the broken drivetrain, is on the back of the tilt tray being towed into the pits now. So once they're clear of the track, we should have a restart to competition. And I believe we've got Barry Evans in the MGB GT V8. The flag drops and away he goes. Nice, quick and tidy run through turn 1. Heading down Canning Straight. David Lawrence is leaving the line now in the MGB Mark II. 1800cc B-Series engine. Very nicely presented car. They do look great, the MGs. I know British Racing Green is a traditional colour for them, but I think they look great in bright red. He's been running here for 15 years now, gradually improving his time, and his biggest goal this weekend is to be quicker than his brother, who's racing in the Dolomite Sprint. Mark Jones is back on the air. How you going, Mark?
I'm brilliant, Dave. I'm at the Historic Leyburn Sprints, and everything is fantastic here at the Sprints. The TR8 coming by at the moment. One of our V8 TR7s. I noticed while I was out, there's a fabulous joke on one of the TR7, one of the 4-cylinder TR7s that went through before in the Mission Brown colour, car nicknamed Chock Wedge.
Yeah, it suits it perfectly because it's the most wedge-shaped car you've ever seen.
And that chocolate Mission Brown colour blends it. It's brilliant. I love it.
My nana's last car was chocolate brown, and after a bit of a fender bender a few years later, it was repainted Kermit green, and I'm really not sure which is worse. I painted it Monza red when I bought the car 20 years later.
Was that a Datsun 1600 by chance?
It was indeed, yes.
Yeah, I do remember that car quite well.
Flavio Paggiaro's on track now in the matte black MGB GT V8. Regular Leyburn competitor. And Dave Roberts in the ultimate MGB with 6-litre Ford Windsor V8 power, 6-speed Tremac gearbox and a 9-inch Ford rear end. So basically they've just dropped an MGB body over a GT Falcon.
Class number 49, all these MGB V8s, and it's a class full of Rover V8 powered cars, with the exception of Dave Roberts, who's in an MGB that isn't Rover powered. Barry Evans is the leader of the class at the moment on a 56.0, so that's a really quite competitive time. He's 1.8 seconds faster than Dave Roberts, and you know, I think Dave's got to be a little bit concerned that that even though he's got the big block V8, he's 1.8 seconds off the pace.
Oh, Michael Dare took the widest possible line through turn 1. Well, actually, it was only wide on the exit. He still made the apex, but he came in very, very hot. This Mazda RX-7 Turbo. We didn't see this car running yesterday, but this is his second run today.
Yeah, his best time so far is 60.1. He's third in class.
Next, we've got another RX-7. This is a genuine Group C touring car. Berkeley exhaust, raced by a number of competitors back in the 1980s. This car is now currently for sale. It's prepared by Blaze Performance on the Gold Coast, but owned and driven by Don Demetriadis. He's got a number of Group C touring cars in his stable, so that's why he needs to move this one on.
And here's Dougie Swan, Leyburn resident. And the mighty Toyota MR2 is currently our class leader in class 50 for modern sports cars. And the gap is actually quite small. It's only 0.4 of a second from Doug Swan to the Lotus Exige of Jeff Burgess, who's already gone through.
Stephen Foss heading down Canning Street now in the Porsche Cayman, 4 litres. That's a lot of engine for such a very small little car.
And that's a and that goes up a class actually, because the modern sports cars has a class cut off at 3.5 litres. So 4 litres moves us into class 51, which includes the C4 Corvette here of David Fuller.
Corvettes were always better at straights than corners, but he's gathered it up. Rushing down into turn 2 now. Oh, big lock-up, and he's run very, very wide, and a little spin on the grass. Keeps the power on, and then realises he's got nowhere to go. Buttons off. He's missed the cone.
Oh, and here comes the McLaren. Oh, and Roger overcooked turn 1. David overcooked around turn 2, and Roger overcooked turn 1. Roger Garcia and that McLaren 540 was top 10 fastest cars yesterday. I think ended up 9th over fastest overnight in that glorious McLaren 540C.
Now, interesting, Roger is actually a mechanic and a lawyer, which is an unusual pair of vocations to see together. But Roger does all his own work on the car, and he's probably the only McLaren owner who works on his car. I don't imagine too many others do. They have a man who does that.
Well, I guess one of the advantages of being a lawyer mechanic is you can indemnify yourself.
Okay, the course car is being dispatched because after the spinning Corvette at turn 2, there's a little bit of mud and grass on the track, so they're going to go and try and clean that up.
The class 51 that's going through right now, that's the McLaren, the Porsche Cayman and the Chevrolet Corvette. They're actually quite well spread in lap time, so there's not really going to be any competition for positions in this class. The McLaren's significantly faster than the Porsche, who in turn is significantly faster than the Corvette. And there's a 4.5 second gap from Garcia to Foss in the Cayman, and then another 2.5 seconds to Fuller in the Corvette. Part of a 2-car team, David Fuller, with his partner Diane running a TR7.
And those of you who've got access to the big screens, just have a look at our hard-working volunteer officials. Turn 2 has been turned into a rallycross track. There's mud and grass all over the track, so our hard-working volunteer officials very quickly cleaning off that. What a mess.
We've had around 3 cars have spins there at turn 2 so far today. Most of the action yesterday was here at turn 1, but there's quite a few more hazards here at turn 1. So you get things wrong at turn 1, you will hit something. But if you get things wrong at turn 2...
you're just going to make a mess.
Yeah.
But they're very quickly getting the track cleaned. The big industrial broom doing a great job.
And a big thank you, of course, to all of our Motorsport Australia officials. As we had a chat to Ian, or you had a chat to Ian Mabry just before, a clerk, of course, here. One of our senior officials from Motorsport Australia. I had a chat to Ian on the way to commentary this morning, and he mentioned he was going to drop by.
Yeah, one of the things that Motorsport Australia are very good at doing is succession planning. There's a lot of senior officials with tremendous amount of experience, and rather than guarding that knowledge, they're sharing it, and they're mentoring and bringing up the next group of people ready to replace them, because we do have the average age of motorsport officials is quite high, but it's great to see that tremendous steps are being taken to bring in the new younger ones. And there are a lot of young people coming into the sport now as volunteer officials. So the future of our sport is looking great. But of course, we'd always welcome one more if you're thinking about it.
And don't think you're too old to be an official either. Where, yes, there's a focus on getting some young people in, but do not let age be any form of a barrier.
No, most of them are over 50, and they'd welcome anyone who, basically, if you're enthusiastic about motorsport, you want to roll up your sleeves and get the job done, they'll welcome you. And as I said earlier, the training is provided free by Motorsport Australia and the accreditation as well. Leaving the line now, we've got Tracy Coombe in the Westfield Clubman. Now, Bruce and Tracy are a lovely couple. They're friends of mine for years. They shared this car amongst a number of others. Bruce did all the driving yesterday, but Tracy's going to do the driving today. So I'm very keen to see if Tracy goes faster than Bruce.
I will call up their class for that specific purpose on our time sheets right now. So there's only 2 cars in the class. So with Tracy taking over the Westfield today, that increases the number of drivers in the class by 50%. The McLaren's coming up for a rerun now. Roger Garcia, this glorious McLaren 540C. And tell you what, McLaren is the word in Australian motor racing thanks to the efforts of Oscar Piastri.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, hasn't he sparked interest in Formula One in Australia? Capitalising on the Netflix coverage, which has made the sport boom all over the world.
2 years ago, Oscar was a test driver looking for a way to get into the sport, and he's now in his 2nd year with McLaren, and he
leading the championship.
Yeah,
which is just wonderful. Roger Garcia very quick to the oil flag's on display at the loss of adhesion flag. Everyone used to call it the oil flag, but technically the red and yellow striped flag is to tell drivers that there's something on the course which may cause a loss of adhesion.
Oh, that's the mud from...
Yeah, in this case it's mud and grass, but on other days it can be water, oil, coolant, glass, broken pieces of fiberglass.
Bits of race car. Or stones from sand traps. Oh, my goodness, Cam Warner. Sorry, not Cam.
John Warner.
John Warner.
In the Elfin Clubman.
That was such an exciting exit around the corner, I forgot his name.
Yep, so he's seen the loss of adhesion flag and buttoned it right off. So he'll come back for a rerun, I should say.
Now, Erica Ferdinand on the way, one of our juniors. And she's buttoned off. No, actually, I don't think she's buttoned off. She's accelerating past her loss of adhesion flag. Because, of course, the loss of adhesion flag is an advisory rather than a don't stop racing.
Yeah, it's not a regulatory signal, it's an advisory signal. So it's warning the drivers of the conditions so that they can not arrive at a corner and think, oh, wow, I didn't see that.
Now, here's 219. Now, 2 drivers sharing this Hyundai Excel, and that's Stephen Kirby, who's a junior, and this driver who's at the wheel right now, Lachlan Harris. And Alistair Harris might be driving this car as well. So, Lachlan Harris is due to be at the wheel right now. And here's the Subaru. Well, one of 2 Subarus in the entry this year.
This is Hannah Michelle at the wheel, one of our junior competitors. 16 years of age. She's already got 4 years of motorsport experience. Isn't that tremendous? So one day when she's old enough to start driving on the road, she'll have 5 years of driving experience behind her. And I'll tell you what, that'll make her a much safer road driver than someone who's done nothing but PlayStation before they get out there amongst us all. It can't be stated enough the tremendous road safety benefit of motorsport experience for young people. They get all the excitement out of their system, and they actually become very good, safe road drivers because they understand how to control a car and how to read the conditions.
Sam Niven's got some confidence going now in the Mitsubishi Lancer. I'm not so sure that he's actually paying a lot of attention to keeping to lap time. He's actually going quite a bit quicker. Mark 1 Ford Escort coming towards us right now. And this is a rerun from much earlier in the day. In fact, I'm not sure I've seen this Escort throughout the weekend.
No, I think this is the first time we've seen him out there. It's Blake Curran's car being driven by Trent Adams.
I knew the car was familiar because the Currans have a long history here at Leyburn.
Now, the program tells us it's got a 5.7 litre engine.
Ah, no.
I'm pretty sure they didn't come out of the Ford factory that way.
There's the Sebastian Loeb tribute Citroen C4. Not as explosive as the name suggests.
Yeah, Jim Prean at the wheel.
Also support from the Australian Army, or at least tribute to the Australian Army on the side of it. That car actually lives this weekend up at the RSL. Here's Lily Schofield in the Toyota Celica.
Another one of our junior competitors.
And she's been racing at sprints and hill climbs since she was on her learners. So a very keen competitor. And the Alfetta GTV gets off the line.
Stefan Siegfried at the wheel. And Stefan Siegfried, we could thank him for bringing Tom's Confectionery Warehouse sponsorship to the event, and they've been supporting the junior competition. Oh, he's locked a break there.
Now, the majority of our juniors are competing in Class 50. Not all of them, but the majority are. Jai Wickham is actually the fastest. I'm thinking after his incident here at the hay bales yesterday, he's decided, well, I'm not going to be able to go for the regularity prize. I might as well go for the fastest time. And he currently leads the class on a 58.2 in a Hyundai Excel.
That is not hanging around at all. Jordan Spiteri just
the class right at the moment. 64.3 for Tony and a 65.7 for Keith.
Yeah, Tony's first appearance at the Leyburn Sprints, a regular competitor in the Heritage Touring Car Series.
Races the Sierra at the moment, doesn't he?
No, mostly runs the Skyline. Although previously he owns most of the Gibson Motorsport Godzillas, and he's brought a couple of those out for Heritage Touring Car competition as well. Speaking of the Heritage Touring Cars, we've got Glenn Gerstle at the wheel of Don Demetriadis' Lansvale Smash Repairs Commodore. This car raced by Trevor Ashby and Steve Reed for numerous Bathurst 1000s before it went through a couple of privateer hands, including the Donaher father and son team.
Oh, really? Sylvania Waters, the original Australian reality TV show.
Yep, and Glenn takes care of that car at his business, Blaze Performance on the Gold Coast. And next we've got Kevin Hinchliff in the Ford Sierra Sapphire.
Currently second fastest in class. Car dressed as a tribute to Mickey Biazion's Sierra Sapphire Group A rally car. The four-door Sierras were better known as rally cars. Here comes Adam Kaplan in the Jacodolo. The Holden V8 powered Alpha Sprint.
Very enthusiastically driven, that car. Who cares what it's worth? Let's have a go.
Adam Kaplan's a very accomplished race driver. He was he raced Formula Holden, and it's the original peak of Formula Holden in the early 90s. They had a second peak in the late 90s.
Glenn Mitchell just passing us in a VK Commodore. He's got a livery that's done up as a tribute to Brock and Moffat's car at Bathurst in 1986.
Now, Adam Kaplan in the Jacodolo's come around in a 55.2. How about that? 56.0 by Hinchliff in the Sierra Sapphire. Gerstle in the Commodore has set his best time. Actually, Hinchliff was a bit off the pace on that run. He was, or off his pace at any rate. It was 3 seconds slower than his best time. But new best time for Glenn Gerstle in the Lansvale Smash Commodore, 56.3 to be right behind the Sierra Sapphire. Lachlan Wyeth in the turbocharged Toyota 86 is fourth fastest in class on a 59.2, so he's probably got time to find as well.
Heading towards us now, it's Simon Boss Walker in the ex-Andrew Fisher Jesus Racing V8 Falcon Ute.
Tony Alford had a better run in the Skyline that time for a 61.9. And Lachlan Wyeth's improved massively to a 56.7. He's still fourth in this class, but he's now breathing down Glenn Gerstle's neck and would have overtaken Glenn if the Commodore hadn't gone faster. So this is another class to keep an eye on for battle for third and also the battle for first in this class. In fact, it's Actually, it's much tighter than I thought across the top 4. 1.5 seconds covers Kaplan in the Jacques Cottelot, then the Sierra, the Commodore, and Lachlan Wyeth in the Turbo Toyota 86.
Matthew Gormley sitting on the start line now at the wheel of Tim Linnon's VY Commodore. VY, or actually it might be a VZ. It's a 2004 model. And they've done it up as in the Spider-Man Kmart livery that was raced by Greg Murphy at Bathurst.
And Rick Kelly.
And Rick Kelly. And I believe they were victorious that year.
They were. That was their second of their back-to-back victories. In 2003 was the year that Greg Murphy absolutely brained everybody with a qualifying lap in the top 10 shootout that was like a second and a half faster.
Yeah, absolutely. A margin that hadn't been seen before or since for quite some time anyway.
And that was such an accomplished lap that the entire pit lane
came out to congratulate.
Yeah,
well done. Greg Ross is on track now in the BMW M4 competition. Quite an amazing car, the modern BMW M series. They're just so quick. They just do everything so well.
Dominate the Bathurst 6-hour race for production cars. In fact, since the Bathurst 6-hour was created, it's been won by 3 different models of car. BMW M3, BMW M4, and BMW M2. Oh, and a BMW M135i. But the Mustangs have arrived in terms of paced arrival of BMW turbos as the shared Subaru Impreza wagon is out on track.
Owen Michelle at the wheel.
And his victory in the Commodore. Got some stickers as a tribute to the first Group A Commodore, VKSS Group A. Yeah, that bonnet scoop is not standard for SS Group A, so that's to accommodate a much larger engine.
Malcolm Douglas is next in the Ginetta. This car is quite similar to the one that he raced in Canada in 1964, winning the Quebec Production Car Championship.
A G4 is a production car? I guess it is, in the time. They made these sort of cars quite a bit back then. Ginetta G4's been in continuous production since 1964.
And Stephen Dunham is next in the MGA with a substantial injection of Jaguar.
MGA Plus.
It even looks like a Jaguar.
Yeah. Got the C-type Jaguar radiator grille and that sort of aerodynamic scoop behind the drive. Well, it's not a scoop because it's solid, but it's to create a bit of extra aerodynamics around the driver's head.
I think it's called a buttress.
A buttress. Okay, fantastic.
Stevie Chant is on track now in the little Aussie racing car.
Oh, on the grass and a big twitch. Stevie's pushing. She's pushing really hard in that car. Fantastic. MacTac underway.
Neil McLeod, obviously a BMW fan. He styled the front of the car to look like a BMW.
Not BMW powered though. Like all the cars in this class.
That sounds like a motorbike engine to me.
And you would be absolutely right.
He's been competing for 70 years. Over the time, he's driven a Holden, a Cortina, and a Mini, and now this.
And they were competing in the trivia night on Thursday night here at the RSL.
And here comes Matt Reid,
who's the class leader, and by 3.5 seconds. Matt Reid's one of our top 10 fastest cars.
He's having a good run, actually. The car sounds really quick as it heads down Canning Street into turn 2.
Actually, he's been pushed out of the top 10. Some of our quicker open wheelers have come up through the order, so we're looking to see if Matt can push his way back into the top 10. As here comes the second of the 2 Aussie racing cars in the field.
And that's Des Thomas. Running the Holden bodywork.
Yeah, VY Commodore compared to the AU Falcon of Stevie Chan.
And this will be Michael McMichael in John Connolly's BMW.
I've called them backwards before, didn't I? John Connolly goes out first and then Michael McMichael steps into the car afterwards. Special interest 58 for the motorcycle engine race cars. Matt Reid is our fastest. Oh, 49.6. That puts him, no. Oh, yes, just into the top 10. He now moves 10th fastest, just behind. It's Mark Crespin, who we didn't notice before. Mark Crespin punched into the top 10 with a 49.3 to take 9th place, and that pushed Matt out of the top 10, but he's worked his way back in again with that 49.6. So on your Matt. Des Thomas, the second fastest on a 53.8 compared to a 55.5 for Stevie Chand and a 58.7 for Neil McLeod in the MacTac.
Chris Ching on track now in the Mitsubishi Evo 6.
Now, some of these cars are really quick. They're up in the top 20 cars for the weekend.
Yes, Chris has been a competitor here at Leyburn for 16 years now. And I must admit, I am a big fan of the Evo Lancers. Scott Dean is up now in the Toyota GR Yaris.
3 cars in this class, special interest four-wheel drive. Glenn Brinkman in the Subaru versus Chris Ching in the Mitsubishi Lancer. And Scott Dean in that raucous 3-cylinder Toyota Yaris.
It's not quiet, is it?
No, it's just like the driver, not modest in the slightest. 52.1 is Scott Dean's best time in the Yaris so far this weekend. Chris Ching's come through in a 52.8 to improve and get closer to his good mate and rival, Scott. Glenn Brinkman, third in class in the Subaru, and he's some 9 seconds away in the Colin McRae Richard Burns tribute car.
And that brings a close to run number 4. Just a reminder, folks, the driver's autograph, the Legends of Motorsport driver's autograph signing session, it's underway right now at the Shannon's Tent. Now, the Shannon's Tent is opposite the pub on the corner of McIntyre Streets and Warwick Streets. We've got Dick Johnson, Bruce Allison, Charlie O'Brien, Bap Romano, and that's underway right now. Probably go for and should be wrapped up by about noon. So if you want to get your autographs from the Legends of Motorsport, head up to the Shannon's Tent right now.
The 4 of them have had amazing motorsport careers in Australia and internationally. Bruce Allison, a Formula 5000 racer who chased Formula 5000 racing internationally as well as here at home in Australia. Dick Johnson, of course, 3-time Bathurst 1000 winner, 5-time Australian Touring Car champion and owner of a race team that's won, I think, I got to count in my head, it's 10 Australian Touring Car Championships now, / Supercars Championships. Of course, is Scott McLaughlin, most recent Supercars champion for the team. And now Will Davison and Brodie Kostecki, their drivers in the Shell-supported Ford Mustangs. Charlie O'Brien, a contemporary of Dick Johnson in a lot of ways. Came up in touring car racing in the 1970s, was briefly a member of the Holden dealer team, raced Rolt RT4s in the Australian Drivers' Championship, the Gold Star, raced a BMW in Group A with John English. The old bumper-to-bumper BMWs, if you remember.
I do remember that car, yeah. Of
Bumpers,
course,
yeah.
Bumper-to-Bumper was a chain of retail auto parts and tool stores. And they were unusual in that they were often found in large shopping centres, like inside your local Westfields, you'd find a bumper-to-bumper. Whereas most of them are on standalone premises because they couldn't afford the retail rent.
Need a bit of space for automotive parts supplies. Yeah, and Charlie also continued racing touring cars all the way into, he raced with the Diet Coke BMW Super Touring team alongside Jeff Brabham and Paul Morris.
That's right, yeah.
And then made a bit of a comeback a couple of years ago to race in the Queensland-based Australian Trans Am Series. Raced a white Pontiac Firebird, the car that had been built by Woody. Fantastic Queensland race preparer.
How's it going, Nash?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Can you tell us a bit more about the cars?
Sure. So this one here, this one's my car. Well, the one I'm driving. This is my father's car. He's been racing this for about 15 years here. That's a Mitsubishi Lancer. He's now driving the Galan over there. And then got my eldest uncle. He's driving the Mark 1 Escort. And then my second uncle's driving the Alpha. And my cousin is driving the RS2000. So it's sort of a, big family event. So I'm his nephew, so yeah.
So you've definitely been influenced by your family to get into cars?
Yes, 100%. All my life, just sort of cars and music, sort of the whole thing. So yeah, that's good.
Amazing. Now, is there a specific time that you want to get in the race today?
I'm hoping, last year was my first year, so I did a 104. I'm hoping to get sub 1 minute, but I'll be happy with anything. Just I want to bring it home with 4 corners on it because it's not my car. So other than that, it'll be good.
And what is one thing that you love about the Historic Leyburn Sprints?
I love the community, like the vibe and everything. So just everyone getting together and enjoying their cars and showing the real passion. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Nash. We can't wait to see you on track.
Fantastic.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we start run number 5. I should be the one welcoming myself back because I've been, all of you have been watching these fantastic cars. Our 100-year-old race cars coming out onto the circuit right now, and there's Justin McCarthy in the Austin 7, who's our class leader in the class number 1. We go back to the top of the field. We leave class 59 behind. Doesn't it sound ridiculous? 239 cars. Well, actually, that number's gone up a bit now. We've had a couple of cars who weren't out yesterday. And we've added 6 cars to the entry overnight. And we've now had 245 cars come through the timing. And last in the field, unfortunately, is Norm Foister in the Holden Monaro. Some time to find. But yeah, Justin McCarthy has gone through in a 96.2 second lap time. That's his best. He's coming up to the finish line now. Here's the Amel car of Brian Chisholm. In class number 1. Look at the tyres. Tyres are so thin, they've come off a Tour de France bicycle, I swear. But yes, Justin McCarthy, Brian Chisholm and David Chisholm in this class of our oldest race cars in the field. Unfortunately, Warren Tyne unable to take the start in his Austin 7. Here is David Chisholm in the Crossley, who's the heavyweight of this class. And considering the age of the cars, this is actually a really tight battle for the class victory. Normally Justin McCarthy comes through, he's the only car in the class because they never get anyone else running as old as Justin's. But 3 of them here this year, and David Chisholm is right on Justin McCarthy's tail. Justin's gone through now in a 35.0, so he's taken a 1.5 seconds off his best time in the Austin 7. So what does David Chisholm have in the Crossley Roadster? Can he look at taking the class lead away? Brian Chisholm comes across the line in the Amel car C4. And that's a faster time from him, a 100.7 lap time. 95.0 for Justin McCarthy. 96.5 is David Chisholm's best time from yesterday. Justin's moved the goalpost quite a bit. So let's see if David can come up and threaten as our Historic Group K. We've just had the Historic Group J vintage cars go through. Now we've got Historic Group K coming up. Four of them in the field this year in Group K. And David Chisholm, oh no, he's still not quite round to the finish line yet. Waiting on the big Crosley, so much larger than the Austin and the Amel car. But 100 years old and 101 years old in this class. This is just magnificent, these race cars. Colin Schiller, or rather Belinda Schiller, joins the running order in the MGB Jack Nin Special. One of our three 1949 Australian Grand Prix cars. David Chisholm's come through to take class lead. A 94.4 compared to Justin McCarthy's 95.0. All of a sudden, we've got interest in fierce competition for class number one. Oh, that's fantastic. So we've got our Class 2 cars coming through now. This is Barry Smith on the line in the Ford V8 Special. As Belinda Schiller's on her way around the circuit. Sorry, Class 3 is on. We didn't get any entries for Class 2 this year. Barry Smith fighting with Belinda Schiller and Pete Trapnell for the class victory here. Pete Trapnell, who's only had the one run so far, has set a 61.7. Pete's splitting his time because he's one of our photographers here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints for Trapnell Creations. Barry Smith on his way around in the Ford V8 Special. Belinda Schiller has completed her run. And 1:16 is 4 seconds off her best of a 1:12 from yesterday. Oh, one of my favourite cars here this weekend, the Jack Robinson XK120 Special. Ian Bidman at the wheel of this car. Built in 1952 by Clive Adams and Jack Pryor in Sydney for jeweller Jack Robinson, using the running gear from a 1948 Jaguar XK120. Falling out on the circuit, the number 13 race car. And this is Colin Schiller, father of Belinda Schiller. And Colin racing the Bill Pyle Special. Once upon a time, this was the fastest MG in Australia at 186 miles an hour. It's insane. 186 in a pre-World War II. Sorry. MGTC is a pre-World War II design, but this car was built in 1950. From an MGTC, to be special. Here's Brian Barry heading around in our D-type replica. Jaguar D-type replica. 4.2 litre Jaguar motor. D-type Jaguars won Le Mans in the 1950s, 55, 56, 57. And here is Lance Bocott, a former school principal, and has an vanishingly rare race car in the Fairthorpe Electron Minor. Nicknamed the Thorpey, but car on camera now. On the cover, I don't know. Graham Branch in the Bedson Edfield. Bedson Edfield Special, named for its creator and for the Enfield motorcycle engine that powers it. This weekend running something a little bit more modest than, say, his Lotus Chiron LMP3 racing car. that he won the Australian Prototype Series in a couple of years back. This is an original 1962 Lotus 7 that was built up from kit by the Gagans in Sydney in around that year. John's owned that car since 1970, crashed it racing at Lakeside and completed restoring the car some 21 years later. Modified Ford 1500 twin cam in, oh sorry, not twin cam, twin Webers in the Lotus. The Centaurs, we've got a few Centaurs coming through now. Neville Birtwistle in that turquoise car before, the Centaur GT. And now we've got the Centaur Clubman, which has been driven by Matthew Devitt. 3 generations of the Devitt family racing here this weekend. John, son Matthew, and granddaughter Sophia. Number plate car. There are several number plate cars in the field here this weekend. Unusual for a Clubman style race car to be a number plate car. There's one of our Centaur Clubmans in the field, and Brian Aldred at the wheel. Launching off the line now is our Jaguar XJ13 replica. Greg Ross, Glenn Cook owning the car, and yeah, Jaguar XJ13 replica. And the V12 Jaguar is misfiring a little bit today. It sounded glorious yesterday. Perfect line through turn 2 corner. Greg's raced on 4 different continents in BMW, Porsches, many others. And he's racing the XJ13 replica here this weekend. And there's Brad Stratton in the Elfin Malala, created by Gary Cooper in South Australia for Elfin Sports Cars. There's a 1.5 litre Ford powered version of the Elfin Malala. Small sports car racer. And following out on the circuit, another one of our Clubmans. And this is Shane Murphy, another Lotus 7. This is a 1968 Lotus 7, so 6 years newer compared to John Barham's example, Dave Barham's example out on the circuit. Trevor Pathers coming through turn 1 in the VW Wasp. Trevor Pathers races a 1957 Chevrolet at Hill Climbs. This is something a little bit different. Formula 5000, oh, doesn't that car sound fantastic? It's no longer, in strictly speaking, Formula 5000 spec. It's a bit more hill climby these days, but the Bowen P6 Leyland powered Formula 5000, and here's the other Bowen P6. It's mildly ridiculous that the same chassis racing car can be both a Formula Ford and a Formula 5000. The 2 Bowen P6s running back to back in the running order. David Cross driving the Formula 5000 version, and Kim Wells driving the Formula Ford version. Here's the Mofoco. You do have to be careful how you say that. Chris Hassman driving the Mofoco. The Mofoco stands for Motors for Competition. So even though it's Ford powered, and you know Ford is the Fomoco, so there's a bit of a play on words. American Sports 2000 design chassis. Now, Sports 2000 was a small prototype class, and using the running gear, reusing the running gear out of Formula Ford 2000. Which is the Ford Pinto 2-litre engine, rather than the Ford Kent 1600 engine that was in the standard Formula 4 class. Keith Carling is next up on the line, veteran sports sedan racer, and a couple of years ago, Keith discovered his 1980 sports sedan, restored it to pristine condition, and here it is today. Car was built by Barry Campbell from Wollongong. Barry Campbell's immediately behind him in the running order. Actually, no, they pit together. Actually, Barry Campbell's Bolwell's a little bit further down in the running order. And this was a GT class Mazda RX-7 when it was first built. There was a crossover GT sports sedan class in the early 1980s. Converted to a full sports sedan in 1985. Oh, car's gone a little bit quiet coming out of turn 2. It's not pulling full revs. Mazda RX-7 sounds raucous at the best of times, but not quite as raucous in the famous Toledo Tools Mazda RX-7. After this car, Keith went on to create a Nissan 300 ZX sports sedan. The car is still running today. It's actually racing today down south somewhere in the hands of Daniel Tomasi, although there's not a lot left of the car that Keith Cowan created. It's Chevrolet powered now. Now Formula V's are out on track, and here is Kip McIntyre, car number 36, aka Ricky Bobby. Quite the personality, Kip. Very out there. Running the Venom Formula V that was raced by my former co-commentator Wes Beedman back in the 1980s. Shout out to Wes. Here's Ross Rundle now in the Reynard Formula Ford FF84. This car imported from American Formula Ford Racing, but there's several Reynards that raced in the Australian Formula Ford Championship, and the best known Reynard Formula Ford driver was Thomas Mazzera, who went on to win the Bathurst 1000, co-driving with Tony Longhurst in the old Benson and Hedges Ford Sierra. And Mazzera went on to manage the Holden Racing team for many years. Sunbeam Alpine on track there right now, and we shift focus from the Sunbeam Alpine to the Triumph TR2. Paul Ritchie's racing the Sunbeam Alpine that we saw just briefly on the screen before. Here's Peter Everett in the Triumph TR2 heading towards turn 2. Looking very neat and tidy. The first of the TR series of Triumph sports cars came to an end along with Triumph with the TR7, TR8. And the Triumph car division came to a halt at the end of the production run of TR7s and their V8 brethren, the TR8. Brian Cather on the line there in the MGB, waiting to launch. Well into run number 5 now. So we're starting to get some pretty decent lap times, and we're seeing how the class battles are evolving over the course of the weekend. 245 cars through the timing beam so far. Jeff Messer in the MGB Camino Gold, it says, but no, that's not quite right. In fact, that's not quite the right car. That's not Jeff. This is Stephen Callahan, of course, MGB Roadster. Oh, Michael Jones and Michael and Lloyd Jones sharing the Lotus Europa should be up next. Indeed it is. See that neat little unkindly referred to bread van, Lotus Europa. Very distinctive looking car, the Lotus Europa. Rear engined, as you can see. Powered by a 4-cylinder Renault engine. Now, Lotus Europas were assembled like Lotus 7s by the Gagans in Sydney. They were the Lotus importers for many years. Helped fund the Gagans racing campaigns around Australia. Now here's Kip McIntyre. Sorry, no, not Kip McIntyre. I'm out of sorts all over it just briefly. Our autograph signing should be almost wrapped up over at the Shannon's tent. Dick Johnson, Charlie O'Brien, Bruce Allison, Bat Romano. Hope they're all taking good care of our racing veterans, and hope you've enjoyed having a word to them over at the Shannon's tent. Barry Campbell on the line now in the Mark 7 Bolwell. Holden powered. Most of the Bolwell models were Holden powered up until the Bolwell Mark 8 came along, the car that was then nicknamed the Nagari, and that was Ford V8. Barry Campbell's car's a little bit wider footprint than most Bolwells, hence it runs as a Group T historic sports car racer rather than a historic production sports car racer. Stephen Clements at the wheel of his former father, father's Charlie Clements Ferrari 308, and Thomas Magnum is his co-pilot. As Roy Davis gets off the line as well in the Triumph GT6, both of these cars being very aggressively driven. Roy Davis, I think we can safely say, is Australia's most famous Triumph. Quite highly modified as Davis's and GT6, and very aggressively driven as well. Pete Dobie on the track now in the Peugeot 203C. Here's Stephen Clements coming through, and he's shifted his goalpost quite a bit, up to a 56.6, flying in the Ferrari. 62nd overall, which, consider the field is 245 big, 245 large. Now he's in the same class as Roy Davis. And Roy has just finished his run. A 54.1 for Roy Davis, and Roy is 31st overall in the Triumph GT6. He's 2.5 seconds faster than Stephen Clements in the Ferrari 308. Barry Campbell in the Bolwell is best on a 62.4. Now we've got a couple of Austins coming through the field right now. We started the run with Austin. Dennis Tobin's Austin A35. And here's the first of the two Ford Anglia, Kim Hewitt, driving the star of the Harry Potter films exceptionally fast. You don't get a Ford Anglia this fast on Magic Wand power. Car 53 is the Alfa Romeo Sprint GTS of Philip Kay. First time in an Alfa Romeo here at Leyburn Sprints. Normally Phil drives a Honda S2000 powered Ford Escort Mark II. The second of our two, the slightly more modern of our two Peugeots in the entry list. We saw Peter Dobie go through just before in the Peugeot 203. Here's the Peugeot 403 of Richard Markin. Different class, later model. Peugeot 203's Group NA historic touring cars, the newer Peugeot 403. And I say that relatively, 1956 versus 1962. Class 22 for historic touring cars is a rather large class, but not all that competitive because Hanson in the Mini is just remarkably quick. Greg Menzies in the Jaguar Mark II out on the circuit. Comes all the way from Victoria to be here. Now we saw, you see some scars of battle on the left rear corner of the Ford Anglia. It's plucked the rear guard off. That's what happened on the previous run. Coming through to the finish line, he's slapped something hard in the left corner. But the car is, well, the drivetrain and the wheels are straight. So play on. Michael Rose's Ford Cortina Mark I on circuit right now. Mark is currently second fastest. I mean, this is where the battle is in the class, because Hansen in the Mini is just so much faster. Rosa second fastest, ahead of Roland in the Ford Anglia, and Schilt in the second of the Cortinas. Then Phil Kay in the Alfa Romeo, followed by Archer, Menzies, and Markin in the Peugeot at the back of the group. But speaking of Menzies, Hansen, here's the class leader, Rodney Hansen. A glorious Mini Cooper. 1966 at the Bathurst 500, Mini Coopers filled 9 out of the top 10 race positions. They utterly dominated the 1966 race, which was won by Bob Holden and Finnish rally legend Reino Aaltonen. Bob Holden had an amazing career. Went from factory Mini driver, raced Fords and BMWs and Toyotas for the next 30 years. Paul Gilbert's Datsun 1600 on his way around the circuit. Now Hansen has, Hansen's gone faster again at 57.07 in the Mini. So he's now 6 seconds ahead of Rose's Cortina. Roland in the Anglia and Schilt in the Cortina. It's very close if you remove the Mini from the class. Some more juniors coming through the Mitsubishi Lancer. That's actually a shared car between a junior and an older sibling. Alex Niven and Sam Niven sharing that Mitsubishi Lancer. That's Alex at the wheel as the number 61 Cortina slides its way through turn 1. Phil Haskett at the wheel. Mark 1 Cortina GT. Being driven very hard. We've moved into the next class of historic touring cars. And there are 4 cars in this class: Gilbert, Haskett, Potter and Kaysen. 2 Cortinas, the Datsun 1600 of Paul Gilbert that we've already seen go through, and Kaysen in the Alfa Romeo 2000 GDV, which is up. Not up next. Kaysen's Alfa Romeo's not coming up for a run, because here's Matt Clift, the Mazda R100. Absolutely punishes this race car. But he kind of has to. Springgate in the Mazda RX-2 is only 1.7 seconds behind, and that's even with how aggressive Matty Clift is in the R100. Steve Ether's Jaguar takes off in this class as well. Steve's actually at the back of the class. Clift is the leader, and Ether is trailing in 5th place. But not far away though. Springgate's only 1.5 seconds behind Cliff for the lead, and Ether is only a second behind David Malone's Tirana for 4th place in class. And Matty Cliff comes around in a 53.0. So he's gone faster again, and he's 21st overall. A 1971 Mazda R100 just barely missing out on a top 20 lap time here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints.
Hi, I'm with Trisha today, and the president of the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Can you tell me a little bit more about this event?
Thanks, Caitlin. So the event started back in 1996, so this is our 29th running. And the main reason we do it was commemorating the Australian Grand Prix that was held here at Leyburn in 1949.
Wow, and how long have you been racing in the Historic Leyburn Sprints?
This is my 24th year. So I started racing when I was about 18, but I've been involved with it since the start back in 1996 because my parents started it, so I've always been involved.
Yeah, fair enough. And how long have you been the president of the Sprints?
I've been president, I think, 9 years. I've been on the committee 13 years, but yeah, like I said, because mum and dad were here and obviously get dragged in as a teenager to come help out, so I've always been around. Perfect.
And on a day like this, what's, I think, your favourite car to see racing?
Oh, well, I love them all, of course. They're all just so different and varied. You've got the really old cars, like the old 1949 cars that actually raced at the original Grand Prix. You've got the really fast open wheelers, and obviously everything in between. But of course, you know, I've got the Mustang, so I do love the muscle cars.
Well, thanks, Trisha, and I'll let you go, but thanks so much, and you've done a beautiful event today, so thanks so much.
No worries, thank you, and we turned on the weather.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And that's a handy little reminder from President Trish Chant that please use sun cream. It may be, you know, only a couple of weeks out of winter, but yes, you put your sun cream on today. Some of our most historically significant race cars were out on the course just then, like the ex-Nelson PK Rolt RT4, that green wings and slicks open wheeler that was leading the classes around. That dates back from the 1981 Australian Grand Prix. There was Kevin Bartlett's Brabham BT11 that set the first car to set a 100-mile-an-hour lap time at the Mount Panorama circuit. Kevin Bartlett, multiple winner of the Gold Star for the Australian Drivers' Champion, amongst many other achievements, including one of the hardest fought Bathurst 1000 victories, co-driving with John Goss in an XB Ford Falcon in a race that was stop-start rain for much of the race. And Gossie and Bartlett used to tell some frankly horrifying stories about how running down Conrod Straight, the blast would lift the windscreen wiper off the windscreen. We also had the Cooper T47 going around, an ex-Jack Brabham car that raced, built as a Formula 2, was given a Tasman Series engine and raced second in the 1956 Australian Grand Prix, I think. I'm having a memory failure as to exactly which race, which ones of the Australian Grand Prix that car had second placing in. We also had 3 centenarian races, the Amel car, the Austin and the Crossley. Now at 12 o'clock, we will be having some, we're not that far away, some of our official festivities down at the start-finish line. So at some point in the very near future, we'll be handing over to Chris Nixon for some of our presentations and festivities at the start-finish line. So that's why the pause in racing just then. We will have some hot laps coming up as well. Some of our prizes that we give away at the Leyburn Sprints every year are some hot laps around the course. Some of those will be coming up momentarily. A big thanks, of course, to all of our sponsors here throughout the weekend. Collins Hay, Southern Downs Regional Council, Queensland Government, John Connolly and Partners, Speed Cafe, Next Up Digital, Tate Freight, Bowden Zone, Loaders R Us, JMC Performance, Boral, Tom's Confectionery Warehouse, Shannon's Share the Passion, TCP Designs and Warwick Credit Union. Also Cow in the Box, Rodesi Products, Southern Downs and Granite Belt, Anglers Meats, Quipco, Trapnell Creations, Warwick Tourism and Events. And thank you to all of our sponsors for your support of the magnificent running of the 29th Historic Leyburn Sprints. And here is a chance to one of our other prize raffles that we run here this weekend. Chance to win the Ultimate Gold Coast 500 experience. First prize is 2 VIP tickets to the Gold Coast 500, which includes accommodation, 4 nights of accommodation down in the Gold Coast during the running of the Supercars event, the Gold Coast 500. Magnificent, a great fun event down the Gold Coast. Prize valued at around $7,500. So get into it for that. And there are 5 $500 vouchers to spend at Super Cheap Auto. Terms and conditions apply. See Raffletix website for details. And there's a QR code on screen. If you can point your smartphone at it and pick up the QR code. Be drawn at the sprints at 3 p.m. Lunchtime here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Please support all of our vendors here at the Sprints. There's so many food options here at the site. We've got food trucks all around the venue. Of course, also the Royal Hotel in the middle of the circuit, and also the RSL just up the street towards the highway from our start line. I had the bratwurst here yesterday, but I think I will be heading for the Cow in the Box burgers for my lunch today. So that's over here at turn 1, just beside the commentary box, but we've got food vendors all around the circuit. The Dutch pancakes. We saw on screen, of course, the prize for the tickets to the Gold Coast 500. One of my favourite memories of the Gold Coast 500 were the Dutch pancake stand there, just by the media centre. I mean, all the racing too, of course. And yeah, we've got Dutch pancake stand. I asked this morning about the pronunciation of those, and I've forgotten already. They were so yummy. Mazda RX2 underway. This is Bob Haggerty. Matt Cliff's only just gone through just prior to that break. So unleashed on the circuit now is Matt Clift. Sorry, not Matt Clift, that's Bob Haggerty, of course. Matt Clift's already been around in the R100. The RX2 is being driven very enthusiastically by former Queensland Historic Touring Car champion Bob Haggerty, and here's David Malone in the Toronto XU1. Haggerty's currently 3rd fastest in the class. He's 2 seconds behind Springate in the metallic green RX2 that's coming up next.
So Morgan Park Performance are running 1, 2, 3 in the class.
They are.
And one of their drivers is 78 years old. So some quick cars. Of course, Bob Haggerty's car is for sale. So if you want to get yourself a very quick championship winning RX2, go and have a word to Bob in the pits.
here comes Springate now.
This car first turned a wheel on Thursday. They took it out to Morgan Park for a shakedown in the pouring rain. Everything went fine, so they brought it here to Leyburn, and Casey sat in the car for the first time yesterday.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
He's adapted quickly.
He has. Currently second in class, and he's 2.5 seconds at the moment behind the team mentor in Matt Clifton, the R100, but then again, Matt's completed an extra run, so we'll see what Casey can do on this 5th run coming around to the line very shortly. That sounded and looked like McConnell in the Falcon GT coming by. Very aggressively driven Falcon. We've lost Norm Foister out of the running, it seems, unfortunately.
Yeah, he came in on a rope after the previous run, but he's been having trouble all weekend. Ken Oliver's next.
In the other Holden Monaro in the entry list here this weekend.
Oh, having a red-hot go. Now, I don't know how old Ken Oliver is, but I met him when we raced together at Bathurst 20 years ago. He was an old bloke then, but he's still out there and he's obviously not slowing down.
Well, when you own a Holden Monaro, there is a duty.
I believe adrenaline, a regular dose of adrenaline is good for you. It's good for your health and it keeps you young.
Now, both of our Mazda RX-2s have gone faster under instruction from Matt Clifton, the R100. So chasing the ace. Casey Springate set a 55.2, so he's only 2.2 seconds behind Matt Cliff. Bob Haggerty set a 56.7, so they've all gone quicker. Here's Tyson Cowie in the Ford Escort Mark II. We're into some sports sedans now. This is a very rapid, very aggressively driven Ford Escort. Now, McConnell's gone through in the XY Falcon on a 57.6. So right at the moment, Ken Oliver is, he's over 1.5 seconds away, so that's probably a class that's decided. But the next class, Tyson Cowie's best time so far is a 53.8. Dennis Brown's just completed. Dennis Brown has jumped up 20 positions with that run to go with a 55.1. He's still chasing Cowie. I'm thinking Cowie's probably just a little bit too far up the road. Dennis is 1.3 seconds behind Tyson, and Tyson comes across the line at 53.2. He's gone even faster. I said 1.3. No, it's 1.9 now. And Cowie is 23rd fastest in that Escort. That's amazing.
Just heading towards us now, it's Darren Mellon in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Now, this car is running an Evo Mitsubishi turbocharged engine. And just look how quickly it gets down Canning Street on the run down towards turn 2.
It's a Mitsubishi Lancer engine in a Chrysler Lancer. Mitsubishi Lancer. I'm pretty sure they were Chryslers.
Well, they stuck Chrysler badges on them, but they were never a Chrysler.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough.
Tom Brailsford next, the teenager in the wheel of his dad's Ford Piranha. I noticed he pumped the brake pedals there as he was running down Canning Street to make sure he'll have something to pull him up.
This is a tightly contested class. I say tightly contested class. It's one of these classes where the battle is for second place. Alex Daniels in this car. He's locked it up. And
how close can you get to the hay bales without hitting them? He's locked it up and just gone straight ahead at turn 1, so he's had to make a 3-point turn. He's ruined this run, but he very nearly ruined his front bodywork.
Oh, fantastic car. Yeah, our class leader in class 27, which is sports sedans over 2 litres. 2.5 litre turbo Toyota engine in that Ford Escort. This is Ford Escort RS Turbo, but you know, it's Toyota powers. It's properly quick. I don't mean to sound condescending at all. They're brilliant race cars. One of a number of Toyota conversions actually in Queensland. I remember the Lackner family have a Lexus V8 powered Mark I Ford Escort sports sedan.
I remember that car, yes.
Car's still around.
Oh, I haven't seen it for a while. Mick Doyle is next in the Gemini with 3.8 litre V6 Holden power. Engine and gearbox from a VP Commodore. And I tell you what, he's not hanging around either. That thing is quick.
Now, Tom Brailsford and the Capri's gone through on a 55.1. which is a pretty good lap time, but this is a very competitive class. Daniels in the Escort, who's ruined his lap time, of course. He went through in a 63.6 compared to a 51.6 for his best.
So that 12 seconds he's lost with that little moment right in front of us here at turn 1.
So Daniels holds the class lead by 1.7 seconds over Dwayne Taylor in that Holden Tirana with the enormous V8 in it. Bruce McGrath is second fastest in the Nissan Silvia, the Chevrolet-powered Nissan Silvia. Charlie O'Brien is fourth fastest at the moment, driving Bruce Garland's Ford Escort. So that's going to be a bone of contention. Charlie O'Brien is 0.6 of a second faster than Bruce Garland in Bruce's car.
And Bruce is on the starting line now, waiting for his turn to, he's got his right of reply. 2-litre engine, actually taken out to a 2.4-litre engine from a Honda with a 6-speed sequential box and big everything. He's described as the list of modifications. This is a legend of Australian rally and off-road racing. 5 times Australian Safari winner. And having a red-hot go in the Escort. He's heard that Charlie O'Brien, the guest driver, went quicker.
Charlie's at the wheel.
Oh, okay.
Charlie is number 85 and Bruce Garland is number 81. So this is Charlie driving right now.
Don't trust what they give you on the promo sheets. And the Peugeot 203 just heading by. Peter Dobe at the wheel.
That's a rerun, actually.
Yes, it is.
So this is actually a pretty deep class that we're in at the moment. We've got 9 cars in this class. Daniels leads from Taylor, McGrath, O'Brien, Garland, Tom Brailsford in the Capri.
Scott Gawley just passes our position here at turn 1, heading down Canning Street now in the 202 Holden-powered 48215.
He's actually fighting for Doyle in that. So the 2 Holdens in this, well, 2 of the Holdens in this class, the 1983 Gemini versus 1950 48215, fighting for 7th in class. 57.3, actually, Doyle in the V6 Gemini has just shifted the goalpost in that position battle markedly. Hamilton at the back of the field here in the FJ Humpy.
Quite amazing, that thing. It's got a BMW M3 engine, a Getrag 5-speed, limited slip diff from a VL Commodore and 4-wheel disc brakes.
Low profile tyres too.
And yet it just looks like a very nice, neat, well-maintained original FJ Holden.
I guess the tyres give it away that little bit. Car 103 just going by at the moment. Ken Northdurft in the FJ Holden. Now here's McGrath in the Nissan Silvia with the LS1. Car number 84 in the running order. Fenrir, you notice on the number plate. A beast of mythology, Fenrir. Sort of a vampiric wolf.
Okay, I wondered what it meant. Another father and son project build. Started out as a CA18 powered a daily driver and then went off course somewhere. Terry Pike at the wheel of his XW Fairmont 351 station wagon. Now that would have been the absolute king of tow cars 50 years ago, but now it's out on a racetrack.
I think it's tow car for his regular Ford Capri, but unfortunately the Capri, for whatever reason, is not behaving properly. So he's running the tow car in the field instead. And why not? Dwayne Taylor and the Tirana unleashes, and he's the only one who might threaten Alex Daniels' Ford Escort for the class victory.
Yeah, very quick 5.7-litre V8 sports sedan. He's done quite well in local sports sedan racing, but now the car's used only for sprints.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move into our top cars of the weekend.
Chris Bean just passes us here in the Formula V, and that was very, very quick through turn 1.
Yeah, Phoenix, I think
it is indeed a Phoenix, a 1600cc.
And here is the Spectre or a Manta? They're quite similar.
This is a Manta.
Yeah, Jeff Robinson racing the Manta.
It's another 1600cc powered modern Formula V. Basically, the only difference between modern Vs and historic Vs is one of them has the 1200cc engine with four-wheel drum brakes. The other's got a 1600cc with disc brakes on the front. And they go from, the difference is another 20 or 30 horsepower.
Oh, my goodness.
Which is a lot when you've got a car that weighs less than half a tonne.
Oh, and now here's Bruce Garland reclaiming his own car from Charlie O'Brien. Now, Charlie went through in a 54.2, so that was slower than his best, but only by 0.05 of a second. And that's a great first sector from Bruce Garland. If he continues that pace, he was 0.3 of a second quicker as our open wheel is coming through now. This is the store.
Reed Hinton's currently 4th outright and looking to improve on that, actually.
Store Formula 1000 Unleashed. Here's Neil Lewis in the Fly.
Neil Lewis is currently 7th fastest overall. Oh, a little bit twitchy there on the brakes for turn 2, but he's made it around the corner okay.
Now this is Ross Mackay coming through now.
Ross is currently 3rd overall.
The Mac Spec, it's called, but it started life as a Spectrum, hence the spec in the Mac. And Mac because it can achieve Mark 1.
That looked very quick through turn 2.
And here comes Ed McCain's OMS open wheeler.
Just the way these hill climb specials accelerate down the back straight is amazing. You know, motorcycle engines, so they rev very freely and they don't weigh anything. And of course, weight is the enemy of acceleration.
Ash Neuendorf in the Speeds RM11 unleashes onto the course. Neuendorf's a little bit behind the lap times compared to the other open wheelers in the class, so he's got time to find right at the moment.
Yeah, but he's not in the top 10, whereas most of his rivals are, so he'll be looking to improve.
Now, Luke Weeks should be next on the line. He's currently 8th fastest on a 48.2. There's a bit of a gap from Luke to Neil Lewis, who's 7th fastest.
Mackay has gone quicker on this run. He's done a 44.2.
Very, very nicely done indeed. Mackay was 3rd, but Warwick Hutchinson in 2nd place is a little bit up the road, so he needs to be catching more time than that to get to where Hutchinson is in the field.
So Mackay's improved his time, but not his position.
Luke Weeks unleashes on the course. And here's Stephen Woodbridge in the Dallara, a proper Formula 3 Dallara. The Mercedes HWA 2-litre Formula 3 engine in that car. And Stephen currently 5th fastest. He's roughly fighting with Brett Bull for position. And also with Reed Hinton in the Formula 1000 store. But here's Dean Amos. He set a 41 this morning. He's 2.5 clear of Hutchinson right at the moment in the Gould GR55, powered by the Gibson, by the Nicholson McLaren V8.
Just the speed between turn 1 and turn 2 is quite astounding. Now, the track temperature will be significantly higher than it was this morning, but the air temperature is up as well. So the cars won't make as much power, but they will have more grip.
Here's Brett Bull in his new car this weekend, the BBM HC, which stands for Brett Bull Motorsport Hill Climb.
Now, Luke Weeks has improved his lap times. He's done a 47.2. And Woodbridge has also improved. He's now done a 45.3.
And that pushes him past the store Formula 1000.
So Woodbridge is now up into 4th place, and relegating Hinton to 5th.
The fast of our super quick open wheelers on the line now. Warwick Hutchinson, 2-time winner. Currently 2nd fastest. Rotary powered OMS open wheeler. Now, Brett Bull's come around. A 44.1. Brett's continuing to improve, and that's 3rd fastest.
That's a big jump.
It is. Yeah, he's gotten past Mackay in the max spec. Mackay's been 3rd pretty much all weekend.
Yet Mackay actually improved his time, but not enough because he's lost a position.
Woodbridge to 5th is actually an improvement because he's come over the top of Hinton. Lewis still 7th, Weeks still 8th, even though Weeks improved on that run. So the top 8 positions in the field are our really quick open wheelers.
And then, of course, we've got Crespin and Reid are also in the top 10, but they're not in this class, so we'll send them later on.
Speaking of sending things, the 2
sprint and race events. Donna Trustham just leaving the line now in the car that she shares with Peter McConnell. He's driving the Falcon this weekend. She's driving the Cortina. They keep saying they're going to swap cars for the weekend, but they both seem so attached to the one that they've got.
Jason O'Mara's done a 54.2. Oh my goodness, he's killing class 35 right at the moment. He's a 2.5 faster than Craig Lawrence in the Mark 1 Ford Escort. Craig's running out of sequence in the class because his son Jaden is taking junior laps in the car. There's Matt Wyburn, who's currently 5th in class. O'Mara leads from Lawrence. Greg Bull in the Ford Escort is 3rd fastest. 54.2 for O'Mara. 55.8 for Lawrence. 56.4 for Bull. Mark Wood's Cortina is on a 56.8. Then Wyburn, who's about to come around to complete the lap. Here's Mark Wood starting the lap, who's 4th fastest.
Mark Wood having a red-hot go through turn 1. There was just enough bitumen there for him. Another centimetre and it'd been in the grass. Oh, and he spun it at turn 2. A big, fast spin. He's looped it around, knocked over a cone, and dug a little rut in the mud. No damage, though. He hasn't hit anything other than a cone.
He's 4th in the class at the moment, so he's chasing a podium, hence the...
And he's not going to improve on that run.
Yeah, but that's hence the aggression. So Greg Bulls comes through in a 56.4, and that's moved the... And that's also part of why Mark Wood's pushing so hard. Bulls coming up the order in this battle of Scordies and Cordies with O'Mara's with a few Datsuns actually in the field. Datsuns are currently 1st, 5th, 6th and 7th with Wyburn, Kippen and Dan O'Mara. This is a very competitive class. I say competitive because O'Mara's got a 2.5 over Craig Lawrence at the moment. A little bit of clean-up, of course, after Mark Wood's spin at turn 2 before we get back into action again.
There'll be a bit of mud and grass on the track.
Might hand over to you, David, for a little bit while I take my turn to get some lunch.
Yep, we've done our best to support the food vendors and make sure you all do the same, folks. There's plenty of choice out there. Just passing our position here on the outside of turn 1. It's car number 116, the Mark 1 Escort of Rod Robertson, running 1600cc engine, twin Webbers. He's had this car for about 5 years. Recently fitted a cross-flow motor. Now, I've been advised by my my offline Cortina aficionado. It's the Mark 1 GTs had a 1500 non-crossflow engine. The Mark 2s had a 1600 crossflow engine. So they weren't identical as I said they were. Next on track, we've got another one of the escorts. Mark Archer heading down into turn 2 now in the Mark II Cortina. 2-litre engine in that one. That's the one with the Toyota Beams engine. And approaching us now, it's Paul Brailsford. This car was built to Group N specifications with the BDA engine, but he's pulled that out and put in a 2-litre Pinto. This is his 22nd year of competing at the Leyburn Sprints. Steve Bridie is next in the SR20 powered Datsun 1200. Steve's been competing in motorsport for 30 years, doing carnacross, hill climb and improved production racing. He built this car from a rolling shell 13 years ago. Steve Bridie just completes his run. Meanwhile, Chris Chance sitting on the start line in the 2-litre Mark I Escort, ready for a run. Flag is up and we're away. I love the traditional Australian flag drop. Not like the modern red lights, but it's good to see a bit of tradition here. Tracy Harris is next in the 1.9-litre Volkswagen Beetle, car built by her husband Gordon. And I noticed Brandon Flaxman, that's 2 runs in a row that he hasn't come out in the SR20 Turbo Datsun. So unfortunately he might be out after leading the class yesterday. Now the second of our Valiants is running out of turn. Mal Trull at the wheel. And Wayne Mason leaves the line now in the Mark I Escort with the Hannu Mikkola tribute livery. Troy Maven tips it into turn 1 now. Having a red hot go, hangs the tail out, keeps the power on. Troy's owned this car for 33 years. He built it from a bare shell that he got from the wreckers for $200. And it's been nothing but a race car during that time. Craig Lawrence's Escort next. That's the car that he's sharing with his son Braden, who's running in the juniors competition. Just pinches a break through turn 2, but runs very wide on the exit, but keeps it together. That is the absolute limit of how quickly he can get through there, I'd suggest. Colin Mayman now leader of this class in the 2-litre Volkswagen Beetle. This car built to improve production specs. And that does not sound like any Volkswagen I know. Former winner of his class at this event. 6 times class winner in the New South Wales Hill Climb Championship. Sitting on the grid now, it's Don Milner in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. The flag drops and he's away. This is his 22nd Leyburn Sprints. He's a retired motor mechanic. He's owned this car for 47 years. And he's proud of the fact that he can drive it to and from the events. Brian Munn leaving the line now in the Mark 1 Escort rally car. Ex-rally car, I should say. Looks like a race car now. Neil Penboss heading towards us now in the Volkswagen Beetle 1.8. Gotta love the Herbie stripes. Neil raced Formula V back in the 80s, then he raced a Volkswagen Beetle drag car in the 90s, and then raced a big block Chev-powered Altered. Sean Mooney approaching us here at turn 1 now in the Fiat 124. Another father and son team, part of the Fiat Toowoomba team. And they'd just like to say a big thank you to the organisers of the event who put on such a great event that they look forward to every year. Toby Barker just goes through turn 1 now in the 2.5 litre Triumph. He's been coming to these sprints for 20 years now. Tracy Kirby approaching turn 1 in the V6 Capri. Now, she had a big spin through the chicane on the previous run, but the car wasn't damaged, so let's hope she can get a good run this time. The car appears to be dropping fluid off the left-hand side. Porky's next in the AU Falcon, the John Bow Tribute livery. Heads out of turn 1 down the Canning Straight towards turn 2. For a team that wasn't very successful in motorsport, the livery is absolutely iconic. Everyone remembers it. Here comes Ken Oliver in the HK Monaro. This is obviously a rerun because he's well out of turn. Sounding absolutely glorious, that 327 cubic inch Chevy small block. Brian Young sitting at the start line now in the Triumph de Vitesse. This is actually a 2.5 litre engine, which is quite a lot of engine for such a small car. This is a model that never came to Australia, so if you have seen one here, it's a private import. Just like Brian's car. He's only the second owner since new, which is quite remarkable for a car that's 57 years old. 2.5 litre straight six, triple carbies. This is Brian's 5th visit to the Leyburn Sprints. He reckons it gets better every time he comes here. And he's come all the way from South Australia. That's absolutely superb to come so far to be part of this event. Takes a very tight entry to turn 1, and he almost ran out of room on the exit of turn 2, but he's not backing off. Keeps the foot buried on the run down to turn 2. Oh, and he's run very wide. That's actually 3 times in a row now. He's done that, come in just a little bit too hot for turn 2 and only just barely made it through the corner. Darryl Busby's next in this beautiful 68 Mustang. I tell you what, if I had a 68 Mustang dark green, I'd be tempted to go this full Steve McQueen, but this is the notchback with the yellow stripes. Maybe we need a black Dodge Charger out there with him. Tricia Chant just leaves the line now in the Mustang. Now, Tricia is the president of the organising committee for this event, so she's been so busy running the event. I think this is only the 2nd time she's had a chance to actually run her car. So huge effort by the organising committee in the months and weeks leading up to this event. And then so much to do on the day. But fortunately, she's managed to find 5 spare minutes to go for speed. Darren Hansford just goes through turn 1 in that beautiful XR Falcon, XR Feminine. I really do like that car. 289 V8 sounding very strong. Momentary pinch of the brake there at turn 2. Billy Marsh leaves the line now in the 67 Mustang notchback, painted up as Billy's built that car as much as he can as a replica of Pete Gagan's 67 and 68 and 69 championship winning Mustang GTA, and he's done a very good job. It really does look like the real thing. Unfortunately, he appears to be having trouble. He didn't run the car yesterday, went all right this morning, but it looks very slow now. So he's got some sort of an issue. Phil Ross, the man from Shannon's. Of course, Shannon's are the people to see for your classic car insurance. Running a 289 Ford Mustang, 64 model. This is one of the very first Mustangs to be built. Came from the San Jose Pond factory in 1964. And look at the smoke from Jamie Chan's XY Falcon. That's what he's known for. Absolutely laying rubber off the start line. And what an ad for JMC Performance. I think those guys know how to build a V8 engine, because that thing is stout. Heads through turn 2. There's just enough road to keep that beast on. And look at the smoke. They've got to wait for the smoke to clear before they can send another car. That's awesome. Lawrence Densley is next in the Mercury Cougar. 7 litres of big block V8. The big blocks do have their own sound. Just that deep, throaty roar. He's built that car himself to be a replica of a Trans Am spec car. What a great job. David Dunn is next in the XW GT. David loves coming to Leyburn every year, not only for the motorsport, but for the party atmosphere and the friendly vibe. It really is a great weekend away, this event. I do like David's car. I'm a fan of the GT Falcons. And it's Jeff Holtz in the Galaxy. 6.4 litre big block V8, and have a listen to this thing. That is a big beast of a car. I tell you what, he must have been the earliest breaker for turn 2, and he only still just only made it. Jeff's owned that car for 40 years. Lives in Clifton, but he spent a lot of time hooning around Leyburn when he was younger. Now, this weekend gives him a chance to do it legally. Paul Hewitt's just gone through turn 2 now in the XWGT. Luke Stitz is next. 427 cubic inch big block V8 in an XR Falcon. Even the Americans weren't that crazy. Absolute beast of a car. You can hear it all the way around. Paul Tilley is next in an XWGT. Paul's been competing in this car for many, many, many years. Also raced Cortina GTs and a number of different events over the place. Paul Tilley's been coming to Leyburn since the very first event back in the 1990s. Phil Walters leaves the line in the Capri Piranha. They left the showrooms in South Africa with a 302 Windsor. He's now running a 347 and a 5-speed box with disc brakes. Brian Wood next in the XY GT. Oh, big slide there on the exit of turn 1. Hung on to it. Nash Garland leaving the line now in the Mitsubishi Lancer. This car set up for tarmac sprints and hill climbs. It's certainly got a tarmac stance about it. The car owned by his father, David Garland. Nash has been go-karting for 3 years. This is his second time at Leyburn. He had a class win on his debut. Chris Woodhouse next. The only Mark II Escort here with the 1600cc engine. And it's running in classic rally car spec. He's got over 20 years of experience at state, national and club level, doing rallies, trials and sprints. Steve Brazier heading towards us now in the 2-litre Mark II Escort. Steve's been a competitor here at Leyburn for many years. David Garland heading towards us now in the Mitsubishi Galant. This is a 1976 model, 1.8 litre rally car. Very much in rally spec, as you can see. This car's taken part in numerous rallies in New South Wales over the years. The driver, David, has been competing for more than 40 years. Here comes Thomas Kay in the Ford Escort RS2000, owned by his father, Philip. Thomas, just 18 years of age. Bernie Keast leaves the line in the Mark II Escort, another 2-litre rally car. Previous competitor here at Leyburn in a Mini Clubman GT and also in a Vauxhall Astra. Anthony Lawler next from Toowoomba Performance and Mechanical. 2-litre Ford Escort. Very quick through turn 1. The same can be said of turn 2. Paul Lawrence is next in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. He's just leaving the line now. Two-litre engine, and I believe these are the ones that had the electric overdrive, effectively making a 5-speed, which, well, that was still quite a novelty in the 70s. John Lay is next, another 2-litre Mark II Escort. Stephen Sauer sitting on the line now, another Mark II Escort. This is an RS 2000 with that iconic shovel nose. He's been running that car for almost 30 years now, doing hill climbs and super sprints in New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and the ACT. Glenn Torrens leaves the line, the 1.9 litre Volkswagen Super Beetle. I tell you what, I'm amazed by the number of guys who absolutely nail the car placement on the exit of turn one. There's just enough bitumen there, and they seem to know exactly where to put the tyres. And it's not like you can do lap after lap after lap here and get your eye in. Ken Oliver's lining up for another rerun. Okay, I noticed that there were 2 people in that car, so we do have some rides available. So obviously this is a prize winner. Getting the daylight scared out of him by crazy Ken Oliver. Adam Avery on the line now in the Series 2 Mazda Capella, running a 13B Bridgeport engine and a Supra 5-speed box. Another car that was built by Matt Clift at Morgan Park Performance. I was chatting with Matt last night when we were at the Royal Hotel in Leyburn. He's lost count. He thinks he's got 12 cars here that he's built running this weekend. Adam ran this car here at Leyburn last year, had a great time, looking to improve on it this year. Very enthusiastic launch there from Adam Avery. Carries a lot of speed into turn one, and there's just enough bitumen being laid down for him. Andrew Bear leaves the line now in the Alpha GTV. 2.2 litre twin spark engine in this, but they've taken it out to 2.1 litres. An Auto Delta gearbox. This is his 4th time at Leyburn. He's brought a different car with him each time. A Mustang, a Tirana and a Porsche, now an Alpha. Variety is good. Paul Ledgerwood. Very nice through turn one in the UC Tirana, 202 Holden 6-cylinder power. Triple Webbers, Hilux diff. Paul raced Speedway sedans and carts for many years. He's been running here for over a decade. Bryce Reid, big smoky burnout in the 6-litre Holden Kingswood. And giving it plenty on the run from turn one down to turn two. I'm guessing that car's seen a drag strip before today. Paul Spiteri is next in one of their Group C touring cars. Currently running a 12A Bridgeport engine. That's a genuine Group C touring car that was raced at Bathurst in the 80s by Peter Dane, and Paul's currently in the process of restoring that to to run in the Heritage Touring Car Series next year. Paul's actually the owner of Coachman's Inn and Rupert's Bar and Grill in Warwick. I've sampled both of those, highly recommended. And Gary Stevenson fires the SLR Tirana down Canning Street. 5.7 litre Chev and a turbo 400. Sounding very stout. Another Group C Heritage Touring car we've got here. It's the Gary Wilmington XD Falcon of Anthony Tenkate. This car has done 5 Bathurst 1000s and still very much in as it finished Bathurst in 1984. Genuine Group C touring car, and it's great to see genuine Group C and Group A touring cars here at Leyburn Sprints. That's not a replica, folks. That's the real deal. Anthony Tenkate at the wheel. He's got another Group C touring car. He's also got a Warren Cullen VH Commodore, which he takes to some events. Mark Grespin heading towards us now. This is one of the fastest cars here this weekend. He's currently 9th outright. 5 litre Ford V8 in that Cobra, and that is a rocket machine. Just have a listen to it as it goes down through the straights. It's not slow through the corners either. Cam Lepp is heading towards us now in the 3 litre Datsun 240Z. Cam was here for the original Leyburn Sprints way back in the 1990s in an Aston Martin. He's owned this car for 10 years now. Mostly uses it for tarmac rallies and rally sprints. Speaking of tarmac rallies, John Siddons is on the line now. Hugely successful in tarmac rallies in Targa, Tasmania. As I said earlier, he's famous for taking to a knife to a gunfight and coming away victorious with this 3 litre Datsun 240Z. Regularly beating much faster, much more powerful and much more expensive cars. John's been competing in motorsport for well over 30 years, and I honestly don't know what he's better with, a steering wheel or a spanner, because he's awfully good with both. Very quick through turn 1. Nice, neat, tidy line through turn 2. Very, very good driver, very underrated driver. Next is actually John's wife, Gina, in another one of their cars. They've got a fleet of these Z cars. Gina's been chasing John all weekend. She hasn't caught him yet, and I'll tell you what, not many people will. I think last time I checked, he was still inside the top 20 outright. Doug Stewart heading through turn 1 now in the Porsche 944, 3 litre engine. Classic Rothmans tribute livery. Anthony Vanderdrift leaves the line in the Porsche 9146. Beautifully presented car, and that thing is a whole lot more car than it was when it left the Porsche factory. The 2 litre 4-cylinder is gone. The 3.6 litre flat 6 is in its place. Anthony's a sausage maker by trade. Mark Barth. No, Mark Barth isn't coming around. We've lost a couple. Ken Kissinger is next in the Porsche 911. 1981 model with a 3 litre flat 6. Ken's owned this car for 20 years. Shares the driving with his son, Jack. Aaron Lewis is next in the Ferrari P4 replica. Just listen to this, folks. Fuel-injected quad-cam Ferrari V12 powering that machine. Absolutely superb. Chris Nylon is next in the Porsche 911. Very hot approach there for turn 1. It may have cost him a little bit of exit speed there because he was about to run out of road. That car's built as a replica or a tribute to the IROC cars of the 70s. Ian Palmer's sitting on the grid now in the Pontiac Firebird. This is a new car. Ian, vastly experienced competitor in Queensland Motorsport. Also a former Bathurst 1000 runner, and now a regular part of the Queensland Historic Trans Am Series. Darren Rowe leaves the line in the Shelby Daytona Coupe replica. 5-litre V8 engine. Beautifully presented car too. Next is Bradley Searle in the Triumph TR8 3.9-litre all-alloy V8 engine. Bradley was the Queensland Gemini Series champion in 1999. Then he raced an improved production Mazda RX-3, and he's done numerous speed events ever since then. He won his class here 2 years ago. Jason McGarry heading through turn 1 now in the Caterham. Two-litre engine in this machine. This is his 12th year of competing in this car. Stephen Jones, the little MG midget. 1380cc, and that has got to be the upper limit of how far you can take a BMC A Series engine. All MG mechanicals, but running fiberglass panels. Very quick, very nimble little car. Kate Rain is next. She's driving her Fiat X19. That car was originally a 1300cc, but she's replaced the engine with a 1500. This is her 6th time competing at Leyburn. It's great to see plenty of female competitors here too. Of course, there's always room for more. And here's one of Mark Jones's favourite cars, the Choc Wedge. You'll never see a more wedge-shaped car than a Triumph TR7, and the chocolate brown livery completes the picture. Andrew Ansell at the wheel of this car. 2-litre 4-cylinder engine. He's raced this car at all the Victorian and South Australian tracks, and he's done most of the hill climbs in Victoria and South Australia as well. Diane Fuller is next in another Triumph TR7. This is Diane's 5th year at this event. Earl Murray leaves the line now in the Fiat 124 Spider. 1800cc, very nicely presented car. It's great to see so many people putting the effort to turn out a car that looks as good as it goes. Dennis Cotton heading down towards turn 1 now in the Porsche 914 2.4-litre engine. This car uses it for sprints and hill climbs, but he also keeps it road registered for day runs. He's raced the car at Phillip Island, Morgan Park, Lakeside, Mount Cotton and Noosa. Dennis says the car is better than the driver. Let's be honest. You can say that about 90% of the cars at these events. Some superb machinery here. Bob Baer just went past us in the MGB GT 3.5-litre V8 with the iconic British Racing green livery. Neil Martin, another Triumph TR7. This is the 4.5-litre V8 powered version. He's owned that car for 15 years, competed at Super Sprints at Ballala and Collingrove and Winton. now up here in Queensland. David Lawrence in the red MG heading down Canning Street now towards turn 2. 1800cc B-Series engine. Flavio Paggiaro in the MGB GT V8, 4.5 litres, heading through turn 1 now. Flavio's a regular competitor here at Leyburn. Dave Roberts leaving the line now. He came up here and earlier because he was very upset that I'd suggested that this car was an MG body dropped over a Falcon GT, and he insisted on pointing out all the MG parts that are included and all the non-Ford parts. 6-litre V8 powered, 6-speed Tremec, 9-inch Ford rear end, all somehow fitted into an MG chassis. Bob Bear. No, that's not Bob Bear. I'm misreading it. Yes, it is Bob Bear in the MGB GT V8, just heading through turn 2 now. And Jeff Burgess leaves the line in the Lotus Exige, 1.8 litre. Michael Dare leaves the line now in the Series 4 or Series 5, I can't tell the difference, but anyway, it's a second generation Mazda RX-7, 13B turbo, suffering a little bit of understeer there at turn 1, but he's kept it on the road. And pitches a break at turn 2. Michael's been a Mazda Rotary fan for 40 years. Been a fan of this event for many years and decided that the RX-7 is the best one he needs for this event. And of course, another RX-7 on the track, Don Demetriadis, driving the RX-7. This is a genuine Group C touring car that competed in the Bathurst 1000 and the Australian Touring Car Championship in the 80s. Ken Hastings, Ron Gross, both ran various rounds of the Touring Car Championship in this one, and that car is currently for sale. If you'd like to buy yourself a very quick Group C touring car, that car previously won their Heritage Touring Cars Championship, so no doubting its potential. Doug Swan on track now in his Toyota MR2 supercharged, and Stephen Foss just heading into turn 1 now in the Porsche Cayman. And I've got to say, 4 litres is a lot of engine for such a small 2-seater car. If I was looking at new Porsches, I'd have to say the Cayman would be near the top of the list. David Fuller next off the line in the C4 Corvette. .350 Chevy small block V8 engine under the bonnet, or under the hood perhaps, in the American tradition. Hard on the brakes for turn 2. Nice line through there. Oh, hangs the tail out of the exit, gathers it up. Roger Garcia on the line now in the McLaren 540C, 3.8 litre supercharged. Absolutely weapon fast down the straight, very, very quick through the corners. Very sophisticated car. Tracy Coombe leaves the line now in the Westfield Clubman, 1600cc engine. Beautifully presented car, although I've got to say, Bruce and Tracy, every one of their cars has always turned out very, very well. Another clubman leaves the line. And this is John Warren in an Elfin. 2002 model, so it's from the reinvigorated Elfin brand. Also running a 1600cc engine. Erica Ferdinand leaves the line now in the Hyundai Excel. Erica's one of our junior competitors. She's been driving an event since she was 14, competing at Millmerran, Morgan Park, Carnell Raceway and Pittsburgh Sprints. She's also done the junior driver training program at Morgan Park. And it's great to see this competition here for the juniors. Of course, the juniors are competing for the Mike and Ann Collins Memorial Trophy. Mike and Ann Collins ran this event as heads of the Leyburn Sprints Committee for many, many years. And it's great to see them being remembered. And especially such an important thing as the Juniors Trophy. Hannah Michelle passing us now in the Subaru Impreza, heading down Canning Street towards turn 2. She's won the junior ladies title in her club championship 4 years in a row. Sam Niven, another junior competitor, heading down towards turn 2 now in the Mitsubishi Lancer 1.8. Jim Prian leaves the line in the Citroën C4. This is his 3rd year in a row with a Citroën C4 at this event. Short Course Motorsports Association, that was 12 years ago. And then he was the HQ Queensland Rookie Championship winner in 2017. And now regularly competing in short circuit touring cars. And Jamie's a qualified motor mechanic. Here comes Tony Alford in the Nissan GTSR, one of the Gibson Motorsport cars. This is a genuine Group A touring car, folks. Former runner in the Australian Touring Car Championship and Bathurst 1000, driven in the day by George Fury and Mark Scaife, as well as Glenn Seaton and Jim Richards. Superb that we get to see genuine Bathurst 1000 cars here at Leyburn Sprints. Keith Edwards lining up. Locals will say, Keith Edwards, who's that? Don't you mean Porky? In the AVU Falcon XR8 with the John Bow Caterpillar Tribute livery. Lining up on the start line now, we've got another genuine Group A touring car. This is the Lansvale Smash Repairs VL Commodore. This car did 5 Bathurst 1000s, built by Trevor Ashby and Steve Reed. Now, car is now owned by Don Demetriadis and maintained by Glenn Gerstle of Blaze Performance on the Gold Coast. Glenn's driving the car this weekend. They recently completed a ground-up restoration in the car, absolutely looking superb. Kevin Hinchlift is on the line now in the Ford Sierra Sapphire, 2-litre turbo. And he's running a tribute livery to Mickey Biazion's Monte Carlo rally car from 1992. Something's wrong there because he's going quite slowly. Yeah, we've seen that car go much faster earlier today, so something's wrong. And the Michelle Subaru Impreza lining up again. Siblings sharing the car. Owen and Hannah. That's Owen at the wheel this time. It was Hannah at the wheel previously. He's heading down in towards turn 2. And Adam Kaplan is lined up on the start line now in the Giacomo Group B. This amazing Alpha Sprint-based Holden 5-litre V8 powered supercar built right here in Queensland. And Adam absolutely doesn't spare the horses either. Throws it into turn 1, plenty of power. Very quick on the gear change. Adam, an experienced and accomplished racer, getting the very maximum out of that car. Next car to leave the line is Glenn Mitchell in his VK Commodore, running a tribute livery to the Alan Moffat and Peter Brock car of 1986.
Visiting Cowan in the box and had a fantastic burger as Lachlan Wyeth goes by in this turbocharged Toyota 86. Very rapid, 300 horse for a road car. And off the line is a smoky Wayne Bell in the Larry Perkins tribute car.
That's a proper burnout, isn't it?
Is Jamie Chant driving the car now? No, no, he wouldn't drive Holden.
No, that's Wayne Bell at the wheel. It's not that Wayne Bell, it's another Wayne Bell. 5.7 litre V8 engine, which is more than Larry ever would have got away with at Bathurst.
I don't know how Michael McMichael or John Connolly, whichever one's at the wheel at the moment, can see right at the moment after that burnout. I heard on the last run, the Alpina from the spectator area just here, the Alpina was spinning the wheels and gear changes on the run up towards turn 2.
Simon Boss Walker leaves the line now in the V8 Falcon Ute. This car, a former competitor in the much missed V8 Brute series, which was so popular with the fans. Simon's updated to that after running an XP Falcon for many years. Next, we've got Greg Ross in the BMW M4. Greg's previously raced Porsches and BMWs in Europe, USA and South Africa.
Why not add an M4 to the mix? BMW M4, one of the front runners in Australian production car racing. They have a championship for them nationwide, also in Queensland and in New South Wales. And they have that feature race, of course, the Bathurst 6 Hour.
My now retired boss used to have an M4 as a daily driver, and he'd started up in the underground car park and we could hear it inside the office.
Maybe there was a little bit of extra M4 on that M4. We've got the Ginetta G4R on the line. Malcolm Douglas, I think. Sorry?
Yes, it is indeed, yes. Malcolm Douglas. 2-litre engine. That's a lot of motor for such a tiny little car.
Yeah, the modern iteration of the Ginetta G4R, but they have been making Ginetta G4s in the UK since 1962.
And Malcolm actually drove a very similar car to this in 1964 when he won the Quebec Production Car Championship.
I was having a chat to him yesterday, Friday, and Malcolm was telling us about racing at Silverstone in the wet in a G4, chasing a Le Mans winner driving a Jaguar D-Type, and only lost by about a second ago or so.
Very nicely presented car too, doesn't it look good?
It does, and it's a very pretty car too.
Very, very low.
That's a Ginetta. That's what they do.
Yep. Yeah, they don't do bulk.
Ginetta also make LMP prototype race cars as well. For they've made an LMP1 in recent times, but of course their LMP1's been replaced by hypercar class. They also make an LMP2 and an LMP3. Now that's something a little bit different.
It is indeed. It's an MGA that's had an awful lot of Jaguar XK parts injected into it.
It's like, I've got an MGA, but I want a Jaguar D-Type. How can I fix that on the without buying a Jaguar D-Type? And
Well,
that's the result.
Yep, it's the 4.2 litre straight six engine, which is a lot more engine than the MGA ever saw. Triple carbs, Jaguar gearbox, Jaguar transaxle, hubs, brakes, etc.
It's at least triple the engine capacity. Now here's Stevie Chant on the line in the Aussie racing car, AU Falcon bodied. Who doesn't love an AU Falcon? The new Colt car. This AU Falcon is tiny compared to the real thing.
Yes, I had an AU Falcon as a daily driver, and I got to say it was one of the best daily drivers I've ever had.
This not AU Falcon, powered by a Yamaha FJ motorcycle engine. And here's the MacTech, Neil McLeod. Got tartan surround on the stripe there. I suppose McLeod's a bit of a Scottish name.
Okay.
Flings the car through turn one.
I tell you what, it's always a challenge to drive a car where the wheelbase and the track are roughly equal. It's a test of your skills, just trying to keep it straight.
I guess Peter Brock didn't really know any better when he was building that Austin A30 of his.
No, that's it. Basically, he just used what he had because that's all they had.
Yeah, and very short wheelbase compared to the track. And I suppose that contributed to how much of a car control genius he would become from that rather interesting start.
I remember reading somewhere that because he was so successful in that car and it was so unique, people couldn't work out if he was successful because of the car or in spite of the car. Greg Ross is lining up for a rerun in the BMW M4.
I think it was kind of demonstrated when the Austin was sold to another driver and couldn't get anywhere near as good a performance out of it.
Yeah, several subsequent owners were completely unsuccessful in the car.
Started if they're really keen. The good thing is, I only get... And I let them start.
Oh. Matt Reed in the Reedsters coming up to the line, and it's I've just had a little bit of a reminder. The little books being handed our way at the moment, compiled by Dick Willis, who's a long-time competitor in historic racing cars, and he's put out a book called Optimism on the history of the Australian special racing cars from 1930s, 1950s, 1960s, and so on. And there's a new edition of the book out, and cost is just $30. And yeah, it's so there's a postal address here. Email address at willisrg@smartchat.net.au. That's going to be a fascinating subject. I will definitely dive into the book when I get hold of a copy for myself. But yes. Yeah, just $30 for, and Dick has raced several of these cars over the years, so he definitely knows what he's talking about and describing them, and I will definitely be in for that. So yeah, Dick Willis's book Optimism, a new edition of the car. It's He's put out a number of editions over the last 8 years, so I'll be very keen to get into reading that once I get hold of my own copy. Chris Ching out on circuit now in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6. Scott Dean on the line. There's tremendous rivalry here between Chris Ching and Scott Dean, parked side by side. That sort of rivalry sort of came a little bit to the end when Scott Dean upgraded to the Toyota Yaris GR, and it's quite a bit more rapid compared to his previous car, but they're still pretty close on the timesheets. Scott Dean currently 19th fastest, Chris Ching currently 24th fastest overall, and they're separated by less than a second. They're both in the 52s. And Chris comes around to complete his run, and he's slower. He's 4/10 off his best. Scott Dean coming around to complete his run now. 52.1 is his best, and that run, a 50.9. Oh my goodness, he's kicked the goalpost straight down the road. Goes to 14th fastest. Just outside the top 10. And that's put to bed their internal competition between the two of them. There's now almost a second and a half between Scott Dean and Chris Ching. Next up, Justin McCarthy, because we're starting a new run. We're up to run number 6. And there's actually quite a fight going on in amongst the Group J historic racing cars. Our slowest cars in the field, yes, but that doesn't mean they're not having their own fierce competition. David Chisholm chasing hard after Justin McCarthy.
And of course, Group J is pre-1930 sports and racing cars.
So yeah, David Chisholm and Justin McCarthy are fighting over this Group J historic racing car class. Brian Chisholm in the Amel car, a little bit behind the two of them, so it's not really a battle. Brian's not involved in the battle for the win. The Amel car's not quite as quick as either the Austin or the Crossley. Now, last time around, David Chisholm did a 1:34.4 and Justin did a 1:35.0. Brian did a 1:40.7. So that's where our three centenarians, our 300-year-old race cars sit. And Justin's completed his lap just about. He's coming up to the line now as Brian gets underway. And Justin McCarthy's gone fastest, a 1:33.2. So David Chisholm's got time to find now to reclaim the class lead. Brian Chisholm on his way in the Amel car. And if Brian wants the lead of the class, he needs to find 7.5 seconds.
That's a lot. Is there a shortcut that he can take?
There is, but with how skinny the tyres and the spokes are on those wheels, I'm not sure that I'd want to risk it. And here's David Chisholm in the Crossley. I mean, there's a marked difference from his David's other race cars. He loves racing karts. You couldn't get much more different from a modern day kart to a 1924 Crossley. 1925. The Amel car's 1924.
Yep, 2.5 litre engine. He restored this car from the ground up with his late father. So once again, one of these many father and son restoration projects. It's great. Car's got 19 horsepower engine, 3-speed crash box, but it's a bit fancy. It's got brakes on every wheel. It's very modern.
Tips it into turn one, looking aggressive. I think that's about the fastest we've seen the Crossley this weekend. So it's definitely on here between Justin and David. And that was a really good lap time from Justin McCarthy last time around in the Austin 7. 1:33.2. So David Chisholm needs 1.3 seconds to reclaim the class lead. Now we move on to, this is Belinda Schiller in the John Lynn Special.
This car's this car's done 5 Australian Grand Prix, including the Leyburn event in 1949. It failed to finish due to a broken crank. Little 1348cc engine.
And Belinda is on her way. Now the lap time for David. No, David still hasn't completed the lap yet. I suppose a minute and a half. We get...
There he is. He's heading through the turn 6 now.
Coming up to the line. They're about 50 seconds slower than the fastest cars in the field.
The cars are so tall we can see them above the catch fencing.
That was actually a slow lap for David. A 1:39.1 compared to a 34.4. So Justin McCarthy has reclaimed the class that he has owned for a decade.
Belinda Schiller was pushing hard through turn 2. She only just kept it on the road there, nearly running wide onto the grass. Barry Smith goes by now, the unmistakable sound of the Ford V8. This is a 1936 special. So 1936, we're now up to Group K, which is 1931 to 1940. If you're wondering what the Alphabet Soup is all about, there are so many different categories in historic racing that they're all denoted by different letters. Group J is your pre-1930 cars, and Group K is 31 to 40. And then Group L, of course, is 1941 to 1960.
Colin Schiller going around now, car number 13, as there's the Lance Boken in the Fairthorpe. Lance has done a couple of races with this car in Group S, Historic Production Sports Car Racing. I think the first time I saw this car was back in the days of the Mount Cootha Hill climb. Fantastic initiative. Unfortunately, it was only run twice. A little bit unfortunate. It was in a time of the year where Brisbane seemed to get a lot of rain. The first 2 events were both rain affected, and then the third one was cancelled entirely because the whole of Brisbane flooded.
John Devitt on track now in the Holden Special. 2.4 litre engine, so that's obviously a grey motor. And the yellow flag is out.
Drama befallen Ian Beedman in the Jack Robinson Special, perhaps.
I tell you what, there are quite a few cars that haven't lined up for the 6th run. So I remember I was timing them. Our 4th run took 3 hours. I think the 6th run will take quite a bit less than that.
The 1949 Australian Grand Prix happened because after World War II, the motor racing was restarting in Australia in the late 1940s, and one thing that had not happened prior to World War II was Queensland never hosted the Australian Grand Prix. It had been to New South Wales, been to Victoria, been to South Australia, not to Queensland. So the chance to run the Australian Grand Prix was offered to Queensland, and they went looking for a venue. Now, the original plan was to hold the 1949 Australian Grand Prix at Lowood, which was an established circuit by then, and like Leyburn, a former RAAF aircraft base from World War II. But there was a bit of an issue with churchgoers in Lowood in 1949, and they refused to allow noisy motor racing to take place on the Sabbath. So Lowood's loss was Leyburn's gain, and the organising committee of the time came out to inspect RAAF's Leyburn airfield, which was during World War II, home for squadrons of US Air Force B-24 Liberators. And but when the US Air Force and the Royal Australian Air Force left Leyburn, they took everything with them, except a cup. In fact, not even they didn't even leave the buildings behind. They did leave an enormous stove that catered for 100 people at a time. That was just too heavy to lift, and that stove found its way into Leyburn and is in the CWA Hall, if memory serves, here in Leyburn to this day.
Awesome.
No longer pressed into service.
Okay, there we can see the recovery crew arriving. It's just near the finish line.
Oh, that's that looks like Barry Smith.
I think so. It looks like Barry.
And he's gotten into the tyres there.
There he is, yes, Barry Smith, car number 7, the Ford V8 Special. Yeah, Barry did the first event here at 1996 in his 1964 MGB. Then he built a Ford V8 Special, and now this is his second special, but this is his 29th Leyburn Sprints, one of a number of competitors who've taken part in every one of these events.
If you don't want to pop back to the story there. The 1949 Australian Grand Prix was then held here at the Leyburn Airfield. They expected a crowd of maybe 20,000 might attend, the Queensland Motorsporting Club organising the Grand Prix. The crowd was 50% larger than their expectations, at least. 30,000 at least descended upon the Leyburn airfield from all over southeast Queensland, and this is in the age of rationing, so it was quite some effort for people to acquire the fuel to drive and tyres for their cars to drive out to Leyburn to view the Australian Grand Prix. But there's tremendous appetite that had been built up around motorsport after World War II, and saw what was unique for the time was the Australian Grand Prix for the first time was held as a mass grid start. Actually, no, I think it had been held once. The Point Cook Australian Grand Prix in the 1930s, I think, was a mass start as well. But yeah, the Australian, but 1949, it was not a handicap race. That was the tradition for motorsport across the board, in the interest of fairness for every competitor. It was established how much faster your rivals were from each other, and then you started the race based on that perceived disadvantage. But no, the 1949 Grand Prix, using an Air Force base for a racetrack allowed them to set the cars up 5 abreast on the start line. The photos of the start line are ridiculous. These days, no. Right up until about the 1980s, you'd still occasionally get 3 abreast at places like Calder or Adelaide International, or even at Surfers Paradise here in Queensland. But 5 abreast, that would have made turn 1 very interesting.
Absolutely.
On lap 1 of the race.
Yeah, because I'm sure all the taxiways that were combined with the main runway to make the track wouldn't have been as wide as the main runway.
No, not at all.
So turn 1 becomes a test of courage.
Well, I think competing in the race at all was a test of courage.
Yeah, competing in motorsport before the 1970s is a test of courage.
Now, the race was won by John Crouch in a Delahaye 135. French-built car. Ray Gordon was second in an MGTC Special, and that car has been back to visit Leyburn not all that long ago. Arthur Rizzo was third in a Riley-based Special. Peter Critchley was fourth in an MGTB Special, and that car is here this weekend. Then you had a Cadillac-based Special was fifth, and another MG. Bugatti came home in third place. Type 37 Grand Prix Bugatti. And that goes to underline a bit about how impressive our Australian-built kludges, which is an engineering term, it's not derogatory, were compared to, say, a factory-built Grand Prix car like a Type 37 Bugatti. So there are 3 Grand Prix cars from the 1949 race here this weekend. As mentioned, the Peter Critchley's MGTB special that finished in 4th. The other 2 cars here are the MGTB special, the GK Ford special, driven by Ross Gray back in the day, and was second retirement out on lap 4. And the other car that was from the race that's running here today is the John Nin MGTB special that Belinda Schiller has been driving. That car didn't finish the race. It finished 20 of the 35 laps. Oh, here we go. Centaur GT Wagot coming around. Well, strictly speaking, the car is the Centaur GT. The Wagot merely refers to the Wagot engine that the car employed. Wagot, an Australian engineering firm that rebuilt engines to make them better and faster and more powerful. And the Wagot engine in the Centaur GT is the Holden 6, but better. Wagot's more famous engine was the TC4, which was based on the Ford Kent 4-cylinder engine, and that went into a lot of 1600cc open-wheel racing cars in period. 1600cc would have been Formula 2, Australian Formula 2 at the time. Car number 13, about to lift off. This is Colin Schiller in the Bill Pyle special. Completely different race driver, Bill Pye.
So much.
Oh, misfiring rather badly there. So unfortunately his run's quite ruined.
Lance Bucket in the Fairthorpe Electron is coming up for a run. It's a rerun. Away he goes. Would have been caught up in the issues that befell Barry Smith with that after the finish line crash, actually. Lovely looking little,
isn't it?
British
I've never
sports.
ever seen one before yesterday, but yeah, what a gorgeous car. Very high roll bar. I wonder if he shares the car with someone somewhat taller.
John Devitt at the wheel of the 1957 Glyn Scott Holden Special. 2.4 litre Holden motor in that car. For a long time, Glyn Scott was Queensland's leading open wheel race driver. Queenslanders tended to gravitate towards other classes. John French and Bill Pitt racing in touring cars and GT cars.
Brian Aldred on track now in the Centaur Clubman.
We've got a few Centaurs coming through here right now. The Centaurs were built in southeast Queensland. A number of manufacturers come from this part of the world as well, like Nota, for example. There's a Nota Clubman in the field somewhere. Here's the Jaguar XJ13 replica. Greg Ross driving. Experienced international racer. Driving Glenn Cook's XJ13 replica here this weekend. The gorgeous Jaguar V12 sound.
Yeah, the original XJ13 is in the Jaguar Museum now, and it's valued at £7 million.
Yeah, not dollars.
Yeah, so hence Glenn Cook's decision to build a replica rather than just buy the real one.
Yeah, that might have been a little bit difficult to achieve, and I'm not so sure that Jaguar will want to sell it either.
Yeah, I imagine they're hanging on to that.
It was Brad Stratton, the Alfa Mallard, just disappearing into the distance. 1.5 litre Ford engine, so a Ford Anglia engine powering that car.
And of course, Brad Stratton currently competing in and pre-production touring cars, but he actually raced Group A touring cars into the Australian Championship 3 years in a row, and did the Bathurst 1000 3 years in a row as well. His best result was 4th in class in a Bob Holden Corolla. That car's actually in my shed now. And Brad actually drove the car at an historic event at Eastern Creek years ago. Fits like a glove.
Here's the Bowens. A pair of Bowen P6s running here this weekend. One considerably more powerful than the other. Just a little bit.
David Cross lining up in the Bowen P6 Formula 5000 with a 4.4 litre Leyland V8 engine.
Of course, a 4.4 litre Leyland means it's a development of the aluminium Rover V8.
Absolutely, yep. They put Rover and Triumph badges on it when it's 3.5 litres, and they took it out to 4.4 litres and put Leyland badges on it. And of course, that was the engine they put in the Leyland P76.
Beat me to it, yeah. And they adapt, and it was adapted for Formula 5000 racing. Went into an Elfin. In fact, there was the M4L, no, M6L, I think it was. The
flag drops, and here he is.
Oh, I'm going to run out of time. Here he is. The Formula 5000 is so quick. See a little A badge on the side pod, signifying that the car runs on an alcohol-based fuel.
Not unlike some of the competitors here this weekend.
Wow. A lot of fun.
I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure they were all pit crew.
The Mofoco heading towards turn 1, an American iteration of the Sports 2000 concept. Just off the ball a little bit slightly, the Mofoco.
And Keith Carling leaving the line now in the Mazda RX-7 Sports sedan.
His last run wasn't that spectacular.
No, it did look very slow, didn't it?
That's better. That's more like it.
Yeah, definitely sounding much stronger down the straight this time.
He did take it a little more gently heading towards turn 1 today than yesterday. He was pushing quite hard yesterday.
And Doug Angus is on the line now in the Formula V Elfin.
One thing to know about Keith Carling is he is the first man to achieve 300 kilometres an hour on Conrod Straight at Bathurst, and that's an impressive. And to this day, there's only been about 6 of them in total who've achieved that. Supercars can't get there. I mean, that's only because of the gear ratios, but they do sort of aim to run it in the 290, so they don't quite get to 300. So it's more or less the exclusive domain of the sports sedans.
Kip McIntyre has been super enthusiastic through turn 1 all weekend, but he reached a new level today with a power slide in a Formula V, and I have to admit that's not something I'm used to seeing.
Former owner of that car, Wes Beekman, was probably going to be a bit surprised to see the car stepping out so violently.
Ross Rundle heading towards us now in the Reynard Formula Ford.
Formula Ford's a bit more sophisticated than Formula V. Intended as a step up.
Yeah, of course, because Formula 4, they ran proper racing car suspension, whereas Formula V, they just ran the production Beetle suspension. Hubs, uprights, etc.
And it's one of the easiest way to visually tell a 1200 from a 1600 in Formula V racing, the upgraded suspension. As here's the Sunbeam Alpine disappearing towards turn 2.
That's Paul Ritchie Group competing in Group S, historic production sports cars.
Sunbeam, the only Sunbeam in the entry here this weekend, but it's fascinating to have a Sunbeam here at all. They're not especially common. Sunbeam in the first half of the 20th century was perhaps best known for their pursuit of the world land speed record. And there were a number of remarkable machines, including one that was like front to rear painted gold. It's a wicked looking device. I forget what it was called.
Stephen Callahan on track now in his MGB. And here comes Lloyd Jones, driving Michael Jones's Lotus Europa.
It's quite a nimble car. You see, it carries quite a lot of speed through turn one, even for a relatively modest 1.3 litre Renault engine.
1.6 actually.
1.6.
Yeah, the engine comes out of a Renault 16. And Jeff Messer leaves the line now in his MGB 1800. Very neat and tidy car. That's actually an Australian assembled MGB. Of course, a lot of car companies dealt with the very huge tariffs that used to apply to Australian car manufacturing protection by bringing in CKD kits, and they'd assemble the cars here in Australia, and MGBs were on that list. Of course, there's no industry left to protect now.
You can buy a locally developed Spectrum Formula Ford.
Yes.
That's
yeah, there's no road car industry left.
We do have some racing cars and some military vehicles.
Amazingly, trucks are still assembled in Australia at the Volvo and Kenworth factories. But yeah, not cars. Apparently we're too small to have a car industry, even though we did for 70 years. And Barry Campbell lined up ready to go in the Bulwer Mark 7.
Bulwer was another manufacturer of Australian race cars that sort of slid out through government regulation of, in particular, of fiberglass bodied cars that occurred in the 1970s. And that's why there's so many more Bulwer Mark 7s compared to the Bulwer Nagari that followed. It was relatively early in the life of the Bulwer Nagari that the new limitations on fiberglass bodied cars in Australia were brought in.
Stephen Clements maintains the enthusiasm that he's shown all weekend in that magnificent Ferrari 308 GTB. That is not a quiet car.
No, it is not, but Ferraris are supposed to be heard. Tom Selleck co-driving with Stephen Clements this weekend. And here's Roy Davis.
Very quick through turn one. Every time we've seen him, he's been rapid fast through turn one. And that wicked Triumph GT6, it's only a very small car, but it's got a 2.5 litre straight six engine.
Roy is currently 35th fastest in a field of 245.
And that's not bad in a genuine historic car too, up against so many modern cars. Peter Dobe just goes by now in the Peugeot 203. 1600cc engine, 1956 model.
Oh, well, a safety car has been called for.
Okay, somebody has not completed their run. They've failed to proceed, as the saying goes.
Alan Greenbury will not be taking the start just yet in his 1953 Morris Minor. So that's a 1953 Morris Minor. It's not exactly standard.
No, it's got a 1.5 litre engine for starters. I think back in the day they had about a 998, I think was the most common engine.
There's a sticker on the back of the car that says Morola, which suggests where that 1500cc engine has come from.
Could well be. I was going to suggest it might have a Datsun A15 engine, which is a very common repower for the early Morrises.
Oh, no, it sounds like a nickname, like the Morola is very much more Toyota in origin.
Safety car on course. Jeans seemed like a brilliant idea this morning when I left my accommodation, but rather wish I had shorts on right now. Turned into a magnificent day. You would not believe this is winter. So yeah, welcome to all the interstate travellers who've come up to Leyburn for this event. Yeah, us Queenslanders, we call this winter. What do you think of it?
See, this is why this is the time of year that all of our national motor racing championships come up to visit Queensland.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you could,
it's the perfect time to hold a race meeting in Queensland.
if you could leave rural Victoria behind for this, would you do that?
I'd leave rural Victoria behind for good if I could come here.
I will not apologise for being an uninvolved Queenslander. Alan Greenbury sitting on the line, as mentioned in the Morris Minor. I might wander down there with one of our radio mics and have a chat with some of our competitors. Haven't done that so far this year.
And while we've got a break in proceedings, while the officials are cleaning up whatever the latest incident is, I can see the flashing lights. So whatever it is that's happened at the chicane. So once again, say a big cheerio and a big thank you to all the volunteer officials. We appreciate your efforts so much, and it's wonderful to have you all here at the circuit. And of course, the volunteer officials, they're always looking for more and more people to join them. So if you'd like to get involved in motorsport, you don't want to run a car yourself, please consider becoming a volunteer motorsport official. They're always looking for more people to join their ranks. Get in touch with Motorsport Australia. They'll tell you how to get involved. And they'll provide you with free training and accreditation at the end of it. And one of the best things about being a volunteer motorsport official, apart from getting a great view of the racing, is you actually get to make a heap of new friends because they're a really great bunch of people. The track has been cleared already. Our speedy officials have done their job. Alan Greenbury leaves the line in the Morris Minor. Yeah, that's definitely too quick to be a standard Morris Minor. That's Toyota power getting down the straight, I'd suggest. Dennis Tobin is lining up next in the Austin A35. Nope, that's not Dennis Tobin. That's Cameron Todd and the Austin Lancer. 1500cc engine. And he's having a red-hot go through turn one, pushing hard in the little Austin. Unfortunately, it sounds like he's hit a misfire up in the top of the range there. And that's cost him speed at the end of the straight. Alan Archer leaving the line now in the 1500cc Ford Anglia. Whoa, big sideways on the exit of turn one. He's gassed it up, hung the tail out, but to his credit, he's kept his boot in and kept it straight. Sometimes more power is the answer. Sometimes it's not. Philip Kay heading down towards turn one now in the Alpha GT Sprint. Very quick little car they were in their day. So much more advanced than anything else that they were sold against, the Alphas. Twin cam, twin carbs, 5-speed, disc brakes, independent suspension. Very, very sophisticated car and very fast in their day too. Came close to victory at Bathurst a number of times. Richard Markin heading down towards turn one now in the Peugeot 403. 1962 model, 1500cc engine. Richard raced motorbikes for 45 years, and then he decided he should produce something a little bit more sedate, so he chose to get into cars. This car was a daily driver when he purchased it in 1979. It's been progressively upgraded now into a race car. Greg Menzies leaves the line in the Mark II Jag. 3.8 litre V straight six engine, triple carbs, triple SU carbs no less. He's running this car at Winton, Bathurst, Wakefield Park, Malala, Geelong and Mount Tarrangower and Phillip Island. This looks like a reef run. Yep, Peter Dobe in the Peugeot 203 coming round again. Murray Rowland leaves the line now in the Ford Anglia. It's a 1.3 litre turbo Anglia. You can see the battle scars from where he had an incident on a run earlier this morning. Stoved in the left rear guard and torn the flare off, but it still goes, so he's still out there. Michael Rosa leaves the line in the Mark 1 Cortina GT. This is Michael's second attempt at this event. Phil Haskett just heading through turn one now in the Mark 1 Cortina GT. Phil's a former Australian Group Supercard Grand Prix winner. So a Cortina GT is going to seem quite sedate after Supercards. But still having a red hot go. Next to leave the line is Glenn Potter, another one of the Mark 1 Cortina GTs. And Bob Hegarty leaves the line with plenty of smoke out of the RX2. Knowing Bob, a lot of that'll be tyre smoke. Very quick through turn 1, heading down Canning Street now towards turn 2. That car currently for sale. Yep, sorry, go. Casey Springett leaves the line. This brand new Mazda RX-2, owned and built by Matt Clift at Morgan Park Performance. Car first turned a wheel on Thursday. Casey first drove it yesterday, but he's been getting quicker and quicker with each run, and he's already second in class. Ken Oliver on track now in the HK Monaro. Big power slide out of turn 1, but he's disappeared out of our sight through turn 2 as Dennis Brown rushes through turn 1 now in the 2-litre Duratec Escort. Robert Manning just heading down the straight into turn 2 now in the little 1300cc Mini. And the flag drops on Darren Mellon now in the 4G63 Turbo. Basically Evo Mitsubishi power in this very early model Lancer set up for improved production racing. This thing is properly quick in a straight line. And Bruce Garland just powers the little Escort through turn 1, very quickly on his way down towards turn 2. Terry Pike just heading down Canning Straight now on the in the XW Fairmont. We heard Mark talking to him earlier. But technically it is the tow car, but it just happens to be quick enough that he can run it on the track as well. Reed Hinton just passes our position at turn 1 and almost immediately he's down at turn 2. Very, very quick run in the Stour. So we'll keep an eye on the times now because the quickest cars here this weekend are all running at the moment. Neil Lewis heading down into turn 2 now. Very rapid, very tidy. Ross Mackay leaving the line in the max spec, 1300. It's just amazing how these cars accelerate so rapidly out of turn 1. A little bit loose there on the exit of turn 2, but I don't think it cost him much. Reed Hinton's just done a new best lap of a 45.1. That puts him in 5th position. Edward McCain just heading down Canning Straight now. Neil Lewis has just done a 46.1 and Ross Mackay's done a 43.9. Stephen. Stephen Woodbridge has had the engine cover come loose on his way out of turn 2. Just loose. Ross Mackay has improved. He's done a 43.9. Yes, it is. Yeah, Brett Bull has done a 44.1. So Ross Mackay now 3rd, Brett Bull 4th. Brett Bull on the line now. Brett Bull leaves the line now, heading down towards turn 1. Warwick Hutchinson lined up at the start now. 4-litre engine in this car. And seriously quick on the run down Canning Street from turn 1 to turn 2. We're watching the times. No one else has improved, just the 4 that I mentioned earlier. Charlie O'Brien is now lined up in the Bruce Garland Escort. So far, Charlie's been quicker than Bruce. Ken Northrup just heading down the straight now in the 186 powered Holden FJ. Jim Hodgson lined up in the Mustang now. We're looking for a big smoky burnout. And he doesn't disappoint. Mal Troller's next in the Chrysler Valiant. And Dan O'Mara leaves the line now in the little 1200 Datsun. Greg Paul leaving the line in the little 1600 Escort. Very, very quick run through turn 1 as he heads down Canning Street towards turn 2. And the Peugeot 203 comes by again, getting another rerun. As Mark said earlier, this is run number 6. So for anybody who's not in the top 10 shootout, this will be their final run for the weekend. Last chance to improve their times. Rob Clippen leaves the start line now in the little Datsun 1600. And Braden Lawrence is next, one of our junior competitors in the 1600cc Mark 1 Escort. I've just noticed the car's got the faintest of battle scars on both right-hand side flares, so somebody's got just a little bit too close to the concrete barrier. Seamus Murray is next. Actually, I think that could be Kerry Snyder's at the wheel. It's hard to tell, one's as quick as the other. Yep, that is Kerry at the wheel. Jason O'Mara rushes down in towards turn 1 in the A14 powered Datsun 1200. The yellow flag is out. So one of the previous competitors has had a moment somewhere. We'll try and figure out who that is. So that'd be Braden Lawrence. Okay, safety car is on the way. We'll just can't keep an eye on the monitors, just trying to confirm for you what's happened. Now, we saw Jason O'Mara get the yellow flag to warn him that there was an incident ahead. He's just driven back into the pits, but there was another race car in front of him. And we'll take a moment to thank some of our supporters of the events. Anglers Meats, where fresh costs less. Southern Downs and Granite Belt. And of course, Motorsport Australia, the provider of all the volunteer officials here. We've just seen Rodney in the recovery, Navarra heading down Canning Street now. Also, next up, Digital, Tate Freight, Collins Hay, JMC Performance, Borrell, Warwick Credit Union, TCP Designs, all of these people, thank you very much for your support. And remember, folks, when you're in the marketplace, support the people who support your sport. If you're looking at different suppliers, one of them supports your sport and one of them doesn't, you know who you need to look at.
I'm here now with Dick Johnson. Now, Dick, can you tell us a bit about your highlights in your racing career?
Well, that started a long, long time ago. I think I first raced back in 1964. And since then, I've come an awful long way to the point where I realised probably the dream I always had, which was to be a professional motor racing driver. And in saying that, I've been fortunate enough to win 5 Australian Touring Car Championships, 3 Bathursts, the 12-hour at Eastern Creek, and they're the most significant ones. Plus, I suppose just having a team, which is the longest-standing racing team in Australia, and still am part of it on a daily basis. And we employ about 44 people full-time, and championship-wise, we've won 10 championships and 6 Bathursts. So it's been a hell of a ride and very enjoyable.
Now, with the experience that you've had under your wing, what brings you to the Leyburn Sprints?
Look, this is the grassroots of where everything starts. When you see, because it takes me back in time, back to when I was a young kid, watching or looking over the fence at Strathpine and Lowood and places like that, to see these very early model cars race like they did back here in 1949. And it's great to see the history of motorsport. And if there's any place in Australia you want to see the best range of history, it's right here at Leyburn.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well said, Dick. Thank you so much for interviewing. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Dick Johnson there, embracing the 1949 Australian Grand Prix trophy, as well as recapping for us the extraordinary career of Richard Johnson. Now there's a little bit of clean-up to do after car's gone straight on over in the area of turn 5, exiting the school section of the racetrack. I thought I would take the opportunity to recap, because several of our classes are completed for the day. And I tell you what, Justin McCarthy has had the Group J class much to himself for the last 10 years. He's had competition this weekend from the Chisholm family with their Crosley and the Amel car, and he's risen to the challenge and taken victory in class number 1 in the Austin 7 ahead of David Chisholm in the Crossley second fastest. He's had to fight to get that win. Now, Pete Trapnell's only done 2 runs in his IndyCar special, and that was enough for Pete to be able to take victory in class 3, made up of a pair of Sidevale Ford V8 class cars and Belinda Schiller in the 1949 Australian Grand Prix MGTB. So congrats to Pete, out there with the lens on at the moment doing photography work. Ian Beedman in the Jaguar XK120 special has come home to win class 5. And that's in the XK120 Robinson special. Extraordinary car, beating home Carlson and Colashilla in their MGTC Grand Prix cars. Graham Branch in the tiniest car in the field, the Betson Edfield, has won class 6. When he's won by less than a second, and Lance Bokert has fended off Peter Turnbull. The Fairthorpe Electron has just beaten Peter Turnbull in the Newcastle Steel City Special by 0.08 of a second. 67.11 versus 67.19. But yeah, Graham Branch in the Betson Enfield won the class. Exciting tiny race car. Neville Birtwhistle's won class 7 in the Centaur GT, and that was by less than half a second to Matt Devitt in the Centaur Clubman. So Centaurs finished first and second, with the Notice Sportsman of Goulding coming home in third in that class. Brad Stratton in the Alpha Malalar has beaten Greg Ross in the Jaguar XJ13 replica for class number 8. Plus
Mark, I see that the Manitou has been returned to its position after repositioning the hay bales. I can't see any more flashing lights at the scene, so looks like the clean-up is close to being finished. And it is indeed, because Rod Robertson has just left the line in the Mark 1 Cortina. Accelerating down Canning Street towards turn 2. One of the most popular classes here this weekend would be the under 1600 historic touring cars.
Oh, absolutely. There's an amazing collection of cars in that class. I'm just running through them. I'll catch up to that one shortly.
Rhett Silkstone just leaving the line now in the little Mini Cooper S.
Roy Davis in the Triumph GT6 has beaten Stephen Clements and Barry Campbell to victory in Class 20. 54.1 for Roy in the end.
Donna Trustham leaving the line now in the Mark II Cortina GT. She's teammates with her dad, Peter McConnell, who runs the GDHO Falcon. And there's so many wonderful family stories here at Leyburn Sprints this weekend. So many families out there either sharing a car or sharing the pit bay and running a couple of cars.
I'm just looking across Class 22, which is historic touring cars, Group N, Group NB specifically, and Ronnie Hansen in the Morris Mini Cooper has taken the class victory. That was never really in doubt. He's like 6.5 seconds clear of the class. Second in the class, though, was up for debate right to the end, and it has been Michael Rosa in the Mark I Ford Cortina, who has taken second place ahead of the Ford Anglia.
Now, Kerry Snyder's was lined up. Kerry Snyder's was lined up for a rerun. She's sort of left the line, but it looks like they've abandoned it. And no,
the car's broken.
Yeah, the car's broken. I was thinking that they were sending a recovery out to get someone else, but no, unfortunately, the feed has left the line and gone no further. I think she was actually lining up for a rerun because her previous run was impeded by Braden Lawrence's incident at the chicane.
Class 24 for historic touring cars Group N, up to 5 litres, and Matt Clift was surprised nobody that Matt Clift has won the class the most out of 100. It was pretty, and the RX2s, his sort of teammates in Casey Springate and Bob Haggerty, second and third. 53.0 for Matt, Casey on a 54.9, and Bob a 56.4. Just running through some of the bigger classes by numbers.
Okay, so Kerry's got the Fiat on a rope now. Problem is they're facing the wrong way, so they're going to have to turn around somehow.
Tyson Cowie has won Class 26 for sports sedans up to 2 litres on a 53.1 compared to Dennis Brown, a 54.2. Third in class was Darren Mellon in the Mitsubishi Lancer.
Okay, rather than turn around, they're just going to take a quick run.
Oh, they're going to head back to the finish line, yeah. Alex Daniels has won Class 27 for sports sedans over 2 litres in that mighty Toyota Turbo Ford Escort Mark I. Defeating Dwayne Taylor, 51.6 versus 51.9, so that was really quite close between Daniels and Taylor at the end of the day. And McGrath in the Nissan Silvia Chevrolet has come home third on a 52.8, but that was less than 3/10 of a second separating Daniels in the Ford Escort and Dwayne Taylor in the orange LH Tirana.
Okay, so Kerry Snyder's Fiat has been towed off the course now by Rocket Rod in the recovery ute. Rocket Rod's recovery. I'll get triple points in Scrabble for alliteration. So next on the line should be Jason O'Mara. He'll be having a rerun in his 1.4 litre Datsun 1200.
Jason was already the class leader. Had a quick chat to him just before the first attempt at the start, and here he comes again, that screaming Datsun. Heads towards turn 1, wags the tail just only a little bit.
Having a red hot go.
Oh yeah, leaving nothing behind.
Yeah, punts the car very quickly through turn 2. Then he'll head down to turn 3 and just disappear out of our view. The next car off the line is Matthew Wyburn in another Datsun 1200. This one has got the A15 motor, not the A14.
There's fiercely contested Class 35 that's going through the list at the moment. This is touring cars, pre-72 up to 1600 cc's. Jason O'Mara in the Datsun is our current house leader. His best time so far is a 54.2. Craig Lawrence looks like he might not get another run. He's currently second fastest, and he's only got half a second. So second place is not necessarily secure, or is it? Has Greg Bull been through yet? He has, actually. So that was Greg Bull's last chance to take second place away from Craig Lawrence, and it's not worked out for him. Will end up being third in class. O'Mara has gone faster again. Well, we thought, oh, there's...
That's Trent Adams in the Blake Curran Escort. Now, the program says it's got a 5.7 litre engine. My ears tell me it does not, maybe.
No.
No, that's definitely a misprint, but it's still quick. It's just not a 5.7 quick. Mark Archer leaves the line now in the Mark II Cortina. This is 3 SGE Beams power. That's why he's running in the sports sedan class, not the touring car class. Whoa, and a lock-up. He's pitched the rear brakes and had half a spin into turn 2. And rejoins the circuit. He's taking a cone with him. This is not Mr. Whippy. You're supposed to leave the cones behind.
Cones are supposed to be edible, aren't they? Wait. Although that one's a bit more sort of plastic rubber.
Yeah.
Steve Bridie, who's currently... Well, Steve Bridie was second in class. Oh, we've moved on to the next class. Excuse me, I'm an entire class behind. Jason O'Mara won the class 35 ahead of Craig Lawrence and Greg Bull and Matt Wyburn. Mark Wood, Kippen... Oh, that was a fantastic class. Class 35. We've now moved into class 36. And yeah, this is the class that Colin Mayman's leading. Lovely bloke, Colin.
Yep. Brief delay here while one of our hard-working volunteer officials picks up the cones and puts them back where they're supposed to be. I'm not sure he's going to do about the one that got stolen. They'll have to retrieve that later.
I'm guessing that there might be a penalty for that.
Yeah. 2 seconds if you knock a cone over. What's the penalty for picking one up and taking it away?
35 seconds. I mean, if the penalty is 2 seconds, it may as well be any penalty. That's enough to render the time useless. So currently Colin Mayman. Well, the Volkswagen did have a larger lead, but heading into the final run here for class 36, the lead is only 0.2 of a second to Troy Maven in the mighty Mark I Ford Escort.
And both of them are lined up for their final run, so this could go anyway.
Oh, hello, look, there's the Lawrence Escort.
Oh.
So Craig Lawrence is not yet done.
Yeah, so Braden Lawrence failed to complete his run, but obviously the car wasn't badly damaged because Craig's lining up to have his turn.
Unless it was a different car. It looked like it, though.
Oh, they've found the cone. It's been returned. It's got a skid mark on it now. And the flag drops. Steve Bridie leaves the line in the SR20 powered Datsun 1200.
And he's currently third in class. Oh, big twitch.
Having a red hot go there through turn 1.
Yeah, Steve was actually ahead. Steve was in second in class before, but Troy Maven's risen and overtaken him. So there is fruit to be grabbed here. It's astonishingly close for this battle. The Volkswagen of Maven has led pretty much all day, but on a 53.1, he's coming under pressure here from Maven on a 53.4, Bridie on a 53.4. So these three will fight out for the podium. Fourth in class is Mason in the Escort, and he's on a 56. So these three cars, car 131, 130, and 124 for Bridie. Volkswagen versus Ford versus Datsun. Oh, Jamie Chant is on his way. Huge twitch in the car, and spins and misses everything. I don't know whether that was by design or not, but he has missed the hay bale by the width of a number plate.
Yeah, that was a very tight margin there where he's missed the hay bale. And then...
if that was as intended, then magnificent work for Jamie to cutting
one
it
quick
that
donut
fine.
and back on the track. He
He's
might
not
get a
chasing-
trophy, but he's got the fans' attention.
Oh, actually, I think he is in line for a trophy. Actually, he is right up at the pointy end of the class on the occasional run that he's treated it seriously.
Yeah, Craig Lawrence is lined up now to have a run.
Now what? That means I've got to track back to class 35. Craig is currently second fastest. He set a 55.8. Greg Bull's best in the end was a 56.4. So second place is secure. But can Craig Lawrence make the leap to Jason O'Mara? It's 2 whole seconds.
Geez, he's quick through turn 1. Carried a lot of corner speed there.
Well, he's not going to die not knowing.
Quick through turn 2.
Fabulous racer, Craig, actually.
And then he disappears from our view when he gets to turn 3. Ross Cuff leaving the line now in the BMW 2000.
When you see the split times for Craig Lawrence, see if he can get to O'Mara. It's coming around the turn 5, heading into the chicane towards turn 6.
Wayne Mason throws it into turn 1.
He's sparing none of the ponies either in the Escort Mexico. He's in the mix for the podium in class 36. Craig Lawrence has crossed the line. 55.7. He has improved, but only by a 10th. So second in class, which is what he had already. So he wasn't really going to lose that.
So Troy Maven rushing down in towards turn 1 now. A bit of a lock-up on the way in.
Oh my goodness! In switching, he's gone and hit the hay bales.
Yeah, you come out of turn 1 and it looked like it had a lot of right lock on the exit of the corner, and it's just gone straight ahead into the hay bales.
Apologies for getting a little too excited for that. Troy is chasing time in this three-way fight for the podium. Troy had dropped to third. Steve Bridie in the Datsun 1200 just before has come through in a 53.1 to take the class lead away from Colin Mayman and the Volkswagen Beetle. Colin's led the entire run up until the last run, and now Bridie is ahead, but Colin has a right of reply. The Volkswagen is on the line and will be next to be released once Troy Maven.
He's probably made a mess of that hay bale. He's crumpled the front bodywork, and I'm just looking at the front wheels and I'm trying to work out, are they pointing in the same direction? Because just to my eye, it looked like he came out of the corner and he still had a heap of right lock on the front left, but I couldn't see the front right. Anyway, the marshals are remonstrating with him, trying to get him to advise whether he needs a flat toe or a lift toe. They're still asking him, so he hasn't replied. If you're wondering what those arm signals, folks, and any drivers who are listening, after you've had an incident, make it easy for the officials. Hold your arms out straight if you need a flat toe. Lift your arms up and down like you're trying to fly to tell them that you need a lift toe. The quicker they can get the correct recovery vehicle out, the quicker the event can get back on. Yeah, he's made a mess of that hay bale. That's going to be a job to pick that up. He's broke it apart.
You see the component parts scattered around like loaves of, slices of bread.
Yeah, he's restarted the engine, backed out of the hay bale, tried to drive off, but didn't get much further, which would make me suggest maybe there is potential steering damage.
And maybe the right front is rubbing on something as well.
Yeah, that could be possible. Maybe it's just bodywork pushed onto the wheel.
You'd feel that resistance. It gets a bit serious sometimes on Sunday afternoon here at the Leyburn Sprints.
Here comes the bale handler now.
Chris Collins has come out for a run in the Escort today, but I'm not sure that he's going to get much more than one run. We went a bit easy on him this morning. We didn't need any hay bale replacing until after lunch.
I'm here with Erica today, who is one of our juniors for the 2025 Leyburn Sprints. Erica, tell me a little bit about yourself and about your car.
Yeah. Hi, so I'm Erica Ferdinand, and I've been racing since I was 14. I race all over the Darling Downs, and I'm here today in my XL, which I race at the majority of my different places.
Yeah, tell me how many times you've raced today, or how often you get in the car.
So, like, I race at 4 different places, which have like about 4 or 5 runs a year. So I just had my second run for today at Leyburn, and it's going pretty good.
How many times have you been at Leyburn? Is this your first time racing?
Yeah, this is my first time at Leyburn, which is fantastic. I'm loving it.
Perfect. And are you having any more races today, or are you done for the day?
I'm actually not sure how many runs we're meant to get today. But yeah, I would love another run.
How old were you when you started racing?
So I started racing when I was 14, and I started out in Mulmerran on the dirt, so that was an experience. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and good luck if you have any more races today. But yeah, no, thanks so much.
The junior competition is one that we are not going to be able to tell you anything about, because it has to be calculated, because it's based on a regularity, not on fastest lap time. So we will not. So neither David nor myself will know at all. It's going to be revealed. It's going to be somewhat of a surprise when the Mike and Ann Collins Memorial Award is awarded to our best junior.
Troy Maven's car now being returned on the end of a rope behind the recovery truck. And it looks like the wheels are turning fine, so yeah, I don't think it suffered steering damage. I'd say it's just pushed the bodywork onto the tyre, or possibly even emptied the radiator.
Ah, that's something I hadn't thought of, yeah. It took a while before we got to see a front-on shot of the car, and it could have emptied itself in that time quite easily.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of body damage.
Troy, a regular competitor in the Queensland Improved Production Car Championship. That's a circuit racing Escort, that car. Pretty quick one too.
And it looks like the tow hook has been removed from the car. They were pulling it up there onto the return road. And yeah, it looks like the towing eye has been yanked out of the car.
I remember watching a Super Touring one, Bathurst 1000 in '98, I want to say. I was up at McPhillamy Park at the time, and a Ford Mondeo had buried itself in the sand trap there. So they lined it up on a tow hook to dig the car out of the McPhillamy Park sand trap. Ping! Tow hook broke. Okay, so we went round to the other end of the car to attach to the other end of the car, and that broke as well.
Yeah, it's very important, folks. Not only does the hook have to be very strong, but it has to be mounted on something very strong as well. My towing eye is actually attached to the chassis rail with a 19mm bolt. That should do it.
I do remember there was some controversy at Bathurst in 1994 when a Peugeot dived into the sand at Hell Corner and the car was dragged out. The circumstances escape me, but unfortunately the chassis was a bit damaged in the course of recovering the vehicle. So yes, it's important that you have your tow hook mounted correctly and to something that's not going to damage the car.
The starter's giving the drivers a signal to fire up, so we should have a recommencement very shortly.
Colin Mayman is the car that's due to come out, and we are in the midst of resolving Class 36 touring cars, pre-1972, up to 2 litres. It's been a fiercely contested class over the course of the weekend. There's quite the battle for 5th in class going on as well between 4 cars, between Munn, Milner, Chris Chant and Paul Brailsford. Although I did have a chat to Paul Brailsford immediately after I talked to his son Tom on the line in the Ford Capri. Paul said that unfortunately he's done the head gasket in the Escort. As Colin Mayman gets underway, and he's lost his lead that he's had all weekend.
That looked very, very quick through turn 1.
He's got time to find. He needs He doesn't need a lot. 400ths of a second to overtake Steve Bridie's Datsun 1200. But that does mean recording his fastest time of the weekend as Don Milner gets underway. He's in the mix for the fight for 5th in class. Mason in the Escort Mexico is sort of in no man's land between the battle for top 3 and the battle for 5th place.
Don Milner looking very quick through 1 and 2 in the Triumph Dolomite.
He's currently on a 59.0, and he needs 0.4 of a second to move up to 5th in class to beat 5 cars in front of him. Neil Penbos is on the way in the other Volkswagen Beetle in the field, and waiting for Mayman to come back. Mayman's completed the run, and it's not enough. Mayman was 0.4 off his best, and Steve Bridie on the last run of the day in the Datsun 1200 has stolen the number class 36 1600 to 2 litre touring cars.
Toby Barker heading towards turn 1 in the Triumph 2500 PI. PI standing for petrol injection, as distinct from TC, which is twin carb. The 2 different specs for the 2.5 litre straight 6 engine.
Deceptively quick cars, the Triumph.
They are indeed.
I mean, they don't have the look of being exceptionally sporty. You know, a very 3-box look to them. But yeah,
sort of a luxury executive saloon.
But they're quite potent.
Brian Munn is on the line now in the Mark 1 Escort. This is an ex-rally car. Looking at it now, it's obviously set up for circuit work.
It's currently 5th fastest, so he's defending that 5th. Well, right at the moment, let's see, Milner was, Don Milner's come around and not improved. Chris Chance already been around and did not, improved, but not enough to displace Munn, and Brailsford won't be coming out for the final run, so Munn has secured that 5th place. But I wonder if he's got the pace in him to threaten Mason in the Escort Mexico.
He's trying.
Maybe not quite carrying enough speed through turn 2. It's a deceptively tight corner, turn 2. Well, no, it's not deceptively tight. It is tight. It looks tight. You see the cars do lose plenty of speed getting around that corner.
Tracy Kirby in the 3 litre V6 Capri heading down Canning Street now towards turn 2.
And that means we've moved on to class 37. But I'm keen to see last car in class 36 to come around to see if Munn can get any closer to Mason for 4th place in class.
Brian Young in the Triumph TS Vitesse tips it into turn 1 for his last run of the day, of the weekend. Darryl Busby on track now in the 5 litre 68 Mustang. And next we've got Darren Hansford in the XR Falcon, XR Fairmont I should say.
Class 37 has long since been decided. Flaxman, who hasn't come out for a run today in the turbocharged Datsun 1600, won that class convincingly. 5 seconds clear of the rest of the class. So moving on to class 38 and the first of our V8 classes. Now there was some movement in this class. Darryl Busby came out. He didn't get it running yesterday, but arrived this morning and immediately went fastest. But Trish Chan has been very careful to reply, and Trish reclaimed the class lead on the last run as Holtz in that gargantuan Ford Galaxy.
What an absolute beast of a car.
Oh, so exciting.
6.4 litre big block V8, and seriously, I grew up in a house that was smaller than that car.
So the battle for the Class 38 victories between Trish Chant and Daryl Busby. And Busby's been around in a 57.8, so that's not enough. Trish had set a 57.6, so she's won the class by 0.15 of a second.
That's awesome. Brian Wood leaving the line now in the XY GT.
Actually, that class isn't quite done because Ian Palmer is still to come in the Pontiac Firebird, but he's 5 seconds away, so I'm not sure that Ian will be able to improve to beat Trish Chant.
Oh, Woody locked up a brake on the way into turn 2, just ran a little wide on the exit, threw a cone to the wind.
Now, Class 39 has been completed with Brian Wood coming. When Brian Wood comes around, he's the leader of the class in the XY Falcon. He's set a 55.0. He's the last car in the class, so nobody else. Dunn came through in a 56.8. He improved, but not enough to do anything. Was it Garland getting messed up?
Yeah, that was Nash Garland in the 1600cc Lancer. That car is very quick for what it is.
Someone sounds very excited on the return run, heading back towards, that'll be Brian Wood, I think, completing his run. 55.7, just doing a little bit of celebratory stuff going on, and he's won that class by 1.8 seconds over Dunn. Densley in the Mercury Cougar, that enormous Cougar, has finished third in class. And that was actually a close run. I think Jamie Chance just missed out on the podium there, actually. They did tell you that Jamie's done 1 or 2 attempts at a serious run.
Steve Brazier's lined up now in the 2-litre Mark II Escort.
He was the class leader for Class 40. But that one was getting quite close. In the, sorry, Class 41, I should say. Class 40 is still completing. We're waiting on Woodhouse and the Escort to come around to complete Class 40. There's a second between Nash, Garland and Woodhouse.
Next to the lineup is car number 160, the Mitsubishi Galant rally car of David Garland.
And Woodhouse was slower than his best, so he stays second, and Garland hangs on to the Class 40 win. So Class 41 then. Yeah, Lawler had taken the class lead away from Brazier. Brazier's one of the early, is the first car in the class, actually. So we'll see. And Brazier comes through and is slower, half a second away from his best. So that might be it, because Brazier was the only one close to Lawler. Sauer in car 166 in third place. On a 56.8 is 2.5 seconds away. So maybe it might be if Tom Kay can get to third place over Siegfried Sauer. Siegfried? Sorry, Stephen Siegfried's racing in Alfa Romeo in another class. I've got myself in a twist again.
Thomas Kay rushes into turn 1 now in the Honda S2000 powered RS2000. That car owned by his father, Philip.
Currently 4th, but is a second away from third, and he's pushing hard enough that he looks like he's chasing that second.
Yeah, this is the current class we're looking at now is touring cars pre-1980 in the 1600 to 2 litres. And there's plenty of entries in this class too. A good number of them are in escorts. Bernie Keast on track at the moment.
2 class first and second who won't be beaten. They're a little bit too quick for each other and for everyone else. Lawler has won the class from Brazier, but it's on potentially for third if Tom Kay can do a really good time.
Lawler's still lining up though. He might be quickest, but he's going to have another go.
Oh, and why wouldn't you? There's still fun to be had after all. Great run from Tom Kay, 57.3. He got halfway to his goal, but only halfway. So 4th he will be. Lawler set a 54.2 in this car. He's like pretty much exactly a second ahead of Steve Brazier's escort, who's already been through.
Paul Lawrence heading down into turn 1 now in the Triumph Dolomite 2-litre.
Second of the 2 Dolomites in the field here this weekend. Bob Morris at one point was racing a Triumph Dolomite in the Australian Touring Car. Was it Morris or was...
it was Bob Morris, yeah, for the Ron Hodgson team. Ron Hodgson was a Holden and Triumph dealer.
Yeah, and they were experimenting at the time to see if they could get more championship points by winning the small car class than competing for maybe third place in the outright class.
John Lay on track now in the Mark II Escort.
And Lawler's gone around in a 54.6, so 4/10 off his best, but he had the class. Now here's Sauer, who's currently third. Now for Sauer to get past Brazier, he needs 1.5 seconds. An 11 RS 2000. They look fast. I'm not sure. I think that's a hill too steep to climb at this late stage in the competition.
Glenn Torrens leaves the line in the 1.9 litre Volkswagen Super Beetle. Oh, he nearly ran wide there on the exit of turn 1. There was just enough road for him, but he had to get out of the throttle to catch the car. He's done a nice job through turn 2.
We can see Stephen Sowers coming around to the finish line in the RS 2000, and I can hear a Mazda.
Yep, we've moved into the next class now. Pre-80 touring cars over 2 litres. And that's Adam Avery in the Mazda Series 2 Capella. He's running a 13B Bridgeport engine.
56.6 for Stephen Sauer to complete his run and to secure third place in class 41, which is...
Touring cars pre-1980, 1600 to 2 litre.
Now we've moved beyond that into the next class with the 6-cylinder UC Tirana coming around, Paul Ledgerwood.
Yep, we're into the over 2 litre class now with the pre-1980 touring cars.
Now this class has currently been led by Paul Spiteri in the Group C Mazda RX-3, but by some distance, so really the battle is for second place. And this is one car that's not going to be in that battle.
But he's going to entertain everybody. Bryce Reid in the 6 litre Holden Kingswood. Not the Kingswood.
Not the Kingswood. 6 litre and a 4-door. And here's Paul Spiteri now in this magnificent Group C Mazda RX-3. Tips it into turn 1.
It looks quick.
Definitely is quick. Now Paul Ledgerwood was fighting for second place, and his times come through. He's chasing Anthony Tenkate in the Gary Wilmington Falcon for second place in this class, and he's fallen short by half a second.
Gary Stevenson tries to lay some rubber in the 5.7 litre SLR Tirana.
That's Grandpa and Army Racing. Big shout to the Kermit equipped car. And here's Anthony Tenkate, currently second in class.
And he's the last runner in this class. This is touring cars pre-1980 over 2 litres. And that, folks, is a genuine Group C touring car. A car that started 5 Bathurst 1000s in the hand of Gary Wilmington.
It's had a top 10 finish in the Bathurst 1000. Possibly even more than one going by memory, but I know it's done it at least once. Mike Griffin was Gary Wilmington's most common co-driver during the Group C era in that Falcon.
We've moved into the next class now. We've got Mark Sports Cars over 2 litres.
So Paul Spiteri in the Mazda RX-7 has likely defeated Anthony Tenkate for the class victory. Anthony's still completing the run, but the Mazda has had the Falcon covered by the tune of 2 seconds. Ledgerwood in the UC Tirana has come home third ahead of Avery's Mazda Capella. That was actually quite, oh no, there's 3 seconds between them. Tenkate's gone faster, 53.7, but that sort of closed the gap to Spiteri's Mazda from 1.8 to 1.3 seconds. So the next class, class 43, is kind of dominated a bit by Mark Crespin's Cobra. He's 2 seconds clear of Michael Larimore's Toyota MR2.
And currently 9th outright.
Oh, that will place him in the shootout then. So there's actually motivation here for Crespin to set a good time in the event that his position in the top 10 is threatened by any of the special interest cars that follow after him. And there are 1 or 2 who could do it. This is a little bit like the Formula One qualifying, when everyone comes around on the final run of the day and they're checking to see, oh, are they going to be dumped in this session? Will they make it to Q2? Will they make it to Q3?
Yeah, I've got to say, I do love the modern F1 qualifying format. It really makes, or encourages them to get out there. But you don't know how it's going to go because everyone's just trying to make the cut to the next session.
And if you can keep a set of tyres in hand for Q3, not that they're really doing that here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints, of course. Just a brief little hold off with the timing system. Won't be too much longer. See Ian Palmer's Pontiac Firebird lined up behind Mark Crespin. There's that black and orange Pontiac. New car for Ian Palmer. I think his 4th Trans Am. Going back through my memory, he's this black Pontiac replaces the orange Pontiac that had the reverse colour scheme to this one. Orange with the black stripes instead of black with the orange. And prior to that was a Plymouth Barracuda, which, for those of you who don't know, is a Dodge Challenger with different bodywork. Heading towards 3:30 in the afternoon. It's been an absolutely glorious weekend here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints. And personally, I want to thank everyone who's come out to support the sprints here this weekend. And I hope you've had as much fun as I have had in bringing it all to you. It's so much fun here at the Historic Leyburn Sprints each and every year. Competition is far from over, of course. We've been plugging the top 10 shootout all weekend. New innovation for the sprints this year to get our 10 fastest cars out for one final run.
Mark Crespin leaves the line.
Now his position in the top 10 is, in theory, he's under threat. There are cars behind him in the running order that could push him out of the top 10.
Looks quick so far. He disappears out of our camera's view at turn 3. It's interesting, Ian Palmer's car has been pushed aside from the start line.
There's no one lined up behind Ian. Oh, no, I think we're getting ready for the top 10 shootout. In fact, is this the top 10 shootout already begun? I can see all our open wheelers lined up, ready to go. I think this is actually the top 10 shootout because Mark Crespin was right on the cusp of the shootout. So, yeah, if we've called the 6th run where it is, then that's exactly what's happened. Crespin has kicked off our shootout, and he's recorded a 48.8. I'm thinking that's a fantastic run for Mark. Well, next up, we've got Luke Weeks in the Empire. I think, yeah, we have started. This is the top 10 shootout. So Cressman was our first runner in the top 10 shootout. Next out is Luke Weeks. So here is Luke in the Empire on his way around. Here's Neil Lewis in the Fly. He takes off on the top 10 shootout run. Cressman has set a 48.8. Now they potentially could set. That's a very interesting time from Cressman against the open wheelers. So Luke Weeks and Neil Lewis. And here's Reed Hinton in the Store Formula 1000. So Cressman in the Cobra 48.8, 46.3 from Luke Weeks in the Empire. So Reed Hinton is on his way in the Store. Here comes Neil Lewis. Hear the screaming noise for, oh no, Hinton's car's gone quiet. He's got some revs going. No, still not cooperating, so something's gone badly wrong for Reed Hinton. Neil Lewis has come across the line to 45.9, new fastest lap time. Lewis a 45.9 compared to Luke Weeks on a 46.3, a 48.8 for Cressman. Hinton is not going to complete his run.
A couple of cones have been repositioned. Looks like they're on the exit of turn 2.
Oh, that's a potential. Now, this is going to be interesting. If you knock over a cone on your top 10 run, that's going to be a penalty, isn't it? And we wouldn't necessarily, and that wouldn't show up on the timing for us. A traffic cone penalty was applied after the fact.
Then they've secured the engine cover on the Dallara.
Steve Woodbridge on his way. So Neil Lewis leads on the Fly on a 45.9. And here comes Steve Woodbridge in the Dallara. Looking at the split time for Woodbridge, and he's slower than both Lewis and Weeks to the first split. Ross Mackay is underway. He's been top 3 for some of the weekend. He's fallen out of the top 3 as Brett Bull's come up to pace.
He's trying hard through turn 1.
Woodbridge crosses the line in a 46.6. So that's second fastest, and Luke Weeks in the Empire survives at the top of the running. And sure enough, Neil Lewis has had a traffic cone penalty applied and has dropped to last of those with completed lap times. So yeah, it was Neil who knocked over a couple of traffic cones, and that's picked him up a penalty. So Luke Weeks is now fastest, Woodbridge second on a 46.3, waiting on, and Mackay comes across the line in a 45.9, 4/10 faster than Luke Weeks. Here's Warwick Hutchinson on his way. Brett Bull is already out on the circuit, and Brett Bull's split time is a 13.7. This is fantastic here. No one's been out of the 14s in the top 10 shootout thus far, and Hutchinson's a 13.9. He's slower than Bull. Oh no, this could be fascinating. Ross Mackay, who is our current leader, was actually slow to the first split, only did a 15, but steamed home with great alacrity in the second half of the run to take fastest away from Luke Weeks. So Brett Bull will be coming around to the finish line very shortly. Dean Amos sitting on the line. I think either Brett Bull or Warwick Hutchinson. I think Brett has had an issue. I haven't seen the car come around to the finish yet, and yellow flags are out now. And Warwick has aborted his lap time, so no time for Brett Bull. So Warwick will get a rerun. And unfortunately, Brett Bull hasn't made it round to the finish. That 13.7 to the first to the split time, that was really quick from Brett. Fastest time of the weekend. Brett, noted mechanic as much as he is a racer himself. Behind the preparation of quite a few of our Australian Trans Am Series cars that run in southeast Queensland at Queensland Raceway and Lakeside, and typified by Ian Palmer's Pontiac Firebird, just by way of example. Also does quite a bit of work on GT3s and GT4s. So there you can see on the timing monitor that Warwick Hutchison's 67 lap time has been erased because it'll get a rerun, having been yellow flagged after the incident of Brett Bull. It's a bit nerve-wracking right at the moment. Dean Amos sitting on the line, ready to go. Reed Hinton's time has been erased as well, so it looks like Reed's going to get a rerun too. I thought there was a mechanical issue and that's what had cruelled Reed Hinton's run in the Formula 1000, but no, there's been something else, and that's why he's slowed down. So Hinton in the black store, Formula 1000, and Warwick Hutchinson in the orange OMS will come around for a rerun after we retrieve Brett Bull. So 8 cars contesting our top 10 shootout. Not everyone who made the top 10 has come out for the final run of the day. What has been your highlight? It's been fabulous to have you alongside us here this weekend, David Patterson. And what's been your personal highlight for the weekend?
It's hard to put a finger on one thing because there's so many things that are great about the event. There's certainly the atmosphere, like it's half party, half festival, you know. It's almost, because everything about the event is so great, it's almost as if the racing is a sideshow because there's so much else going on. But it's great to catch up with old friends, which a lot of people are doing here this weekend, and just the sheer variety of cars. Like, this is the biggest event of the year in terms of entry numbers, and aside from the V8s, this is the biggest event of the year in spectator numbers as well. So there's so much to see.
Here's Dean Amos and the Gould GR55. And oh my goodness, doesn't that sound glorious? Nine-time winner of the Historic Leyburn Sprints. And here comes Reed Hinton in the store Formula 1000 having a second run. Certainly sounding much crisper on the run to turn 1. Spinning the wheels a bit at the gear changes. A 13.1 split for Dean Amos. That's faster than anybody. Brett Bull set a 13.7 on the way to his unfortunate DNS, and a 41.05. That's not his fastest time of the weekend, but that's definitely the fastest time of the shootout for Dean Amos. 4.8 seconds faster than Ross Mackay. So what can Hinton do? Reed Hinton in the store Formula 1000. Seeing where he lands in the shootout. Warwick Hutchison's coming up for his rerun now.
He's climbing out of the car. Warwick Hutchinson has just climbed out of the car.
Oh, the car has not started. Oh, he's climbing back in
No, he's
now.
getting back in now.
And Reed Hinton, fourth place, fourth fastest, 46.4. He's gotten in ahead of Steve Woodbridge. The real victor out of all this has been Luke Weeks. He was, I think, 8th at the end of the timed runs, and he's now up into 3rd place with Hutchinson still to come. I remember watching Bathurst 1000s over the years. You'll see that someone who's just scraped into the top 10 will have a really good run in the top 10 shootout and jump up into like 4th or 3rd or something. Like Zach Bates just at the Ipswich 440 last weekend and had a great qualifying run. Is that it? Warwick's
Yep, he's out of the car. He's
off.
taken his gloves off. It looks like he's taking his helmet off.
I think that's done, is it?
Yep, so he's... Either he's decided there's nothing else to be achieved, or there's the problem with the car.
Well, congratulations to Dean Amos on a perfect 10. That's his 10th victory in the Historic Leyburn Sprints. Well, he had won anyway. No one outside of the shootout. No one. He'd set a 40 point, a high 40. Yep, that's all done, I think. No, actually, is Dean Amos coming around again? Is Dean getting a rerun as well? No, safety car's coming around.
The safety car's coming out. He's got the
to
green flag, which once the green flag passes, then that means the track is now open.
Well, congratulations to Dean Amos and his crew. Also to Warwick Hutchinson, second fastest for the weekend, and Luke Weeks, an amazing run in the back half of the day. Well, right in the in the shootout to jump up the order. That was fantastic work there by Luke to come home in a 46.3. Ross McKay, 45.9. That's away from their best times of the weekend. So in the end, Warwick Hutchinson unable to set a time.
I can see the podium being set up there just on the start-finish line.
Well, I think it's about time that, well, we should wrap up here at this point, I think, David. Fantastic to have you along. Thanks, of course, to all of our racing officials here from the Queensland Fire and Rescue Club, from CORD, from the QMROA, all of our contributing, Motorsport Australia, all of our contributing officials, and all of our the committee, all of our volunteers here. It's been absolutely fantastic to have you all of our spectators. It's been so brilliant to have you here in such great numbers. The weather has been nothing short of glorious and some absolutely brilliant competition. We'll have the shootout presentations momentarily down at the start line. We'll hand over to Chris Nixon for the presentations down there. And congratulations to all of our class winners and all of our class podium getters. And thank you, Dave Patterson, for coming over to join us this year for the Leyburn Sprints.
Yep, thank you, Mark.
Back workout, bro. Goddamn.
Through the, oh, here we go. Yeah, just to wrap up before we go, and thank you, David Patterson, for joining us on the microphone for 2025 Historic Leyburn Sprints.
Yeah, thank you, Mark Jones. It's been an absolute pleasure to be part of this event, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out and attending what's been a great weekend of motorsport. And once again, thank you very much to the organising committee for the Leyburn Sprints. It's an enormous amount of work in the days, weeks and months before this event. There's so many volunteers put their work in together to make this great event for us. And also, of course, thank you very much to the volunteer officials from Motorsport Australia. We've had a wonderful weekend. And remember, everyone, drive safe at home. There's only one place for speed, and that's on the racetrack. So safe and careful on the way home. And we'll see you back here next year.
punch you down the S gear, and then I'll punch you down the camera, and then you put the camera on the S gear.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Car number 92, McKay, please make your way to the start line immediately. Okay, everyone, we've got our top three winners here. First, before we give them their awards, I've got Councillor Russell Watling from the Southern Downs Regional Council just to say a couple of words.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of the Southern Downs Regional Council, we're very happy to be, incredibly happy to be sponsors of the Leyburn Sprints. I'd just like to thank all the sponsors that put this event together. Without them, we wouldn't have that event. So, well, we would, but it'd be a big struggle. So, can we just thank all the volunteers and Tricia and everyone involved? And thank everyone for coming along. I hope everyone had a good weekend.
Okay, we've got our brand new dais up here. Hang on a minute, we're doing a couple of photos. All right, Ross. Okay, in third place is Ross Mackay. In second place, okay, sorry. So Ross did his time in 43.984 seconds. Second place, Warwick Hutchinson, sorry, with a time of 42.676. And in first place for his 10th time is Dean Amos in 40.163 seconds.
Cheers, buddy. Oh, man. So good. Oh. Thank you.
Better than the Australian.
It's good. Thank you. Thanks for a great weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Now, just shortly, we'll be moving down to the front of the Royal Hotel where we'll be doing all of the rest of the classes and all our